Do you know where Representative Zach is? Representative James is? Okay. We'll just wait for him. We know. Yeah.
Whatever time it is currently.
All right. Seeing as all the representatives are here, we will call the Student Fees Committee meeting to order at 1:03 p.m. All right. Welcome, everyone, for the second day of deliberations. We're going to just jump right in. As I see there are members in the gallery, thank you and welcome. Thank you for joining us. I'm just going to have a quick reminder that this is a closed committee, so the gallery needs to remain quiet throughout the deliberations, okay? Just so that we can get all the work that we are supposed to get done here done, all right? So I'm going to open it up to opening statements. Does anyone have an opening statement? Representative James.
Yeah, just going off of the procedures that we voted on, I just want to remind everyone that deliberation is technically 20 minutes on each line item. I don't know if we enforced that yesterday, but if we want to go past the 20 minutes, we do have to vote on it, just as a reminder.
Thank you, Representative James. Any other opening statements or points of order before we begin deliberations? Student Body President Miller.
Members of the Student Fees Committee, before we resume deliberations today, I wanted to take a moment to discuss what our purpose here is as the SGA Student Fees Committee. Today, the committee has been tasked with and will decide on a recommendation to be sent forward to the Student Senate and then finally the University President for approval. As we continue our deliberations, I want you all to ensure that the thoughts and suggestions you share are 1, based off the fair and equal treatment of all department requests, and 2, truly benefit and meet the needs of all students. As we are no longer in the budget request hearings, this committee should be directing further questions about all department requests to the chairperson for her to then reach out to the department's budget officer. By doing this, we are maintaining and ensuring a fair and unbiased deliberation to all university departments, which is something each one of these requests deserves. At the same time, the committee should not jeopardize students' access to resources for the sake of being fiscally conservative. Neither one of these scenarios are beneficial and only defeat the purpose of this committee. The committee has a total of 25 requests to debate and vote on that all impact students in some capacity. So I ask you to be mindful of how your votes will impact students aside from saving a few dollars. I and the Student Senate placed you all here today on this committee because we fully believe each one of you are qualified to make these fair and equitable decisions that are so desperately needed. So prove us right. I want you all to reflect on why you're here today. Is it because you've seen how student fees have impacted students positively or negatively? Is it because you want to ensure students are benefiting from every dollar allocated today? Maybe it's for a different reason, but at the core, we are all here for the same reason: to be the voice of the student body. Each one of us took an oath to ensure that our duty is to the student body, which includes the ramifications of any decision we make here today. Let us not forget the massive responsibility we take on when we sit in our seats, debate, and vote. Think about how you are staying true to the SGA mission of students come first.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
Hello, I'm Efthymios Stephanopoulos. I'm the graduate student representative. I wanted to just say it's been a really wonderful experience participating on the Student Fees Committee. I did an undergraduate degree here as well, and I never was involved like this. This is my second to last semester, and I just want to thank you all. It's been just excellent, and I encourage anyone in the gallery, if they have time for next year, to please come out and participate in either this committee or any of the other committees or different SGA initiatives that they have, because this campus has really become much larger. It's grown, and it's been a very different experience than when I started here in my undergrad in 2013, and it's been very positive, and I didn't realize that I had so much authority to guide the kinds of things I would like to shape here and to participate in the student experience with all of us in such a meaningful way. So please be bold, please be a shocker.
Any other opening statements? Representative Berth.
So I mentioned this last time, and it kind of goes in line with some of the things that have already been said. But some of the aspects, and there are three in my opinion, that we should be considering are longevity of any program, initiative, funding, what have you. Impact, which has been mentioned by a previous speaker, of not only directly to departments when we're speaking to departments, but what does it have an impact on for students and for each of the represented areas that we have here today. And also reach, for how many students does this actually affect? Thinking outside of your specific area and balancing the needs of your area with the needs of all students.
Any other opening statements? All right. I'm just going to take a moment to read the email that I sent out after I received emails from students who were concerned, so that all of the students who are here within the gallery and also all the students at the Student Fees Committee know what my response was. So, dear student, insert name, Thank you for your thoughtful email, your concern, and your involvement here at Wichita State University. I have read through your email and I sympathize with your concerns. I know that this email is long, but I ask that you read through it and as it may clear up some confusion on the student fees process. As I receive emails today about today's hearings, I am taking the opportunity to educate our students on the student fees process and to encourage students to continue their involvement in it. The student activity fee is a fee that every student on Wichita State University's campus pays. The Kansas Board of Regents, the governing body of the universities of the state of Kansas, grants the power to the Student Government Association of every Kansas public university to propose the cost of student fees. This authority thus comes from the state of Kansas. The purpose of this authority is to ensure that students have shared governance and a say in the cost of their education. Fee increases or decreases are proposed to the Student Government Association Senate by the Student Fees Committee. The Student Government Association Senate has the authority to either pass the proposal, at which point it must be signed by the president of the university, or to send it back to the Student Fees Committee. If the Senate sends it back to the committee, they can revise the proposal and send it back to the Senate for review, at which point the same process can happen again. Every student who sits on the Student Fees Committee has the ability to propose an adjustment to the budgets which are up for review. This proposal is then debated and voted on. I am explaining this so that everyone is clear on the issue. There has been no cut to a budget. It was a proposal that has been debated on but not voted on. Oftentimes proposals are debated on and do not pass, at which point the counter proposal can be put forward. A counter proposal can be put forward and debated on and voted on again. As this is simply a proposal, I am encouraging everyone to keep the proposed changes in context because no vote has been taken on the issue. In addition to this, I want to educate every student who I speak with on the departments that student fees funds and the current cost of student fees. Student fees funds in part or in whole or has proposals from all of the departments listed below. The Equal Opportunity Fund, the Educational Opportunity Fund, Cultural Ambassador Program, Debate, Disability Support Services, Graduate Student Scholarship Program, McNair Graduate Student Scholarship, Hollis Scholarship Award for Community Service, Multicultural Student Mentoring Program, Student Support Services, ADHD LD Assessment Scholarship Fund, International Scholarship Fund, WSU Student of the Year Scholarship Competition, Student Services Program, Student Involvement, Student Health, Child Development Center, and Assistant Teacher Program, Counseling and Testing Services, Student Conduct and Community Standards, Prevention Services Program, Office of Diversity and Inclusion, Student Affairs Assessment and Student Retention, Sunflower Operations, Sunflower Equipment Reserve, Operating Account, Capital Equipment Reserve Operating Account for Campus Recreation, Capital Equipment Reserve for Campus Recreation, Sports Clubs, WSU Rowing, SGA Office Expenditures, SGA Allocations, SGA Student Advocate, Baja Team, SAE, Formula Team, CSG Visiting Artists Lecture Series, Microcosmos, Model UN, Shift-Based Gallery, College of Fine Arts, Varsity Esports, Graduate Student Programming, Ulrich Museum, Graduate Student Council, Shocker Career Accelerator, and the Radigan Student Center. As the Student Fee Committee makes decisions on how the money is spent, it must consider all of the departments and the cost of fees to every student. This is what I told the committee yesterday, and I will tell all of the students in the gallery again. A full-time student at Wichita State University pays $678.18 in student fees per semester. This allots to $1,356.36 per year. Over a 4-year period, our full-time students on campus will pay an effective rate of $5,425.44 for their time here at Wichita State. At the average national payback loan rate, average national interest loan rate of 5.8% over the course of 21 years, the average student loan payback rate period, Wichita State students will pay a total of $9,395 in student fees plus interest. The national average for interest rates is driven down by the federal rates. Many of our students have an effective rate of 12%. Over the course of 21 years, a student with a 12% interest rate will pay an effective rate of $18,604 in student fees alone. So, again, the cost of college is could be driving potential students away from the university, and I don't say this in affirmation of the proposed changes, but rather to inform all of the students here on what the charge of this committee is and how important it is, and how it affects all of the students here at this university. So that's what I sent out, so now you guys are all up to date on that. And with that, I think we can begin deliberations. Also, I encourage everyone within the committee to use their best sense of judgment as we go forward, and to make decisions that you feel comfortable with, and to also think deeply about the decisions that you make and think about how they affect others. Representative Lucas. Or Webb. Representative Webb.
You're good. Could we just quickly go over the increase that we voted on again, and then how much that'll increase for like the semester, like per credit hour?
Yeah,
Like
so the maximum increase that the committee voted on was 1.5%, which is, are you working on it, Lauren? Add it up. Which is $6.10 per semester, $12.20 per year. Anyone else? All right, so if we want to begin deliberations, is there a motion on the floor, Gabe?
There is not.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
I'd like the motion to go to microcosmos budget and deliberate on that or pass it.
A motion to move to a secondary budget or a different budget has been made. Is there a second? Representative Burst seconds. All in favor? Oh, sorry, we have to do debate.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to debate on this motion? Representative Kirk.
Hi, my name is John Kirk. I am the representation of the College of Fine Arts. I will be voting against this. We need to be, one, we all know what's on our mind right now within SI, and we need to be going forward with what is on our mind right now. We need to be more concerned about this now. If we need to continue our days, we need to continue our days. I'm fine with that. I'm more okay with taking longer on one subject and making it go more into next week, so I know that the students that I represent and the students at large are taken care of.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
The reason I'd like to go to the microcosmos budget is that I believe for the amount of money they're asking, which is less than $4,000, they've done an exemplary job of explaining every detail about their budget. So it would be a good comparison for the larger budgets that we'll see to see what could be expected, or when we have questions to understand how money is being spent or being requested.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Representative James.
I'll be voting against the motion just because we have a set schedule for a reason, and I feel like if the gallery wasn't how it is, we wouldn't have made that motion in the first place. So I think we should just stick to the schedule that we have and go line item by line item and continue where we left off.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
I'd like to withdraw my motion since it seems like there's a lot of dissension about it, and so let's just continue then with what we've gone through.
So we'll move back into debate on, we'll move back into deliberations. I guess we're on, are we on debate of student involvement? On debate of student involvement. Representative Wright.
A motion again to recommend $897,125.
Can you repeat your motion in the mic?
So I motion again to fund student involvement $897,125 for mostly the same reasons as yesterday. I'd also like to add that this is a 7% increase on their FY15 budget, which is double the increase in the total budget overall, and that this would be their fourth highest allocation amount ever.
Can you repeat that number again? Sorry.
$897,125.
So we'll move into debate on the motion.
The motion needs to be seconded.
Oh, a second. Do we have a second? All right. We'll move into debate on the motion. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Representative Kirk.
I will be voting against this. There is too much. There is too much that has been going on since 2015. Year 2015. We're now in 2020. There are things that have been added to the SI budget that are essential to the students at large. If we're thinking about the whole students as a whole, not just the College of Fine Arts, the College of Business, or whatever, if you drastically go back that far to 2015 to that year, the reason why it was that low was because of some of the things that they were not doing that we are doing now that has been impacting the students that we are representing. So please think about that before we vote, before we go into a further vote on this subject.
Representative James.
Kind of going off what a previous representative said. I just want to hear more about the number that the representative that made the motion came to, because in the handout that he gave, he only lists two real numbers, the 75,000 and the 20,000 to 500. And after yesterday, he added that 20,500 back. But if you minus the 75,000 from the requested, you still end up with 996,000. And I don't know how the representative got to 896,000. So if the representative could speak on that, that would be great.
Representative Wright.
Yeah, so that's their FY 16 allocation plus the 20,500.
Representative Hull.
I would just like to point out, please make sure you're talking into the mic so everybody can hear you properly. Thank you.
James.
What makes you compare it to fiscal year 15 out of any other year?
That's the farthest back act that I had access to when looking up because the current spreadsheet that we got goes back to FY 16 because it shows the last 5 years. But then you could find the FY 15 data, so that's what I use because that's the earliest I could find.
Point of clarification. Lauren, could you just pull up all the data for the years back? There it is. Perfect. Thank you. Representative Kirk.
So since you were able to go back to FY15, and that's the furthest you could go back, would you then say, if you were able to go back to FY14, would you try to just allow 740?
Representative Wright.
I mean, no. So what I did is I looked at the total percentages that the budget has changed since FY 15.
Mm-hmm.
And then I looked at the total change in the SI budget since 2015, which was a 20% increase. So I picked FY 16 because that's very much in line with the total overall student fees budget since that time.
Representative Kirk.
All right, I understand what you're saying. However, if we go, we're going back to FY16, and if you look at FY16 and then you take it to FY20 or FY19, there is a significant difference. But instead of just looking at numbers, have we been able to look at why the increase has been there? Not just okay, it was 840, 876, 893, going up from there. Why has it increased? Not just a number thing. The reason why it has increased.
Representative Wright.
Wait, was that a question or was that a
Was that a
statement?
question?
It was a question. Yes,
Okay,
why?
yeah, so this sort of brings up another issue with the student involvement budget request, right? So if you look over it, it doesn't break down where exactly all the money is going, what programs they're spending it on, what staff they have, and why they're valuable. If you compare it, so it's a 4-page budget request. If you compare it with Microcosmos, which is an organization asking for 99.6% less money, they have an 8-page budget request and explicitly details everything they spend their money on. So it is very difficult to point to anything that's specific because of the vagueness of the request itself. Does that make sense?
Representative Hull?
Hi, my name is Maggie Hall, and I am the Applied Studies representative. One thing I would like the entire committee to caution is that this office, unlike Microcosm, who does have an 8-page request, Microcosm only affects a very small number of students. While that is a very large effect, that is a very small number compared to this budget right here. This office is available to all 16,000 students that we all serve, including Applied Studies, including at large, and every other representation on this campus. This office is only asking for an increase for graduate students. While I don't think that's necessarily necessary to fund those positions, I will not be agreeing with Representative Wright's request because student involvement's responsibilities has increased twofold as pressure put on by our previous president for them to take on this responsibility, and that is why their budget has increased.
All right, so Representative Zacharias, and then I'll speak.
That is all right. I yield my time.
Okay. So today and yesterday, I think there was a general trend of people being either unsure as to what we were talking about within the student involvement budget, or if not unsure, just lacking information on the student involvement budget. So it's a $1,771,000 request. So the way that it's broken down within the budget, I agree with both Representative Holt but also Representative Wright that there is not enough detail. There's not enough detail within the budget. I agree that there is, that there has been new initiatives that have happened, but also that there isn't enough of an explanation for this committee to actually make a decision. So what I'm proposing is that perhaps we table this motion and give student involvement time to look through their budget and bring more specific numbers on what they spend within the year to the committee, and then revisit once more information has been gathered. Because when I listen around the room, I'm hearing a lot of confusion on what this money is actually spent on. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to everyone? Representative James. So I'm going to motion to do that. Do I have a second? Or if not, it's okay. Second. All right. Representative James will enter into. Can I motion if we haven't finished voting on the previous motion?
Yeah, so let me make sure I type this right. You're motioning to table the motion.
Yeah.
And requesting
and
more
request
information.
more information so that we can come back and talk about it.
And then who seconded that motion? Okay.
Representative Zacharias.
So that is not debatable.
Okay.
So you need to jump.
So
into
we'll
a
jump
vote.
into the vote. All right. All in favor of tabling the motion and requesting more information? 6, 7. Opposed? 3, 4. All right. The motion passes with 7 in favor and 4 opposed and no abstentions. So, yeah, we're done talking about student involvement. We're going to move on to the next budget after, which is student health services on page 89. And for anyone in the gallery, if you want, we will put out to come back, we will put out a message on the SGA Facebook page as soon as we go back into student involvement. All right. So, student health services, page 89. Yes. Representative.
Quick question, are we requesting that today or are we expecting it next week?
So, I would like to give them plenty of time to do it, so I would like to give them till Sunday and then come back in on Monday. Is that possible?
Colleen, depending on what you want, I can get it to you today.
Okay. I was thinking if we want to establish on a number, I was thinking just outlay all of the staff and salaries, like position, salary, yeah, in there, and then $20,000 to the $20,000 mark of what things are spent on. Does that make sense? So like within your commodities, down to $20,000 of what things are spent on, so that we can actually like have a conversation. And what program, what initiative? Does that make sense?
No, because please understand that we have a lot of different areas that we work with. And when you say a program, an initiative of $20,000, like that's, some budgets aren't even $20,000.
No, I know. Some are much higher, some are much lower, right?
Most are lower.
Most are lower, I know. But what I'm asking for is essentially, and if anyone else wants a different ask, is essentially what are the programs that you do and how much money is allocated within each of the programs?
So you want programs or areas?
Programs and initiatives. So programs and initiatives. So like for, let's say, one contentious thing within the committee already has been the Strengths Quest. So how much is allocated within Strengths Quest? And then, or another one was like, for example, the banquet. How much is allocated for the banquet? And then how much is allocated for the scholarship and all of that? Does that make sense? So like within your budget, what are the things that you spend money on and how are they allocated? Representative Stephanopoulos.
I'd personally like to see an explanation of how staff are used, what percentage of their time is just SI, what percentage of the time is outside of SI for all the different initiatives that are in student affairs. And that's, you don't have to tabulate it to like an nth degree or anything, just a general percentage, because it seems like most of the budget is comprised of salaries, so that means it's human capital. And then second, you have a lot of contractual services. I don't know if you have thousands of contractual services or hundreds or whatever. If you could give us maybe a breakdown of the 20 largest and the 20 smallest, if you have like hundreds or thousands, just to say how much it costs within the budget so we can see the percentage that it makes up within that $300,000+. That'll give us a better idea of how a majority of the money is spent versus the small increase that you're asking for from last year. Because there's been a lot of debate and a lot of suggestions that a massive cut should take place, which I'd like to say I don't think personally is the right call, because this is something that affects so much of the university, and about 92% of the budget that we're deciding on is part of student affairs, and therefore one of the larger components is student involvement. Another large component is recreation. So just kind of break down a little bit of those kinds of things. But other people might have some other opinions about what they'd like to see too.
Does anyone else have an opinion on what they'd like to see? Representative Naramore.
And just as a suggestion, if there are a lot of different Greek life initiatives, you could maybe put like just area of Greek life just to kind of make it a more smooth of a process. That would help.
Representative Hull.
I personally think it would be more beneficial to see per area of SI because there are 9 of them, and then the office does have a lot of initiatives, so we would be looking at very minute numbers at that point. I agree with whoever said for personnel and what their responsibilities are, but I think if you're going to start getting nitpicky, then we need to start nitpicking everybody else as well if we're going to get down to exact programs.
So, Representative Zacharias.
I concur with that. I think it should just be the areas itself. Maybe ask like office expenses, how much is that, instead of asking how much you use on printing. So areas.
I mean, that is
rather
really
than-
what I was thinking. I was thinking about trying to have a number that the committee would be comfortable with not going under. But if that doesn't make any sense, then I'm totally fine with areas or whatever it is. Any other responses or questions, Representative or Gabe?
I think a few things. I think I'd like to remind the committee that this committee does not have the authority to detail expenditures of departments. And so the information that you are requesting, I'd just like to remind you, this body, neither the student government has authority to detail or to say what they can and cannot spend their money on. So as you get that information, please be reminded of that. This body is not here to say which services theoretically can't continue to exist, because departments will make that decision based off of the need that they're trying to do. I think additionally, as an advisor to this group, I would also remind you, if you're going to do this for one, you need to do it for all. The consistency effort has to be clear in the work that you are doing. You cannot be looking at one single budget, nitpicking one single budget if you're not going to do it for all $9.9 million that we award. So you need to be cautious on the information, and additionally, you need to be respectful of the work that the departments are also doing as well. Sure, they're coming to this body for money, but this body needs to also be respectful on the course of what the professionals in the work are doing as well. So I would echo a comment made by a representative, and I would just remind you all of the responsibility that was entrusted in you, and the responsibility that you have to make today. And to be cautious that you go into next week, there's no guarantee we can actually have a meeting next week. Gathering everyone, that's more time you have to be out of class, more time that we have to ensure we have space, more money we have to spend on live streaming, all those different things. This room is booked to midnight. Not saying we're going to be here to midnight, but we aren't tied to the 5 o'clock issue that we had yesterday. But as you think about it, as you think about your things, if you're going to go after one portion, you need to consider, do you need it for all? So I would just remind you of that as well.
Bearing that in mind, is there Representative Stephanopoulos?
I had a point of clarification, perhaps Gabriel, you could explain. So just in context though, we received multiple versions of funding requests. They weren't all standardized, even though that's what we were told at the very beginning of the process. The whole thing was going to be changed, so it'd be standard. So in the context of what you described, I agree with you. If we do it for one, we should do it for all. But we didn't receive all of the information in the same way. Some of it wasn't filled out completely, and so it slowed down some of our processes as well. How is that supposed to be handled when these funding requests were sent out?
No, and sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Or
Yeah.
it's okay, Representative or Advisor Fonseca.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If there is information missing, I think then yes, right? I think if it wasn't asked during hearings, which my hope was we asked those questions during hearings, and we sent some information out Wednesday. I sent a lot of other additional information out. If there is information still missing, then yes, it's fair to ask. But again, what information do you need versus what information do you? This sounds like I'm nagging, and I don't want it to be nagging. But what information do you need versus what information are we asking for just to ask for? And so I think, yes, if there's information missing that we didn't get answered either during the hearings or in the additional information that was sent out, then let us know that, and we can collect that information. But then again, information that is needed on the packet, on the paperwork, versus information that isn't then readily available for every single budget that's out there. I don't know if that makes sense, but I hope it does.
Any other comments? No? All right. Is that all of the information that everyone, Nancy, is that all the information that you need to bring some information
So
forward?
what I'm hearing, because my information was fully filled out, the questions that were asked were filled out. So you're wanting now, you want individual areas,
Essentially,
okay? And then
outlaying
you want
within
an outline
individual areas.
of staff, and the staff, the percentage that they spend inside of student involvement versus outside of student involvement.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
I'll make it a little bit simpler. I'd like to know, because some of the requests that you made for this particular time, increasing the amount of funding specifically for grad students, the program that was stated in here said that it was part of a higher education initiative, an academic process, and it was supposed to be funded from that. And then the funding didn't go through, so you refunded it through reserves. And so the next part of this is to request the student body to fund positions that were put forth by the higher education graduate program, so to speak. Or you'll correct me in a second, but the question is, 4 of those positions were never intended to be funded by student fees. And now that they're here, I don't think we should cut them. I'm just throwing my opinion out there. But I don't think that they should be on your books forever. I think that there should be a sunset, but I could be wrong. You might be using these people to maybe do a lot more department work across different areas, and I wanted to be sure about that particular point. That's why I was curious about that. If you want to limit it to that, to make it a little bit simpler, that's okay too for me.
Okay, so you're just wanting the GA positions that we've actually requested money for, and to specify what those positions are?
Representative Stephanopoulos.
Yes, if we want to limit it to what's in the way the packet's written and what you're requesting, that would be sufficient. Because that wasn't detailed. If we're going to be funding particular jobs that weren't intended to be funded by us, I'd like to understand what their job duties are with time and requirements like that. Because these are also funding part of their tuition, part of their scholarships. So removing it now is wrong, in my opinion, because we've already made a commitment to our students as a university. And so that's part of the discussion I'd like to have.
Representative Hall.
So the deal with the CLES department was they were going to pay for half the positions. They were going to pay for tuition, or was it stipend?
They're paying stipend.
They were going to pay for their stipend, and then we were going to pick up their tuition. And then when we all got taxed because of the business building, then that money went away because of that. And so some of it was always going to come out of student involvement, but not all of it.
Sorry. Representative Stephanopoulos.
I agree and understand, but since we're already in this process and it wasn't in the documentation this way, and in my opinion, it would have solved a lot of questions, I think you should please write it out and deliver it to us in a simpler way.
All right. We're going to, Representative Kirk, and then we need to move on to student health.
Okay. I need to make a point clear then. If we're going to require student involvement to do this, then we need to require every single other department within this book to do this as well. Like, I mean, I understand that some of this we're doing because it may have not been clear in the bill itself from what we read. I get that, but we're asking for more. We're asking for a lot more in detail. And if we're going to be doing that, then we need to be doing the same exact thing for every single other request that is in here. Because, I mean, we have two people that are on student involvement that are on the chair right now, and you can ask direct questions to them. And if they weren't on here, then we wouldn't be able to do that. Remember that.
All right. We need to move on to student health. And then, because this motion has already been tabled, and then we can come back, okay? So, moving on to student health services, page 89. Does anyone wish to speak in debate on student health services? Representative Hall.
I would like to make a motion to fund this request in full. It's literally just for increase in benefits, and that's kind of why we created that 1% gap for us.
There's this Senator James with the second. So we'll move into debate on this motion. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Representative Kirk.
Motion to adopt with unanimous consent.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
Are we in debate right now, or?
We're in debate, so.
So can I make a point of mention?
Yeah, sorry, you'll have to,
There was a motion for unanimous consent.
yeah, so someone has to.
So someone has to object to
Has
it
to object to
if
it
we're
and
going to the
if we're
vote.
going to vote.
Can I just ask, can I make a comment after we consent to it, or no?
Just object and we'll vote on it. I'm sorry.
Okay, I
Hold up
object.
again.
I object, okay.
If you object, you go straight into the vote.
Okay.
So if this is a point of clarification or a point of
Do you have
order,
a point of clarification?
It was a point of comment.
Okay. I
then
don't
that's
know
up to
what
you
that
to
is.
rule on.
I was gonna say, if you phrase it as a point of clarification, I'll allow it. Do you have any questions about it?
A question? No.
Okay, well, the other thing is, if you want to speak more in debate, if you vote no on the unanimous consent, then we move back into debate,
No.
right?
If there's an
go
objection,
straight
it goes
into a
straight
vote.
into the vote.
Okay.
So now
There's an
there's,
objection, we go
the
straight
motion
to the
has been
vote. So
made,
the
so
vote
it either
doesn't
needs to be
carry.
objected or it goes through. So there's no
No
objections.
Okay, then we'll go into the vote.
Go
Motion
ahead, what do you
carried.
got?
All right, let's move on to the Child Development Center. Yes. Yep. As a reminder, there's already been an adjustment within the Child Development Center. Yeah, you're welcome to. Within the Child Development Center to 313, 236. Anyone wishing to speak and debate on this point? Representative Zacharias.
I move to adopt the full request by unanimous consent.
Is there a second? Representative Kirk with the second. So we'll move. Any objections? Seeing none, the vote passes with unanimous consent of the committee. All right. We'll move into the counseling services budget through page 111. Is there anyone wishing to speak and debate on this item? Representative James.
Speaking in favor, I think we should fund this by the full amount. It's a really great program, a really great initiative that this university is really trying to implement more. So I think by funding this, we can give them the opportunity to meet the goals that they want to meet and do the job that they're supposed to do. So I expect everyone to vote in favor of fully adopting this budget.
Representative Day.
I would like to concur with the previous representative. I feel that although it is a somewhat significant increase, I think that the need is there. I think there's a justification for an increase that was provided in the request, so I will be voting in favor of the increase. I encourage all of my committee members to do the same.
Anyone else? Representative Stephanopoulos.
I'd also like to speak in favor and also highlight that they are attempting to increase their own funding through an independent resource by starting to look at licensing options for some of their branding, which is a really marvelous thing that as a department they're finding another way.
Representative Zacharias.
I move to adopt the full amount of the request by unanimous consent.
Any objections? No. Okay. Seeing none, the vote passes with unanimous consent of the Student Fees Committee. So we're going to move on to student conduct and committee standards. Is there anyone wishing to speak and debate on this motion, on this item? Representative Wright.
Yeah, I recommend that they get the full amount requested. I think they had a very large addition to their caseload, and so I think the hiring of another assistant is a good one.
Representative Hull.
I do have a small issue with this request. Academic Affairs requested that Student Conduct take over this. So that means Student Affairs is taking over a caseload for Academic Affairs, yet Academic Affairs is not putting any funding into this, either for the graduate assistant or for anybody else. So that's just kind of my point of consent or whatever it is to this, just because they are requesting for that caseload increase, but Academic Affairs is not providing it.
Representative James.
Agreeing with the previous representative, that's the one problem I had looking at this, is that they expect student fees to pay for all of it, and I don't think that should be the standard, so I won't be voting in favor of the full adopted budget.
Representative Zacharias.
I also do have a concern, since the last time their budget was increased, it was done in a minimal amount of like $3,000, and now they are asking for a $22,000 increase. And while I can understand these graduate positions being important, and I want to say yes because I want to support my other students, I don't think this burden should fall on other students to pay for this change.
Representative Hull.
I motion to fund half of the requested amount for the increase. Just then they can have a conversation with academic affairs to fund the other half of that GA, since they are doing academic affairs work as well.
What is the total amount that you would like to motion?
Yeah.
I think it's like 1122 or something. I think
That
it's
number.
1122. Oh.
Yep, that's it.
11887. Can you do the math on 133 minus 7? You got it? Okay. Oh, I got it.
Sorry, I'm not good at math.
All right, so the proposal is to fund them $121,887 for fiscal year 2021.
I second.
Is there a second?
Hold up,
Representative?
can you say that again?
$121,887.
And then what's the half of that increase?
So the increase is for half of the GA position that was recommended by Academic Affairs to Student Conduct and Community Standards.
Okay, so this is what I have. So Representative Hull moved to adopt half the increase, so the total of 121,887, which is an increase of 11,887. Is that correct?
Yes.
Representative Hull. All right. And then there was a second from Representative Kirk. So we will move into debate on this motion. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? No? All right. With seeing none, we will move into the vote on this motion. All in favor of allocating $121,887 to student conduct and community standards, please raise your hand. Opposed? The motion carries with 11 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions. So we'll move on to prevention services, page 142 through 146. All right. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate on this motion? Representative Hull.
As previously stated, I feel like we didn't get a lot of information about the graduate student that they would be doing. I know they would advise the Prevention Services Council, but I'm not really too sure what else they would do. So if we can get that information, that would be great.
Are you requesting that we table the motion in order to get information?
That's it.
That's the one? Okay. Is there a second? Representative James with the second. So, again, do you want the same information that we were asking? Okay. Gabe, could you note that?
Can you say that again?
So we're going to table prevention services.
What's the
we have
information?
we have a motion to table, and then we'll vote, and then
Okay.
yeah, I'll tell you whether or not we need to. We can still email them for the information.
What is the information? Can you say that again?
For what the Prevention Services graduate student would do, we know that they would advise the council, but not much else we know about what their role would be.
All right. Representative Zacharias, do you have a question?
We will be voting, right?
Yeah, we're going to.
Is there debate on that?
There's not a debate on a tabling motion. So all in favor of tabling prevention services, please raise your hand to wait for the requested information. Opposed? 1, 2, 3. All right. So the motion carries with, 8 in favor and 3 opposed. So we'll move on to the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, page 147 through 149. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate on this? Representative James.
So I'll be speaking in favor of fully adopting this budget. There have been like a lot of talk about the LGBTQ coordinator position, because that's basically what the increase is for. And I think that this position is necessary, as stated in their outline for their budget. There was a climate survey and there was a need for it, and I think that providing this need is something that we should do, and I'm voting in favor of this budget in full.
Representative Stephanopoulos? Representative Wright?
So I will be pushing for funding this $25,000, which is the allocation request for the Passage to Success program that they put on. And I think that's a really good program for incoming students, and so that's where I stand on that.
Is that a motion? No, it's a comment. Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Representative Stephanopoulos.
We asked several questions about the remainder of the unspent salary for the fiscal year 2019. And when I asked about the reserves, they provided us with some documentation, but when I asked the budget office, they couldn't give enough clarification. Is the reserves that we currently have listed at 41,210, the remainder of that salary? And that might be so. And then what will they be doing with that remainder of the salary, because they were unable to hire the position previously? Are they not asking for enough money for the position in order to have it funded? Perhaps, is there a way I can ask for maybe Dr. Hall to clarify? Is that a way? Can I do that?
Representative Hall.
So the hope is that they will hire somebody in that position yet this year. And so we'll need some of that money left over for, if someone could start in May, for example, to get us through the rest of the fiscal year for that. So, but as a point of clarification, this position has been funded for 3 years. It's the $25,000 new for Passage to Success that's the new request that's part of this. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on that.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
Thank you for the clarification. The reason I'm asking about that reserve is that we still have the option to make a tax or do a sweep. And so I wanted to make sure that this was money that they didn't intend to have if we wanted to reduce it, and that it wasn't going to be spent on something that was essential that just wasn't apparent to us because we got some of the documents after we had that first hearing.
Anyone else? Representative Hall.
I think they've used some of that money, so I'm not sure that that's completely an accurate amount. I think they've helped to pay for, they've had an intern that's been doing some things and doing some programming, so I'm not convinced there'll be $41,000 left, but there probably would be at least 20, I would guess.
Anyone else? Representative Miller.
No, you're okay. I just had a quick question for Representative Wright. Are you wanting to only, are you suggesting only the $25,000 for Passage to Success, not the increase in benefits as well? Because I know during their presentation, they amended their total request to include the benefits also. So I just want to make sure I'm on the same page.
Sorry, Lauren, can we also have the updated request up here? Okay, so that's the 86. So just point of clarification for everyone, this is the number that we're talking about. Okay. Representative Wright.
So I'm recommending we only fund the Passage to Success program and not the personnel.
Representative Hall.
I am going to disagree with Representative Wright. This population does not have a person they have the graduate assistant, but a full-time personnel who can provide the sort of resources that other folks can't, let's be honest. This is a person who will be able to understand where they're coming from and be able to help them through different things like name changes or anything like that that affects our students of the LGBTQA plus community. So I would also agree with Representative James of funding this request in full.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
I'm not sure if I can make a motion or not, but I would like to make a suggestion that we fully fund this particular position and the Passage to Success for the $80,000 plus that they're asking for, but we perhaps consider a sweep of about $20,000 because it's a money that was not expected to be had and it wasn't intended. And that's conservative. We might suggest a larger sweep as we have to cut more money because it's all money that wasn't expected as a reserve for their account when it was passed last year. But cautious with that too.
Representative Zacharias, is that a motion? Representative Stephanopoulos, just a comment. Okay, Representative Zacharias.
I am going to say that we fund fully the personnel position that's proposed, just because that is a very important position. And I know while entering the university, I utilized the services in that office, and they were very helpful and unique to this campus. And so I think that this position should be kept. However, I do disagree with fully funding Passage with the information that was provided that it costs about $250 per student, and that we have students pay $50 to be in the program. That means that we should fund $200 per student, which is $20,000. Even though it is a minimal cut, I think that if we are asking students to pay, there shouldn't be a profit from that program.
Representative James.
So I will say, commenting on the last statement, that Representative Hall and Alicia Sanchez did say that sometimes they have to scholarship that $50, so not every student is paying that $50. So I would say we fully fund it because you never know if that student does have that $50 or, you know, what the situation they're in, because these are underrepresented students, so they may be low-income students as well. So I say that we fully fund this, and if I may make a motion to adopt the full budget as is.
I second.
There has been a motion to adopt the budget as is and a second. We'll move into debate on the motion.
Can you repeat your motion?
Motion to adopt the budget, the full budget that was given.
I did.
So we'll move into debate on this motion, and then, you know, like if the motion passes, we move on. If it fails, then we can move back into debate again. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, so those are the rules on how that works. So we'll move into debate on this motion. Is there anyone wishing to debate on this motion? Representative Zacharias.
I'm actually going to take back what I said, just kidding. So I can see that even with charging that $50 fee, and how they stated that they scholarshiped about 10 students in, they can use this with like other stuff, because I just realized that the program itself isn't the $250 per student while they're there, but also like advertising the program and all of that kind of stuff. So I'm going to vote in favor.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate on this motion? All right, so, Representative Kirk, sorry.
Motion to adopt with unanimous consent.
Any objections? Walter Wright. We have an objection from Walter Wright. Now we'll move into the vote on the motion. All those in favor? 11. Opposed? 1. Okay. 1, and abstentions, none. All right. Let's see. So, how long? What time is it? Do we want to take a 15-minute break? Recess for 15 minutes? No? Or 5 minutes? No? Okay. Sounds good. If we want to keep chugging, we can keep chugging. I just thought I'd allow the option. So Student Affairs Initiative, Student Retention, page 150 to 152.
Point of information, are we moving on from ODI now and not talking about the thoughts of pulling from reserves, or is that a different process? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so if we want to speak more on reserves,
Reserves are set for the end, so you go
Yeah.
through all your budgets
And
and
then
then you pull back to reserves based off of your procedures.
Representative Hull.
So I just more of a point of question. Are we voting on the 115,000 or the 100 down here? That's on our sheet.
So we'll vote on, wait, sorry.
So up there, they have the 115, so that's $15,000 more versus like what's on the sheet here is only 100.
So that's the adopted budget from last year versus the requested budget from this year. So
Okay.
this is the requested budget.
There's two different accounts. You're
Oh,
looking
there's
at
also
li-
two
the
different
next one is line 32, the student life, which is now the student affairs assessment and retention fund. So that's 115. Then you're
Okay.
going to go into student
then
affairs
you'll-
initiatives.
Sorry.
Yeah, then we'll walk into Student Affairs Initiative.
Gabe, what was that called? I can correct it on the.
No, it's right, it's right
It's
up
called
here.
student affairs assessment and retention.
All right. Anyone wishing to speak in debate on this motion? Representative Zacharias.
Since they came in and briefed us really well, and the only reason for the increase is increasing staff and salaries and benefits, I move to adopt this budget in full with the unanimous consent of the committee.
Second? Okay. So, all in favor? Or sorry, any objections?
It's a unanimous consent motion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so now it's either an objection or it
Objection
passes.
or it passes. No, I'm sorry. About procedure, yeah.
So if we accept this, and we want to go at the end talk about reserves, is there still a chance to debate the reserves?
Yes.
Okay.
There's also a chance to go back to any motion that you want to as well. So, but you do have to, yeah. All right. Oh, any objections? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next budget. Oh, it passes by unanimous consent, and we'll move on to the next budget. So, Student Affairs, page 153 through 155. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate on this motion? Sorry. Representative Kirk.
I motion to adopt this by unanimous consent.
Any objections? All right. The motion has been objected to, so we will move into the debating period.
Who made that motion?
John.
Representative Kirk. All right, so Representative Hall.
Mine's more of like a point of clarification maybe. So assessment and retention talked about creating planners, which would cost $14,000, but then it's also in student affairs budget. Is that them going halvesies?
Representative Hall.
Actually, I thought that did you send them what I sent you about all the expenses?
Yeah.
So what you got is actually what's been budgeted. So we're not gonna, I didn't know that Alicia was gonna pay for the planners out of her budget.
Would
So
it be-
she's paying for that.
Would it be helpful to pull what Representative Hall sent to us up onto the screen so that we can look at it? Okay. You don't have it. Gabe, could you send it to Lauren? That way. No, we're in the middle of debate.
No, because it was unanimous consent. Somebody objected. Now you have to move directly into the vote. You didn't take the
Oh,
vote.
okay. So we'll move directly into the vote. On funding it in full. All in favor of funding the proposal in full? Opposed?
Can we pause for
Oh,
a second
sorry.
so I can fix? What do you want me to do first?
Oh,
You want me
okay.
to send the information, or are we doing the vote?
So I messed up. We were supposed to go into the voting period, but
Because someone objected it.
yeah, because someone objected. So we were supposed to go into the voting period. So, yeah.
Okay.
So we're going to go into the voting period, and then after that, if we wanted to, like, if the motion fails, we can talk about it again. All right. So all in favor of adopting the budget in full? Opposed? Abstentions? 1, 2, 3. Okay. So the motion fails with 8 of 0 in favor, 8 opposed, and 3 abstentions. Okay, so do we want to see it on the screen? Would that be helpful? Okay, so maybe let's take a 3-minute recess for us to actually do that, okay? If everyone can take their seats. We can start moving back in. Perfect. Okay. Doing great. All right. I do want to remind all of our representatives, unanimous consent should not be used to silence debate. So if someone wants to debate or comment on a motion, you should be looking around to see whether or not your peers want to debate on a motion. Unanimous consent should only be used if you think that there's a possibility that it is unanimously consented upon. Does that make sense to everyone? Yes? Okay, I'm just looking for head nods. Okay, cool. So, with that, we pulled up what Dr. Hall provided for us. And to the mic, so. Representative Hall, do you want to I'll just go ahead and read it off, and if anyone has questions, then we'll turn it over. All right, so $42,000 leadership, $3,000 ASC conference, $3,100 Big 12 BSU conference, $1,200 SOF conference, Sophie conference, $750 Delta Sigma Theta conference, $1,000 Phi Beta Sigma leadership conference, $2,200 or $400 NCORE ADI attendees, $500 Phi Beta Sigma regional, $800 women's leadership, $2,000 international Thanksgiving dinner, $10,000 passage to success food, $1,500 Alpha Phi Alpha conference, $7,500 event sponsorship for all of the events listed, $8,000 Woober welcoming activities, fall spring, and $7,500 esports travel, and $5,000 graduate student assistant, totaling in graduate student council, totaling in $96,250. Does anyone wish to speak in debate now that the information provided by Dr. Hall has been put up on the screen? Representative Zacharias.
So right now, I'm not quite sure what number I'm looking at. I personally am looking at $77,500 just because passage is something we just funded. So I was thinking we could take that out. Esports is requesting their own budget, and then the Graduate Student Council is also requesting their own budget. So in the hopes to be not duplicating money, that's just the number I'm sitting with.
Representative Nairmore.
Just to speak on that comment that was made previously by the representative, I think just having the base $100,000 gives Student Affairs the opportunity to fund other initiatives. So even though they may not be funding Graduate Student Council within the next year, that $5,000 could go to a different initiative that might be needing funding.
Representative James.
Also, speaking to a comment that a previous representative made, I think that even though these groups are asking for funding doesn't mean it's getting fully funded through what they're asking for. Like how you said we just funded Passage to Success. This specifically states food, so the other money could be going to transportation needs, activities that they're doing, because as a member of, or a person that did Passage to Success, we did do a lot of activities that would usually cost, but it was free because we did it. So I think that the money we gave to Passage was for activities, and as this states, is strictly just for food. So I don't agree with that number you just said, just because I don't think the money that these other groups are asking for are fully funding the expense.
Representative Webb.
Question for Dr. Hall. Since we just fully funded the ODI for Passage to Success, would you foresee needing to give them any more money for that program?
Representative Hall.
No, I would do as suggested and be able to use it for something else. You know, that more and more students that want to travel to leadership conferences are finding their way to me, for one. And those event sponsorships have been going up as well, because it's a commitment of mine to help students put on events, especially events on weekends, to contribute to the community. So it would be used in some other way.
Representative Hull, you still, okay.
Yield that time.
Representative Day, did you have one?
This is also a question for Dr. Hall. I'm not entirely clear about whether applicants who have to go through, they have to go through a process, or if you just decide, or how exactly is this money allocated, and who decides? Is it you, or are there any other people involved?
It's basically me, that students come to see me and they put a proposal together about where they're going and why, and we try to figure out what's a reasonable amount that I can help them get to a conference they may not be able to go otherwise.
Representative Wright.
I agree with the statements of a previous representative. I think this budget should be decreased. Many of the things that this budget is currently going towards are requesting increases in their own line items. Many of the events that are taking place, they are eligible for SGA organizational funding, which is a democratic process. And so I think if we want, we can increase that fund, but I don't think it needs to be in this particular section. And then leadership costs $42,000 and only serves 50 students. which is $840 cost a student, which is more than a typical person pays in student fees for a semester at all. So I think there's value in this pool, but I think it should be decreased down to $50,000.
Stephanopoulos?
This is a question for Terry. Are any of the particular funding things through Student Affairs mandated or required for anything that makes our institution a certain class or a certain kind of institution, or defines us for other kinds of federal identifications, et cetera?
Well, Leadership is an international program that it only takes place on 70 campuses across the world. We have 2 Leadership graduates here in the room, so if either Lucas or Maggie would speak to the experience, and if you thought it was a worthwhile experience, I would appreciate it.
Representative, okay. Representative Webb. Wait, did you have your hand up, Representative Zacharias? Okay, Representative Zacharias, and then.
I'm sorry, I think it's just a clarification. Does leadership get paid for by student affairs or student involvement, or both?
It is paid for out of this budget, and then Kennedy Rogers, who's the coordinator for leadership, is what we call our program coordinator. So she does all the logistics and gets it all taken care of, but the entire money comes out of this line.
Representative Webb?
So 2 things. One, speaking to leadership. I did go through it last year, and it was a fantastic experience. I think the most practical value of it for an engineering student anyways is it counts for an engineering 2020, which is now called Engineering Plus because it's 2020 now. It counts for that. It counts for that requirement, and that's a requirement to graduate. And so I think it's valuable in that way. Also, for my own opinion on this budget, I think that this is a really good way for other organizations who can't find funding or can't get all of their funding funded through other avenues can utilize. So I think it's good to not decrease it all the way down for all of the ones that already have a budget proposed. However, I do think that we have been fully funding a lot of requests, and we're going to need to make cuts at some point. And so I'd be wanting to compromise to maybe 95,000, between 90 and 95,000 for this budget.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
I'd like to make a point and ask a question. If we look back in the budget from 2013 that we have of of Student Affairs, they were previously funded, I think, $200,000, and so they've been seeing a slight decrease over time. And then second, can you give us an example, Dr. Hall, of different fundings that people have requested that you've denied and the reasons behind that?
Representative Hall.
I really try not to deny anybody. You know, as my staff will attest to, that, you know, I feel that's kind of my job, is to help students find themselves and to get to experience things and do things they wouldn't otherwise. And so I go to great lengths I'm pretty creative about figuring out how we can make things happen. You know, and frankly, students would often, they take more money from me, but it's hard to be able to do that when there are so many students and more requests are coming in.
Representative Zacharias.
Okay, so basically more questions. So for the money that's going to leadership, is that just the program in January itself, or is that also going for the summer program?
Leadership is a trademark program, so for the $42,000 goes to, half of it is for the curriculum that we purchase for the program, and the other half is for the lodging that we do, because we go away for 4 days at Rock Springs 4-H camp. The Summer Leadership Institute is separate, and that's part of the SI budget.
I do want to remind everyone that we are in deliberations, so let's try to stick to deliberations, and if you need to ask questions, let's do the same thing where we table, send questions, get them back, ask them, and then have them answered, okay? Anyone else wishing to debate on this one? Representative Hull.
I agree with Representative Webb of decreasing this maybe $10,000, maybe to encourage more students to go through the student government process, but also allowing space in Dr. Hall's budget for new initiatives that are happening on campus, or just anything else that might come up within the next fiscal year, because you never know when our students are going to have really great ideas, and sometimes they need that funding to make that idea happen and make our campus even better.
Representative James.
I motion to fund $92,000 to this program.
I second.
Representative Kirk.
I second that.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Can we get that sheet up one more time, just real quick, so I can see it?
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll move into debate on this motion. Hearing a second. Yes, Representative or Advisor Fonseca.
So your motion was to move to fund the budget 92,
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
and then it was seconded by
And second
Don.
by Kirk. Okay. So we will move into the debating period. Again, remember, please don't use unanimous consent as a way to silence debate. All right. Anyone wishing to debate on this motion? Representative Stefanoff.
I'm not sure we should fund this $92,000 because throughout our entire binder and throughout our discussions, we've seen that student affairs can pull money directly from other people's reserves. They can request it. We've seen student health and CAPS give $15,000. We saw another organization earlier, or maybe a little bit later within the funding packet, give $25,000 to student affairs. I'm not saying that money is supposed to be earmarked for students necessarily, because it's a department and they have to go through collaboration and cooperation amongst all the people under them. But I think a democratic process is probably a more appropriate forum to ask for funding from students directly, and we do have a student government. So if we decrease it, maybe put it more in there so more students are aware of what's going on. But at the same time, having a central authority could be good too.
Representative James.
While I agree that democratic process is a better way, some of these organizations on here still do go to student government for money. Like Big 12 did also come to student government to get some funding, so that's why we're not funding the whole thing, because they, like a previous representative said, there are other avenues that they could take. So I think the 92,000 is a good number to set it at.
Representative Day.
I will be voting against this motion. I feel that democratic processes are important, and while it is generous of student affairs to fund these people, I also want there to be a process and a way for the funding to be accountable in some fashion. So I personally feel that I would go further in cutting this back. I'm not saying go very far, but yeah.
Representative Webb.
Just to add on to Representative James's point, some of these organizations do come through student government. However, student government is only able to allocate so much, and that doesn't cover even half of it sometimes. And so I think that this is a good outlet to kind of help fund the remainder of their endeavor.
Representative Berth.
Michael Berth, Student Body Vice President. How's everybody doing? So, getting back onto my point, I see a lot of value in the total amount requested, and I understand several points that have been made as far as, for the limit we have set, cuts have to come from somewhere. But I also understand that within this budget there is good opportunity for flexibility moving forward and assisting student groups, but also potentially other departments, as reserves may or may not in the future. So with this proposed one, with the small reduction that is there, I believe it leaves enough room to account for that flexibility and allow for longevity and continued reach.
Representative Miller.
I would just like to say that I don't believe voting down this motion because this money isn't allocated in a democratic process is fair. Once again, like a representative said, that Student Government Association can only allocate so much money, and this allows more students to get the assistance that they need to further their education and grow as a leader on campus and then even in their future careers. So I don't feel like that is a fair reasoning to vote no on this motion because we don't get to say how they spend their money.
Representative Hull.
I am going to vote yes on this motion. I think students aren't just walking up to Dr. Hall and she's like, sure, I'm going to throw money at them. They do go through a process where they put a proposal together, and that, number one, is going to benefit them in their future careers when they go ask money from their bosses or anything like that. So it's giving students real-world experience going up to her and asking for that money, while also being able to have that flexibility for when our students do have great ideas or whether they're going to great places, that she can be able to provide that opportunity to them.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
Is there a percentage limit on what SGA can fund per request? And then what do one of these proposals look like that Dr. Hall receives?
So, do you want me to answer the SGA request one? So, essentially, there's a limit on the amount of money that can be funded for organizations, or individuals as well. So, the limit for funding for individuals for domestic travel is about $600, and the limit for international travel is $800. And then for organizational funding, the limit for a event or travel, the total limit is about $2,000, but there are certain ways that you have to get to that limit, if that makes sense. So there are subcategories with restrictions on them, but for a brief explanation, it's about $2,000, and that's in total for an entire year for an entire organization. And then it's $500 for operational funding. So that's basically any operating expenses that an organization could have. And then I think one of the difficult things with organizational funding is that sometimes we have very large groups, and then sometimes we have very small groups. And I'm sure if the others on Budget and Finance Committee with me want to speak to that. Sometimes, you have a group of 75 people going versus a group of, 3 or 4, right? So, yeah, that's not to speak on anything on the motion, but that's just how it generally goes down. Any other? Did you have for Representative Hall?
Yeah. So, I want to point out that the travel that's been funded is student organizational leadership travel, and that's because it's a priority of mine to invest in student leadership and our student groups on this campus. And some of those conferences happen in the summertime when there are not mechanisms to apply for summer travel through student government, or at least that was not known that students could do that. So I just wanted to make sure you understood that. So it varies by student group and what kind of thing that they're asking for. When the Asian Student Conference was getting ready to host their leadership conference this past fall, I met with the executive board. They showed me a budget. They showed me what they're all working on, and we discussed ways that I could help them from that. If a student is traveling to a conference, they might bring other members who are traveling with them to meet with me. And then we talk about expenses and costs. And I always ask them to come back and see me afterward so that we can discuss what they learned and how that's going to benefit campus as well.
Representative James? Representative Zacharias.
I'm going to vote against this motion, just because I think it's still a little bit too lenient. That still lets $14,500 sit uncalled for. And while it is important to allow leeway to be invested in different programs, I think there should be more accountability with what we do to our student fees. And again, it's not like a pool of untapped money, and no one's saying it is, sorry, that's a bad example. But I just think we should be more considerate of where our money goes and not duplicate programs that already exist.
All right. We'll have time for a few more to stay within the 20-minute debating period. We have 4 minutes. Okay. Representative Hull.
Can you let me know what programs you're talking about being duplicated for this?
Representative Zacharias, do you want to follow up on that?
So, for example, individual funding is duplicated between this and the $30,000 that SGA asks for. The Passage to Success food in the proposal from ODI, their request said that $250 per student included food expenses. And then the Graduate School Student Council and also the esports.
Representative Hull.
We already talked about how the money would actually go to like other initiatives that come up besides just these ones. So like Dr. Hall's not going to commit $10,000 again to Passage to Success because that's already going to be funded. So the money would go to somewhere else.
Representative.
I'm going to reiterate a point I made earlier to a certain extent, but basically it concerns me that one person has the ability to make these vast financial decisions that we just hoist to her. And I'm not saying she's abusing.
Okay. I was like, go ahead, Senator.
I'm not saying that she's making unwise decisions. It just concerns me a lot that we're giving extra money to a process that I don't think works to the advantage of students in some ways. So I'll be voting against this again. So.
All right, I think we're going to move it one more if anyone wants to speak again, and then we'll move into the vote on this. All right, so the motion is for $92,000 as that's an $8,000 decrease from the proposed budget. All in favor of allocating $92,000 to student affairs, please raise your hand. Six. So that's 6. Opposed? 2, 3, 4. And abstentions. So that the motion carries with 6, 4, and 1. Or 6 in favor, 4 against, and 1 abstention. All right, so we're going to move on to the Sunflowers request. All right, so.
Point of information, are we moving past the Radigan, or did we?
We haven't got to the Radigan yet, have we?
On my sheet, it goes Student Affairs Initiative, Radigan Student Center. Oh, that sheet.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just going through the binder. Is that all right with everyone moving to the Sunflower? If there's no objections, like, we'll move on.
I think yesterday you all decided you wanted to stay in order of the spreadsheet, so it'd be the Radigan Student Center next.
Okay, well then we'll move to the Radigan Student Center. Do we want to take a break before we get into the Radigan Student Center since it's a larger budget, or do we want to just go forward with it? Go. Okay. If anyone wants to make a motion, they can. But, all right. What page is it on again? Do you know what page it is? 267. All right. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate on this motion? Representative Barth.
I'm back. So when the Radigan Student Center came and talked to us, I think they laid out pretty well. They did have a few additional sheets that kind of caused a little bit of confusion with ours. But in the end, I think everything kind of makes sense with where they're going. I think they explained not losses, I don't know why losses is in my head, but losses in revenue that have occurred over the year and plan of action to kind of counteract those. I think they had a pretty good set. So my opinion would be to move forward in full.
Representative Miller.
So I just wanted to share with you all just a little bit of history with this. So I serve on the RSC subcommittee for the budget before it goes to the RSC Board of Directors. And originally within that meeting, they had originally hoped to request a total of $60,000. And then I highly recommended that they decrease at the request to $30,000 just to simply cover the increased benefits for employees, because I knew that this was going to be a tough year for student fees, as there were going to be many requests. So also because they were able to drop down to that $30,000 simply for employee benefits. I think I hope you all vote in favor of this and fully fund this request. And also because for consistency's sake, we have fully funded other departments simply for their benefits. And so I hope you all do the same with this one.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of the Radigan Student Center? Or in debate, in favor or opposition or whatever. Representative Stephanopoulos.
Can I motion for unanimous consent? I motion for unanimous consent.
Is there a second?
Doesn't require a second.
Oh, it doesn't require a second, it just requires no one to object. Any objections? Seeing none, the motion passed unanimous consent of the Student Fees Committee. We're going to go back to the Sunflower. This page
161.
Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Representative Zacharias.
So I just did want the record to show a comment I had, I guess. So if we are saying that we should fund this, and I believe we should, this is a very important service for students, and that the student fees paying for that is student subscription fees, that maybe in the future we can have faculty, staff, alumni pay for actual subscriptions and not just have the burden of, the responsibility of funding this wonderful organization to fall onto student fees. And with that, I move to adopt the full request by unanimous consent.
Yeah, again, we're going to try to, if there are individuals who want to debate on it, I want to give everyone the chance to debate. All right. Representative Kirk.
Hold up. The motion was already made.
I withdraw my motion.
There we go. Representative Kirk.
Okay, so I just want to second what Representative Zacharias said. This organization has, one, been on this campus forever. Two, what they do for our whole university as a whole does so much for us, whether it's sports, academics, musical, anything. They put in their paper some of the things that they have done to get initiatives started, to get news out there for those that don't know it, whether it's the paper or whether it's on electronically. I completely support what Zacharias said, and I hope that you think about and do the same.
Representative Wright.
So I support the full request. In the last 10 years, this is an organization that's gotten a lot more than they're requesting in student fees, and they've also gotten a lot less. So this is the number that they've come to, that they are comfortable with, and they got it last year, and they're fine with it again this year. So I fully believe that we should fund them the amount they request once again.
Representative James.
So being the out-of-state representative, I know a lot of my constituents need a source for their news, and the Sunflower is basically their only source for news. So just like Representative Kirk said, they do a great job of reporting the news in a way that is highly accessible to all students, and also support local journalism. So I'm also in favor of this budget request in full.
Representative Day.
I would like to concur with everyone else and say that the Sunflower is a wonderful organization that not only does its job of providing information to students quite well, I think it also provides an opportunity for students to do applied learning opportunities, and I think that's very important, especially to the LAS majors. I think a lot of the students there are LAS majors, so I'll be voting in favor of the full amount.
The motion. Motion to adopt the full budget.
Second. There's been a motion to adopt the full budget and a second by Representative Moika. So all in favor of adopting the entire budget for the Sunflower? Motion, opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries with 11 in favor, 0 against, and 0 abstentions. All right, so we will move into the Sunflower Equipment Reserve Fund of $5,000 on page 165. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate?
I think you approve the entire funding for the Sunflower, and that includes that fund in
That
there.
includes it?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's fine. Yeah, all right, so we'll move on to campus recreation. Page 171. All right, Representative Hull.
To keep the continuity going with this committee of approving increases just to the benefits, I believe that we should approve this in full.
All right. Anyone else wishing to speak in debate on the motion? Oh, sorry, not on the motion, but on the Heskett Center or campus recreation. Representative Stephanopoulos.
I motion for unanimous consent because I don't see any hands.
Okay. There's been a motion for unanimous consent. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes with unanimous consent to allot this campus recreation the full amount of $757,516. All right, so is the capital account, we need to specify if the capital equipment account is also.
I think that we wanted to do it by just the one line item.
Okay. So just.
But yeah, they have different orgs within that.
Okay, all right. So.
And then to clarify, Lauren, that that number up there is all those funds.
So that is
I know.
sports clubs, campus rec, capital equipment, campus rec, sports clubs, rowing team, all of that. Given that that was not specified, do we want to take another vote just so that everyone knows exactly where we are, or is everyone on the same page? Does that make sense?
And I have a quick question.
Yeah.
The esports is down at the bottom, but we could bring it up if we wanted to talk about all that at once since it was all presented together.
Okay. Representative Hull.
I vote we keep esports separate.
Okay. So, all right, very quickly. That would have included WSU crew, sports clubs, campus recreation, the operating account, and the equipment reserve. Is everyone okay with that? Or does anyone object and want to revote? No. Okay. All right, so we'll move in then to, do we want to move into the Student Government Association or move into varsity esports?
I vote we move into SGA.
SGA. Are there any objections to that? No? Okay. So we'll move into the Student Government Association's budget.
Point of information.
Yes.
This is like SGA as a whole, right? Like SGA, Student Advocate, all the non-scholarship things, right?
Yes. All right. And we went through all of the, so okay. All right. So is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Representative James.
Yeah, so I talked to a few people about a plan I had for student government. I think that we should cut some of the funding that was needed for individual funding and reallocate it to graduate student council, because even though not all individuals that request funding are graduate students, it is a majority. So not taking away all individual funding, but just a percentage of it and reallocating it to graduate student council scholarship fund, because I don't think $10,000 for their scholarship fund is enough for the graduate students that I see come through SGA ask for money. So that's something that I personally think we should do. We could talk about it if we need to.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
I'd like to speak in support of that this morning because I was unsure if we get some answers about the demographics of the graduate students. I met with Janet Townley, the Associate Dean for Research and Graduate Studies, so she could give me a lot of detailed information about this population. They're primarily engineering students that go through here. 80% of the engineering school is international students. A lot of the ones that use this particular kind of funding source as only a portion of the actual funding. Their own laboratories that they're in and the professors, they also support the funding, are in computer science studies. And so there's a distinction, it's a fine point, but it's a distinction about their kind of graduate program is that they don't have journals to publish in because the industry moves so fast. They have to go to conferences and present there. So this kind of funding, either in SGA or in Graduate Student Council, is very important because it's a very vulnerable population. And so whatever our choices, I think we should make sure to try to fund them exclusively in some capacity rather than get rid of it or anything like that.
Representative Zacharias.
So I just have some concerns about that idea, just because would that creates a bunch of questions that we would have to put onto those organizations, such as can graduate students only go to the Graduate Student Council for funding, or can they go to both areas? And also, is that saying that SGA is only for undergraduate students and not all students of the campus? So with that, I just think maybe moving most of our funding over to another never mind.
Okay. I'm going to let Representative James follow up on that, and then I'll get to the other.
Yeah, so I do see those concerns, and I just want to say that since Graduate Student Council is starting off like fresh and new, that I want graduate students to be aware of it, and I would rather them go to their population because we only have 2 graduate student seats. So while Graduate Student Council is a body full of their representation, I'd rather them go to a body of their peers than undergraduates who may not fully understand the need of the money. So that's where that, like I said, I do see that concern, but I don't think it would be that big of a deal.
Representative Day, did you have a comment?
I'll wait.
Okay. Representative Hull?
I do have a bit of concern of moving the money to the Graduate Student Council. They don't have a very well laid out process of how they're going to put the money out. I did email a question, and you all should have maybe received it. They were very, very unsure of how they were going to do the process of handing out money, whether it was going to be a competition or whether it was going to be first come, first serve. I feel like maybe we should give this organization a true year to get on their feet and then maybe revisit moving some individual funding from SGA to the Graduate Student Council.
Representative Miller?
Well, I just want to remind everybody that even if we were to cut money from SGA and give it to, the Graduate Student Council, we can't tell them what to do with that money, so they may not even use it for scholarships, just as a reminder.
Advisor Fonseca.
Okay, so the question was asked, and we forwarded it to Ashruda, who's the treasurer of the Graduate Student Council. I'm sorry that I didn't send it back out, but this was the response. I'm going to say I, but this is Ashruda saying it. Hello all. I have to say that we have not yet drilled down exactly how we'd like to disperse the scholarships. However, we considered doing it as an application-based competition or first come, first serve. I imagine that the first year would be our trial phase. Thank you for the question.
Representative Day.
I was originally more in favor of this, but after hearing some other voices, I think I'm skeptical at this point, although I think it's a good idea that's worth looking into. I feel that we need to wait at least a year to make sure that the Graduate Student Council is able to do this effectively. And I'd also like to add, I'm a strong defender of the individual funding program. I think it does a lot of good for students, and I hate to make it less effective by moving into a fund where maybe less effective, so.
Representative James.
Yeah, so after hearing the email that Advisor Fonseca did read, and Ashruta saying that it would be a trial run for the first year, I do agree with Representative Hull that we should let them come up with a plan, a solid plan first. So I take back what I originally said.
Representative Day, or Wright, sorry.
Yeah, so I have 2 points. On the individual funding, I think if we're not going to allocate it to the Graduate Student Council, I still believe that it should be reduced. As a member of the committee, I'd say like 90% of the people who apply are graduate students, and almost all of them are engineering students pushed by their professors to present papers that boost the professor's own prestige. So I don't think that money is necessarily being used as effectively as possible. And then the other thing is I'd also like to recommend a $10,000 decrease in the SGA office expenditures. We spend $10,000 on live captioning SGA streams, and considering every meeting is open so anyone can come if they want to, and the minutes are freely available, I just don't think that is a valuable expense when over the last 5 Senate meetings, excluding the most recent one, we've averaged 115 views on our YouTube channel, and that excludes the views that it takes to actually caption it in the first place, if that makes sense.
Representative Stephanopoulos, I think, was first.
I'd like to speak to say that this money shouldn't be reduced. If it's going to be kept in SGA, then it's open to all students. Part of the reason that there are so many of the engineering students that go there is that if SGA offers us funds, it shouldn't be restricting it unless it says a guideline that's public, that it's only for X number of students and X number of situations, rather than us in a committee deciding it. It's either we're going to suggest to reduce the overall amount in this budget, and then SGA can decide how they want to disperse it and allocate it. But in general, I suggest that we should keep this because our school has set an initiative to try to make our students graduate and have a better workforce. And so these particular conferences for that particular population is how you network, is how you meet a lot of employers, and it's more importantly for themselves to get published, not their advisors, PIs, professors, etc., as Representative Wright suggested. I disagree with that categorically. It's for the students themselves because they're also funded by those same professors.
Representative Hull.
I'm concerned with the $10,000 cut that Representative Wright suggested. First, not all of our students are even near campus. Some of them are online. They could be far away, they could be close, or they can't even come on campus at all. Second, it makes it really inaccessible for folks that have hearing or who are deaf or hearing impaired. So getting rid of that caption or that live streaming makes, number one, not ADA compliant, and number two, concerning for the accessibility of our campus.
I'm going to let Representative Day speak, and then I'll let Representative Wright maybe follow up to a comment.
Okay, so basically, like I indicated earlier, I am a strong defender of the individual funding. However, I do acknowledge that there are issues with how the money has been allocated recently, because there is a serious problem with professors basically goading students to go to conferences to boost their own resume. I don't think that's right. And it's kind of complicated. I'm not going to get into a whole lot of detail, so that is a problem. However, I think there are constructive solutions to that problem that do not involve cutting the individual funding. I think it is a service that a lot of students need and would benefit from.
Representative Wright, I'll let you follow up with Maggie, and then we'll come.
Yeah, so just responding to the accessibility issue, the minutes of the meeting are still freely available. That's public information, and anyone can read those.
Okay, so point of clarification on technical ADA compliance, it is still compliant if we provide written information, as long as, it's provided electronically where someone can highlight it and then it can be read to them. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay. Representative James.
So I don't think that it's completely fair that this body gets to tell SGA that they can't live stream. I don't think it's fair that this body gets to tell SGA that you won't be able to fund $10,000 more to these people. I think that is up to SGA's session to say, do we want to live stream? Are these advantages to live streams actually worth it? And then they choose it, because not everyone in here is in SGA. Not everyone in here can speak to what SGA does. So I don't think that we get to say $10,000 is cut because we don't want SGA to live stream. So that's the only thing I have to say.
Representative Miller.
Just to solidify what Representative James said, even if you cut $10,000, this committee cannot tell a department how they spend their money. So if you cut $10,000, they will pay for live stream. From the rest of the money, you cannot dictate where that money is used. It's just an overall sum that you are recommending to the Senate, then to the university president for departments.
Okay, so I'm going to make a point of clarification on this issue because it's come up several times. Here's the deal. This is what you, can you hear? This is what you can and cannot do, right? You can't tell someone how to spend the money explicitly. Does that make sense? But you can cut by any increment that you want to. I'm just laying out what the actual rules are. That's what you can do. You can't tell them what you want, but for example, if you don't like something within a budget, you can say, this is the increment by which I'm reducing them. So to be fair to everyone and everyone's comments, that's what you can and cannot do. Does that make sense to everyone? It's sort of a nuance. It's sort of a weird thing, but that's what you can and cannot do. All right. Representative Webb.
Yeah, I think kind of going off of that, while you can't tell people how to spend their money, I think it is important to justify why you want to cut it. So bringing those justifications in is, essential in my view, because you can't just say, I want to cut them by 10,000 and then not say anything.
And I also think it's important for the sake of debate that we're able to talk about an amount that is allocated to something else. Does that make sense? Okay. Representative Miller.
I wasn't done.
Representative Webb, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Speaking on the issue of engineering and individual funding, while I do realize that a lot of individual funding does go to engineering, that is our way of presenting our studies for the last 4 years. So it makes sense, especially for graduate student engineering majors to, request that kind of money. I realize that there are concerns that I have heard about professors and things like that, but I myself haven't been able to talk to anybody in a respective role about it, so I don't want to base my decision off of that. And then regarding the live streaming, I think I know that has been an initiative that has been in the works for at least 3 years, and I do want to give it more of a chance. I do see that maybe it's not being as utilized as we want for the amount of money that we spend. I see that, but I don't think that as of right now that should be something that we should cut. Maybe if we have to make cuts later as we go through the entire budget, then we can relook at that, but at this time I don't think that that's viable.
Representative Moika, did you have one? Or Representative Miller? Oh,
Sorry, I just have a point of clarification question really quick. Gabe, how much time do we have left on debate?
You're at 14 minutes, 22 seconds.
So we have 6 minutes.
So you have 6 minutes.
Representative Zacharias.
Sorry, point of information. So do we get 20 minutes for the association as a whole, or just?
As a whole. And also point of clarification, you can extend debate. So if someone wants to motion to extend debate, anyone can do that at any time. Okay? Does anyone else have anything to add in debate on the Student Government Association's budget? No? Are there any proposals? Do we want to take a break and then come back? Do we want to take a vote on the amount? Yes. Representative
I move to
Zacharias.
recess for 5 minutes.
Okay. Let's, since we were going to take a break at 3:15, let's go ahead and recess for 15 minutes. Well, yeah. Is that okay? You already motioned. Is that?
I withdraw my motion.
Is that okay? Okay. Let's see. Let's come back at 3:25. It's a little bit more than 15 minutes. Okay? All right. Awesome. All right, there are several members that need more time, so I'm just going to extend it. We'll probably come back at 30, okay?
Colleen, we need to be coming back.
Announcement to push it another 5. I stopped it when we took the recess.
Lauren, was there?
Make the note that you guys are at $407,210 away from a balanced budget currently.
If we want to
For
get
the
back.
1.5.
For the 1.5. So I'm gonna call the Student Fees Committee back to order at 3:30 PM. Okay. So as Lauren said, for the 1.5 percent increase, if we want to balance that budget, we need to look into cutting essentially $404,000. We're cutting back on about that amount. $408,000. Where is it? There it is. 407,210. Representative Fonseca?
But Lauren, that's to also say that because that number will change when you decide numbers for everything else, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so that will depend on what when we're done going through all the budgets will look like, correct? Ish?
Yes, that includes anything that you've changed so far, but for anything that we haven't gotten to yet, it includes the full request.
Yep.
Also,
So
you have
if
4 minutes
things
left in this one.
All right.
by the way.
All right, so we're going to start the timer again for the 4 minutes for debate on Student Government Association. Again, you can extend if you want to. Representative Hull.
I would like to, an idea that I've had, come to the floor for a little bit of a conversation or debate. So when I was looking through these budgets, we have certain student organizations that come directly to student fees for funding. I do have a little bit of a problem with that just because that's not equitable to the rest of 300 student organizations that we have on this campus. So I think if we want to, as we talked about the democratic process many, many times in this student fee hearing, maybe considering adding the money to student government. Like, while I can't tell student government how to spend their money, I think it would be student government would follow through with this, since this is a student government body, to add up most of those fundings to the student government budget and then cutting those through the student fees process, and then they would be able to democratically go through the process to request that money. We can even do a transition period where they get funded half and then they have to go to student government for the rest or anything like that. I know that student organizations can only do $2,000, but that's also not on us to decide how that process would go. Student government would find a way to create that equitable process for all. Thanks.
Anyone else? Representative Zacharias.
Am I allowed to reply or
Yes.
give my ideas?
If you want to.
I think that's a good idea. My only question or concern would be isn't the student fee meeting and process itself an SGA process already?
Point of clarification, it is, but yeah, I mean, it's technically under the purview of the Student Government Association. Representative Hull.
I just think students, there's other organizations who aren't allowed to come into this space and request that funding. They have to go through the democratic process through student government. So I just don't find it equitable to be able to allow certain groups who have been grandfathered in, yes, but being able to change that policy so more students are able to either get funding or go through the democratic process, just like the rest of the 300 organizations do.
With the motion.
Representative Day was first, and then Representative.
I had a motion.
Does a motion go over? Okay,
Yes.
yes.
Motion to extend debate by 3 minutes.
Yes. Is there a second?
Second.
Do we have to vote? All right. All in favor of extending debate by 3 minutes? All right. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. So the motion passes with 10 in favor, none opposed, and 1 abstention. So we now have 3 minutes and 30 seconds for debate. Senator Day, did you have, no, okay, Representative Wright.
Yeah, so I agree with Representative Hull that it's a problem that some student groups are allowed to come and ask this body for money, whereas other groups are limited to the 2,000 that in the SGA organizational allocation. But I think the better solution is just to allow all student groups to come to this body if they have a need for over $2,000. I understand this is a much more stringent process. So I think if they need more, like a group like Baja or Formula Team that are coming up, then they're allowed to. Then they'd be allowed to, just like everyone else.
One sec. Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Anyone else wishing to speak in debate at this time? Representative Stephanopoulos.
A motion to end debate.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor of ending debate on this? Please raise your hands. Point of clarification for.
You're ending debate, but there's no motion made. There's not
That's
a
true.
physical motion.
We have to have a motion.
So there needs to be a motion on
There needs to be a
some
motion
decision.
on the decision.
With a motion,
You're right, I'm sorry. Yes, Representative Webb.
motion to fund the request in full.
Is there a second? Representative Naramore with a second. So we don't enter into debate, do we, again? So we'll enter into debate on the motion. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? At this time, Representative Naramore.
I'd like to speak in favor of accepting the request in full, just seeing as how in the presentations they spoke about cutting in poorly estimated allocations, such as office supplies, and then plans to speak in terms of reduction of Shocker support locker. So they're already looking into ways to make their budget more sustainable, which is why I think any cuts to these programs might kind of step over that ability for them to make more reasonable balancing of their own budget.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Representative Stephanopoulos.
I wish to speak in support of passing this budget because they also stated that the reserves that they have are there to balance the budget. So I would expect some cuts or something in there at the back end of what we're doing.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? All right. Seeing none, we'll move into the vote on the motion. All in favor of allocating Student Government Association the in full? Six, is that right? Six. So opposed? Abstentions? So the motion passes with, or did it pass? Yes, the motion passes with 6 in favor, 2 opposed, and 3 abstentions.
What's the percentage? Do you remember?
It's 50%, right?
Abstentions count as no, right?
No, abstentions count as
Okay,
no.
so can we do that
Oh.
vote one more time? Like, can we do the whole vote one more time?
Okay. I mean, I counted right, but, okay, we'll do the vote one more time. So, all in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries with 6 in favor, 2 opposed, and 3 abstentions. All right, so we'll move on to Baja SAE, or formula, yeah, Baja SAE. On page 205. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate on this item? Representative Hull.
If we're going to keep going through the student fees process as is versus my idea that we had, I do think that this should stay at $13,000. When they came in, they didn't have a lot of answers for us, and I was just very concerned of not the organization of how are they getting sponsorships or anything like that. They didn't really have true answers for us of why they should be increased.
Representative Zacharias.
So I agree with the sentiment before. I do want to increase them, just not by the full amount. And the amount that I am currently proposing would be $14,750. That way, it increases the same amount that it did last fiscal year, instead of approving it for the full increase to $20,000.
Representative Day.
I agree with the sympathies of a lot of the previous representatives. Sorry, I'm like losing my mind, but yeah, I feel that there's an increase that's justified. I just don't think it's as vast as they're applying for is necessary.
Representative James.
The previous representative already stated what I was going to say, just like increase but not the full amount. I agree with the number that Representative Zacharias did say. So if there is a motion there, I'd vote in favor.
Representative Kirk.
I completely agree. This doesn't need to be going up too much more, but I completely agree with Representative Zacharias. If we raise it up this as it was raised the previous time in FY19, then that's what we need to do again, because then we can give them exactly what they have been given in the past, and we're not allocating $20,000 to something that they didn't give us adequate information on.
Representative Webb.
So as the engineering representative, I disagree. Surprise. I think at the very, very least, it should increase by $3,500 because they have to transition to a four-wheel drive, and they've already laid out the expenses of an increase, how much that would increase their budget, and they have to do that in order to compete. So at the very minimum, that's the amount that it should increase. I don't see why we would only increase it by less than 2,000.
Sorry. Representative Miller.
I don't know who can answer this, but I thought that it was Formula Team that was the group that had to. Is it both of them that have to switch to the four-wheel drive? I thought it was just Formula Team.
It was.
Okay, never mind. That was just.
No, it's just Baja. Yeah, just Baja, guys. So that's the.
Yeah, so
Oh, wait, okay. I have the two presentations mixed up in my mind. Okay, I'm tracking.
Representative Kirk.
Something else to explain. If we only up it from the same exact thing that we did back in 2019, then that would give more responsibility onto the team itself, go getting more sponsorships, go getting more things for themselves so they know how to allocate themselves to this, and they're not fully relying on student fees.
Representative Zacharias.
I move to change the budget request to $14,750.
I second.
Say that number one more time.
14,750?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. There's a second from Representative Kirk. Is there anyone wishing to debate on this motion? Representative Hull.
I think my other concern lies with this is an engineering-specific organization that only affects a small amount of students, and that the engineering department is not putting in money and also to support this organization. So I'm going to vote against it just because I think we should keep it at $13,000, and they can kind of look for connections either with sponsorships or with the university or the College of Engineering.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
I'd like to speak in support of the $14,750. I think from the $20,000 that they asked, they were already receiving 13, and the amount that they outlined and itemized for us for the four-wheel drive was $5,356.50, and that will be a total of $18,356.50. So if we increase it to $14,750, that keeps their own skin in the game. They'll have to find funding. I think it's a good balance. And also, they told us that a lot of the things that they receive from engineering are things like space for the labs, and so that they and Formula One are in the same area. So they're receiving support in a pretty expensive way from engineering already. But you're right, it's not a direct financial link or support like that. But I think not funding them fully will force them to seek appropriate funding avenues outside of just SGA.
Representative Webb.
So they have already gone out and sought other resources to get. It's pretty difficult for that kind of industry to get direct monetary donations. So they have gone out and tried to go get their own supplies to help build stuff. If they didn't have that, this budget would be significantly increased. So by getting those materials from the partnerships they've formed, that's why this budget is this low and to begin with. So I don't think that that's a very valid reason to not fund them more when they have already gone out and sought sponsorships.
Just a point of clarification, have they built their car this year yet? Or are they currently in operation for building it? I know they had a 1.5 year build cycle, but I just didn't know where they were in the build cycle, if anyone remembered.
From what I remember, I believe they already have their car built. From what I remember, I could be wrong, and someone could let me know that, but I do believe they already have their car built.
Representative Berth.
If I remember correctly, that is correct. However, with the changes to their competition, they're forced ahead of schedule to make a new car that is the four-wheel drive compatible. Anybody can correct me if I'm wrong.
Was
that
there
answer
also
your
a
question?
total on the amount that was spent on the physical car that was given?
Give me 1 second, I'm looking at the minutes.
Okay. I think this is just the drive,
That's just the
the
drive shaft.
cost
Yeah.
estimate for the new drive shaft. Yeah. Representative Hull.
During their presentation, they did say that they have taken a lax on getting sponsorships this year. So that's just where my concern lies of either A, funding the whole thing or even some of it, just because they have taken a back seat on actively trying to get those sponsorships.
Representative Zacharias.
And they also spoke about how they don't get money from being sponsored, but they do get donations and materials and such, and a lot of their request is for materials that I believe they would be able to accumulate through sponsorships. I also believe that they have a lot of money in reserves, and while it is mostly for them to go and compete, that this could be used to help supplement their new transition into changing their vehicle.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
Speaking specifically about what they were telling us in the hearing for the gifts in kind and the values, they estimated the steel was worth $400 to $500. The EDM water jetting controlling of parts, that was between $600 and $700. Then they mentioned oil sponsorships and that Nair would also help them with using some of the time for building things. But to me, that's a smaller portion of the total amount that they're requesting. And yes, it's very difficult to raise money. It's very hard to figure out how do you approach people and ask. But there's also, from what I understand in these competitions, components about writing reports and also explaining how all these little details about budgets and difficulties and all that stuff, how they come up with solutions, that's a whole other area of competition. But maybe somebody could, Lucas, if you're more familiar with this particular Baja versus Formula, because Formula mentioned that there were two components, one where you drive and then one where you compete on the reports and presentation and things like that.
Representative Webb.
I'm not really familiar with that kind of aspect of it.
Did you have one, Representative? Representative.
Just personally, I know of other organizations on other campuses of racing teams where they have maybe a business sector of the organization that is dedicated to searching out for sponsorships. Some of these sponsorships being monetary supplements, just from, like, say, restaurants or local businesses. So actively seeking sponsorships is really an option they can still take as an organization that aren't just gifts and kind.
Advisor Fonseca, did you find if they answered?
Yes. Hold on. I'm trying to save the minutes so they don't get deleted.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be wonderful? So yes, the question was asked about their build cycle and where they have to go build-wise. The answer they gave was that the changes with SAE forces them to have to change their car. They normally would typically design and build in 1 year, erase the car the next year, and then So over the course of 1.5 years is where a car could exist, but with the fall and the changes, they have to change their car. So they're going to rush it this year.
But there was no like exact number on how much it costs to build a car or rough estimate on how much it costs.
That's correct. That question was not
that
asked.
question was not asked. The only reason I would like to know is to see whether or not they actually can build their car in the 1.5 in the new cycle. But given that, because, okay, so they have one car built already, and then they have one car built, but they have a pretty quick turnaround for building another car. So if it costs them, if it's going to cost them $17,000, they might be able to do that and travel with it. But if it's going to cost them more, I can see it getting tighter, if that makes sense. Now they do have reserves, so they can supplement whatever we give them with reserves. So that's just the reason why I was asking, to see if they can actually operate if we knew the costs of the car. All right, Representative Hull.
I also do have notes here that they're asking to go to another race as well in this request. I think with just us and like the current standings that we are, I think being able to fund two is really great, and especially if they're going to be having to do that turnaround, we can't also guarantee that they'll be able to attend those three races if we fund it.
Representative Webb.
I see the point of the previous representatives' sentiments. I think that with the budget that we have to consider still and still cutting stuff, I think that's a valid point. However, I still don't think that cutting it by that much is very fair to the team, especially when they're already going out and getting these sponsorships. They're doing all they can, but also trying to focus on building, because as being a part of a small team building something this extensive myself, fundraising is a whole nother job on its own, and trying to focus on that while still creating a quality product is a lot of work. And I think they've already put in a lot of work going to seek those sponsorships that they've already gotten. And so I don't think that, I think that I could see the aspect of cutting them to not have them go to that third competition. I think that funding them more in order to at least build their four-wheel drive system is a necessary expense.
Representative James.
What was the number again? This is a question for instance. What was the number again that you gave to make sure they have enough money to build the four-wheel drive?
5,000.
About 3,500 additional, so that'd be like 16,500.
And point of information,
Yes.
how much more time do we have for deliberation?
6 minutes. 5:35. 5:35 or 6. Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Representative Wright.
I motion to approve the number that Representative Webb said. I think it was 16,500.
Oh, okay. So we were already in that motion. So we're in a motion, but so if there are no objections, we'll move into the vote. All in favor of approving? Can you restate? Yeah, I know. That's what I was. Crystal's motion was for. I know, but for what amount?
14,750.
14,750. Okay, sorry, that was the vote that I was meaning to take. So, moving to the voting period on $14,750.
Did anyone motion to end debate?
Motion to end debate.
Motion to end debate. We'll move into the voting period on. We'll take a vote on ending debate. Are there any objections to closing the debate? Seeing none, we will close the debate and move into the voting period. All those in favor of allocating $14,750 to Baja SAE, please raise your hand. Opposed? 4. Abstentions? So The motion carries with 6 in favor, 4 opposed, and 1 abstention. So, moving forward to formula SAE. All right, is there anyone wishing to speak and debate on this topic, on Formula 2? Representative Hall.
While I do think that this group was very organized when they came in with their, with all of their things, I do not believe that we should fund at least $8,000 of it, because that would go to their computers, but then they also stated that their reserves were going to go to upgrading their computers. So I think at least cutting it by $8,000 of a request.
Representative James.
Yeah, Representative Hull basically read my mind, since they already gonna use some of the reserves for updating computers and stuff. I think that $8,000 amount is a good amount that we can afford to cut. So if no one objects, I have a motion to fund full amount and then only increase the $8,000. What do you mean?
So that would be funding them $62,000. Is that what you're trying to say? Or they asked for 70.
My bad. Only doing the increase of that.
Of
yeah.
$8,000, so 62. Is that what you're thinking? Okay. Is there a second?
Okay, can you say that number one more time?
So only increase $8,000.
Wait,
From
that's
their
not right
57.
then. It's 57 to 51 plus 8. So 65 to 51.
Point of information.
Yes,
Are you
Representative
saying
Zacharias.
that you want to remove 8,000 from their request? Is that what you're talking about?
That's exactly what I meant to
Oh,
say.
so
Okay.
62,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then it's 62,000. We got it. All right. So, is there a second? Representative Zacharias with the second. So we'll move into debate on this motion. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Yeah, so it would be 62,000. Sorry. All right, seeing none, we will move into the voting period. All in favor of allocating $62,000 to Formula Team? Opposed? Abstentions? So, motion carries with 9 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 abstention. All right, so we will move on to the Visiting Artists Lecture Series. Representative Zacharias.
I move to accept the full request amount.
Second. So now we'll go into the debating period. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Representative James. Representative Kirk.
This, I completely agree with what Representative Zacharias said. Visiting artists within the College of Fine Arts, regardless of where it is, help with all learning experiences and help with everything that with learning, with whether you're a music education major or whether you're a theater major, you get to learn from someone that has actually been doing it for a living. So I hope that you think about that when you are going to the voting period, because this is directly impacting on students.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate at this time? Seeing none, we'll move. We have to have. Will we move into the vote? We will move into the voting period. All in favor of allocating the full amount to the Visiting Artist Lecture Series, please raise their hands. All right, opposed? Abstentions? All right, motion carries with 11 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions. So we'll move on to Microcosmos. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate on this item? Representative Day.
All right, so me and especially Representative Stephanopoulos were quite impressed with this request. It was remarkably detailed. It went into a great deal of detail about almost every expense there was, and it was really well put together. So kudos to Microcosmos, and I motion to allocate the requested amount fully.
Representative Zacharias with a second, so we'll go into the debating period on the motion. Representative Hull.
Back to my original argument with the Baja team about the department, since this is very specific, the department not funding this request. It's only like emotional support and like maybe questions, but there's no monetary value, so the department doesn't have any skin in the game when it comes to this, and it makes the English department look really good. So I do think maybe cutting it down a little bit to kind of get the English department more involved in this process with them.
Representative Day.
Okay, I'm a little biased because I'm the LAS representative. I know the English majors in this are under LAS, and I want to protect them. And I just feel that what they sent out was justified, and I don't think it's a particularly onerous increase. I don't think cutting them $175 is going to put dent student fees that much. So that's my logic, basically.
Representative Hull.
I didn't say a number. I just said decrease them.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate at this time? Representative Stephanopoulos.
I'd like to point out that they do spend down their reserves quite drastically. They have $17 in their reserves, according to the 2021 budget request, and that their contractual services are $4,010. They're only requesting $3,675 from us, and it's pretty well justified throughout their entire report. And this has been around for 66 years. I think it enhances our community. We can see if we look in the funding record, it decreases over time, how much they've even requested from SGA, and they were very enthusiastic about finding other ways to fund themselves as well, and they have attempted to do so from what they were describing to us. I think it enhances our community and has a longevity and impact that we should continue.
Seeing none. I'm gonna agree with Representative Stephanopoulos. I think that Microcosmos does a very good job of detailing what they spend money on. They also have shown fiscal responsibility over the past few years, and I think they're a model for our student groups that come through student fees. So I'm in favor of allotting them the full amount. Also, when we think about what Microcosmos does versus what we fund just through Student Government Association, we fund up to $2,000. Microcosmos is able to produce an entire magazine with 500 copies on a $3,675 budget, which I think is a feat. So I'm in favor of funding the full amount. Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, we'll move into the voting period. All in favor? Oh, do we have to motion to end debate? All in favor of allotting Microcosmos was it the full amount? Yeah, the full amount. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries with 10 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention. We'll move it on to Model UN. Sorry, just a point of clarification on the timeline. I'm thinking that we go through the rest of the budgets and then, go through as many as we can get through and then take a break and then come back, talk about what the increase that we're at is, and talk about either adjusting that or going back and looking at everything else. Does that sound good to everyone? Okay. So, Representative Hull.
I just have a quick question. Are we gonna talk about reserves before or after increasing the percentage?
So, we can talk about reserves. You can technically talk about reserves at any time. I think it's scheduled after. Is that correct? Is that what we said?
So according
Sorry, I
to
don't have
your
it here.
procedures that you approved, as soon as you're done with deliberations is when you can go into reserves before you talk about the increase.
Okay. All right, so before we'll go into reserves, but we'll take a break. All right, so we'll move on to Model UN on page 224, budget on page 227. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate on this line item? Representative Zacharias.
I move to approve the full requested amount.
All right, okay, all in favor of, oh, no, debate, we're going into debate. Anyone wishing to speak in debate on this motion?
Who was the second? Okay.
I think, yeah, they said at the same time. Representative Berth.
So there's no denying Model UN is, very influential. It's good for the individuals that go through it. But I think it's been talked about a couple times, reducing, not reducing. I've talked to a few other members where they're already thinking about, additional funds that they may be, not receiving now, but looking forward and getting and having a good reach out for that. I'm well aware that they're, changing leadership. And one of the things that I've heard is that the, incoming has been way more active on that particular initiative. So I would disagree with funding them fully in order to make a dent in some of this that we have left to go when they are doing such a good job now reaching out for additional money, and I see that growing as it goes.
Representative Hull.
I'm just gonna bring previous experience that I have. My previous university had a MUN, and it was a class, and there was a fee associated with it through tuition. I think that could be another way. Necessarily not everybody wants to take this class, but I know many students who have taken it over and over and over again at my previous institution in order to help pay for Model UN. Trust me, I 110% believe Model UN is so important to future students. I've seen the effects it has had on students. I do agree with Representative Berth on maybe not funding the full request and maybe suggesting to them that we change it so students are taking the class, so then they're getting a certain fee from that to help fund this process.
Point of information.
Representative James.
Do we know how much the class costs to take here?
Representative Zacharias.
I believe from the presentation that they said students do not pay a fee for the class. However, they do receive support from the Dean of LAS in $8,000.
$8,000.
But the other part they also mentioned was that you pay tuition for the class.
Representative Day.
As the LAS member, I know that a lot of political science majors take Model UN, and in fact, if I'm not mistaken, it's almost exclusively political science majors. And I feel that that's a good thing for that major. I think that does a lot for people to gain experience doing something they love while getting college credit. So personally, I think I'd stick with the full amount. I think it's a good thing, and I see no reason to cut.
Representative Zacharias.
After hearing other representatives speak, I withdraw my motion.
All right, so we'll move into debates now again on the item. Representative Berth.
I would make a motion to cut Model UN by 2,000, bringing their request to 18,000. And then if you want, I can talk about why.
Representative Kirk, are you seconding?
With a second, yes.
Okay, and yes, you can speak about why.
Okay, so my reasonings in the goals that they have outlined, it takes about not eight, and that's what they spent, 10,000 to go to St. Louis for their first, and then about 18 is what they typically budget. I talked about them reaching out and increasing their monetary gain, or revenue, sorry, monetary gain is probably the wrong word for that. And so kind of trying to balance those out with, that's 28. If I bring it down, that's basically 10,000 and we find money, and 16 in what we give. I think that's a fair compromise for what's going. It may be a bit out of bounds, but I believe in where they're at, that they would be able to deal with this.
Anyone else? Representative Stephanopoulos.
I agree with the Vice President because they explain the reserve money is kind of already spoken for in the sense that it's for deposit for plane tickets for part of their travel expenses. So it puts less risk on them if we were to reduce the amount that they're requesting.
Representative Day.
Okay, after hearing a variety of other people about this, I think there is validity to the cut. Personally, because political science majors are part of the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, I'm not comfortable voting in favor of it, although I think it has validity, I will abstain.
Representative Webb.
Just to kind of go off of a previous comment that was made, I actually think that a lot of the people that are in Model UN are not, there are a lot of people that are not political science majors in Model UN, so I think it gives a really good broad kind of coalition of different people to come together. And I think specifically for political science majors or business majors or whoever, it gives you some really good and valuable experience going, talking, presenting, advocating, critically thinking. And it's a really good thing to put on your resume and something to talk about and something that could lead to a lot of great job opportunities in the future. So I would be more in favor of fully funding this. Oh, and they've also come back with 12 awards from their competition that they just did a few weeks ago. So I think that speaks to the success of this group.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, we'll move into the voting period. All in favor of, what was the original $2,000? Reduction of $2,000, so $18,000 budget. All in favor of allocating an $18,000 budget to Model UN? Please raise your hands. Opposed? Abstentions? One. So the motion carries with 8 in favor, 2 opposed, and 1 abstention. Representative Miller.
Motion to recess for 10 minutes.
Yeah, is that okay with everyone? Cool. Okay.
Second motion?
Yes.
I second that motion.
Okay, we'll recess for 10 minutes and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Oh, do we have to vote on recessing? Okay, so all in favor of recessing for 10 minutes? Opposed? Abstentions? So motion carries, yeah. So we'll recess for 10 minutes, come back. everyone please find their seats? Also, Gabe, can you check in the morning? All day, okay. Okay. So if you want to, that motion can be made right now if you want.
With the motion to extend the meeting to 6 o'clock.
Okay. Is there a second? All right. The motion is not, if there are no objections, we will extend till 6 o'clock. Are there any objections? All right. All right, perfect. So we'll be extending to 6 o'clock tonight. So we are currently on
Can we, hold on a second.
Yep.
So can we talk about what if we don't get done tonight? Because this room is not open Monday or Tuesday.
Okay.
And every time you delay a day here, you delay the Senate's job as well.
Yeah.
So this committee needs to have a conversation about whether or not we're going to stay longer to get this done. Because Monday and Tuesday, this room is not available.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's justified to live stream this portion and not live stream Monday or the next portion of the ultimate final decision. So I think before you move on to another budget, you need to have a conversation about the deliberation, knowing that, again, every day you delay here, you delay the Senate, and then you delay the after part of delaying the budget longer.
Motion to go into executive session.
Wait,
You can.
yeah, we can. Not in this body. Representative Wright?
So I think we should come back on Monday. I don't think the lack of access to this room is a problem. We did the first day of deliberations without live streaming, so I don't see why the third day there would be a fundamental difference.
My only argument is because that was not a full vote. The next day, you're taking a full vote, which that, to me, is the problem. That you're going to vote not. If you've live streamed this portion of the deliberation and you're not going to live stream the vote, that to me is a problem. Day one was just round one of discussion of the numbers. That your next day, ultimately, hopefully, fingers crossed, result in a vote.
Okay, here's maybe possibly a compromise. And you can tell me, Gabe, if you think this actually works with the timeline. What if we finish out deliberations tonight? If there's a general consensus of coming back on Monday, whether or not that is, I'm not sure. But if there is, if we finish out tonight, come back on Monday, and then whenever the final vote is, we finish our deliberations on Monday, and if the final vote is on Wednesday, we come in to live stream the final vote. Does that make sense? So it'll be a simple vote by the time we come into live stream. Representative Hull.
I would prefer, honestly, just to get it done tonight. I think with everybody's schedules, we're all very busy college students and professionals in this room. So being able to, I'm good with staying here until we get it done, as long as we get a little snacky break.
Representative Kirk?
I'm not okay with that because more than half of the all of the fine arts community will not be able to, one, watch it tonight. I cannot be here any further past 6 o'clock because I have to go perform at KMEA, which is more than half of the people within the College of Fine Arts. So, I know this is a really crappy situation, but we can't. We have to look at about certain colleges as well within all of our constituents.
Representative James.
So just a compromise. Do you know what time your event will be done?
My call time tonight is I have to be ready to go onto the stage at 7 o'clock. Once I'm done, that right there is just for warm up and everything. I should be going on for actual performance around 7:38, and I'll be done by 9.
So since we have the room till 11 or midnight?
Midnight.
Do we want to take a 3-hour recess while Representative Kirk is off dazzling the world with his amazing voice, or do we want to do anything else?
Zacharias.
So while I understand the concerns, I would just say whether they're watching it live or later, it's not going to change anything really, in my opinion.
Representative Stephanopoulos?
Is there a way that we can have a compromise where we move directly to the fine arts budgets right now? And then also, if there's particular things of interest, we can get them on the record in the minutes and directly to us before John Kirk leaves with regards to his ideas about the reserves, his ideas about these things, or possibly come back and discuss reserves after 9 o'clock when John is available if we end up needing to stay. Is there some sort of middle ground like that? Gabriel, can you, or anyone else can enlighten us?
I mean, we can always get Representative Kirk's comments on whatever he wants to comment on. He would not be able to, though, participate in debate or vote. I mean, we can read off his comments during debate, but yeah, so that's sort of the thing. Representative Wood?
I feel like Representative James's idea, while makes us stay a lot later, and wasn't very appealing at the very start. I think it is the best compromise so that we can have all of the members present, at least.
Representative Hull?
I also agree with Representative James. It would give everybody some time to eat and relax and then come back prepared.
Representative Kirk?
First and foremost, I just wanted to say thank you. Yes, I can write my comments down, but no offense to anyone, no one else knows like how the College of Fine Arts is thinking other than myself. And if I can't be here, I want to be able to do what I can while being here. So if you guys are comfortable with that, I would really appreciate that, and I will be back on time.
Representative Zacharias?
So it's just a point of information. So would we call at like 6 p.m. when Representative Kirk leaves, would we call then to re-adjourn at 9 p.m.?
I think if you just do it now, like do the vote and all that, we'll just have it on the record, and then we'll just do what the record tells us to do.
Representative James? Representative James?
Yeah, I was about to have us vote on that. So, motion to adjourn at 6 and reconvene at 9. That's my motion that's on the floor right now.
Very quickly, just thinking about this. I'm trying to think about this realistically. I think even if we do that, we may end up extending to Monday. Does that make sense? Because between 9 and 11, we have 2 hours to finish. Representative Hull?
But I do think this gives us an opportunity to have everybody's voices heard, and we could power through this and then be able to get the final vote done after Representative Kirk is done singing his voice to the people.
Representative Zacharias?
I do think that we need to come to some sort of conclusion because while the limited time we do have, we're spending.
So the motion on the floor is to end at 6 and come back at 9. So all in favor of?
Was that seconded?
Second.
All in favor of ending at 6 and returning at 9? Please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Opposed? Abstentions? 1. The motion carries with 9 in favor, 2 opposed, and 1 abstention. Representative Zacharias?
So point of information, would we be able to get the student involvement information during that break period so we can reconvene and discuss that?
I'm sending it to you right now. So I'll send it out to everyone. Actually, Gabe, can you send it out to everyone? Is that possible? So okay. Moving on, we are on WSU Shift Space Gallery on page 228. So, is there anyone wishing to speak in debate on this? Representative Zacharias?
I move to adopt I move to approve the requested budget amount.
I second.
A second? All right. It's been a motion to approve the requested budget amount. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate on this motion? Oh, Representative Hull.
To keep with continuity of this body, I motion to approve this budget unanimously.
Hearing a motion to approve the budget through unanimous consent, are there any oppositions? Seeing none, the motion carries with unanimous consent. So moving on to the College of Fine Arts programming, page 232. The request is for $60,000. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Representative Zacharias.
I move to partially approve this budget to $55,000.
I second that.
There is a second from Representative Kirk. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate on this motion? Representative Hull.
Whether we approve the 55, the reason why I agree that we should bring this down is because they are allowing family members, friends of students to get that student discount no matter the max of tickets. And I do have a problem with that, just because if Sally is in the play or in the opera and she brings all 52 family members with her, that is a very large loss of revenue. And I just, yes, they should get a discount to a certain amount of tickets, but we can't give the discount over and over and over again for however many people that they please.
Representative Kirk.
Point of correction, that is not something that they're okay with. They have no control over one student coming up, and that student gets their free ticket, and then if the student decides to buy additional tickets, they automatically go on the student rate. There's no, you can't allocate and say, okay, since you are the student, you can only get one student ticket. That is not within what they have written as of right now. So if that student buys a certain amount of student tickets, that's what they would be on. Yes, he even said, Dean Miller said back when he was here that that is a problem. However, that is what it is right now. And within other people that come to our the productions, whether it's opera or anything, it's open to everyone, and more than what you would think other majors do attend.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
I don't think that we should fund them fully for a couple of reasons. One of the biggest ones was that they say they sell almost 1,000 tickets at $10 a ticket. When I asked specifically about how they arrived at selling prices for the tickets, non-students are $20, students are $10, or the discount is, or they're free if you have a student ID, etc. I asked them, where did that number come from? They said that it's just comparison to other universities. To me, when they have so many people attend that aren't necessarily students with some of the other things that were suggested, it suggests that perhaps lowering the cost of the ticket would allow them to capture more of the revenue because they're identifying game aspects to how people are deciding their ticket purchases. This is more than what I'm supposed to talk about, is that they need to seek out a pricing model. They need to talk to other people and really investigate their population about how they should be approaching funding and generating revenue from their ticket sales. It's an entire area and specialty that they have exclusively because they put on events. And so that should be a business interest that they should be looking at year over year or figure out a sustainable model for it rather than us funding it entirely because they didn't capture that revenue.
Representative Zacharias.
So I did have one thing. So my 55,000 was pretty lenient, and it took actually some representatives convincing me. My initial proposal was 40,000 just because of the calculations and actual loss of revenue that I thought they were getting. But I do have a comment in a sort that this I hope that by funding them this much money, we will be able to encourage students to go to these events because they'll be able to have their productions, and maybe they'll be able to increase, since this is an increase from last year's budget, increase the advertising to their events. And I believe that all students can benefit from this service. As well, I do have a comment that maybe they'll see in the minutes or the live stream about changing their policy. So if just going to give a personal story and takes up some time, sorry. I remember I couldn't afford to go to the movies when I was a kid, and I would try to buy a senior ticket, even though I was clearly not 65. And they would look at me, say, "You're not 65," and make me go buy a full price ticket. If that's something they have to do, that might come to it. So maybe more accountability among the people attending the performances is needed.
Representative Kirk?
To answer your question, well, your statement, with like advertisement, this year they just hired on someone that his whole job is to advocate for advertisements. We just got a new T-shirt. Any single flyer you see now is because of him. So that is a new thing. He has brought up more situations like this to Dean Miller and everything. This is something that is being worked on. I do agree with what you're saying. It just hasn't been implemented yet because he's working with people to get that approved. And to go back to what Representative Stephanopoulos said, within every single production that the College of Fine Arts does, all of them, like one, are required to go to if you are one music educator or a performance major. You have to go to these. You have to go to these things. Now, if it is not, if it's a money thing, or like you were saying, the reason why the ticket prices are what they are is because Dean Miller himself and a few others do not want to be the reason why someone has not experienced the love of music, theater, opera is because of money. He wants to be able to keep it at a certain rate. And how I do not agree with the $60,000. I don't agree with that. But why I think partially funding it is it helps them, and then it gives more of a emphasis on advertisement and on the school itself to, okay, let's push a little bit more. We got this from student fees. Okay, now let's get a little bit more involved with our university so we can get people from LAS and business and everywhere else to come to our events.
Representative Hull?
While I do agree with lowering it, I do think maybe this is a recommendation that they can see in the minutes, just like a previous representative said. I agree with students not having to pay for it, just like how they don't pay for athletic tickets. Same difference. But I do believe that there should be a limit on how many discounted student tickets a student can receive, just because if they want to go buy it for their organization outside of the university, they are getting that discount, and that is a lost revenue for students. And then our students have to take that burden onto them through student fees. So definitely kind of keeping that in mind when it comes to voting on this.
I will say one thing to possibly think about is that when you sell a ticket, even at a reduced price, that's better than having an empty seat. Does that make sense? So if, let's say you have a projection of an auditorium being filled halfway in full price tickets, sometimes that's not going to make up for the empty seats that you would fill had you sold them at a reduced rate. So that's the only thing that I would bear in mind, not knowing what their attendances are for each of their different kinds of each of the College of Fine Arts different kinds of events. But yes, so Representative Stephanopoulos, and then I'll come back.
Specifically, they say they had 6,328 student tickets distributed in fiscal year 18 or fiscal year 2019, which was an increase of 1,349 from fiscal year 18. And they said that 5,333 were free, and they tabulated that as around $42,350 lost revenue, while 995 were purchased. To me, they may have a good idea of the costing structure to figure out what to price something, but they didn't. I asked directly, and they said they just chose these prices as comparison from other institutions. And so that means they really need to investigate, why are there 995 students that are paying these prices to begin with? And is there a way to convert other students or people from the community at a lower price just to have the seats filled? I'd rather be capturing 2% of $1 billion than 100% of $50,000.
Representative Kirk.
To go back to what Representative Colleen said, was, I'm having a brain fart now. Representative Colleen, can you remind me of what you said?
Yeah, so, sorry, just the having a filled seat, right, at $10 can be fiscally better than having an empty seat at $10, but a bunch more seats filled at $20. Does that make sense? Yeah. And even though they didn't describe their pricing mechanism, like, they do, as to be competitive, they do actually have to compare themselves to sister institutions. So, like, within the city of Wichita, part of the way the fine arts works is there's in some ways a hierarchy of fine arts, right? There's professional performances, right? And then there's collegiate performances, and then there's high school, and so on and so forth. And so as you compare, by comparing to their sister institutions, they're actually comparing to their, their competitors. Does that make sense? Representative Kirk.
Okay, we're on the same page now. So with all 500 of those events that happen every year, keep in mind that I'm not even gonna give a number because I don't know off the top of my head, but there are senior recitals and junior recitals that you are required to give, depending on your major, and it doesn't even matter your instrument. So those are free, completely. Then you have events like Candlelight Concert. It's been going on forever. It's been going on, I think, for about like 55 years. That gets packed every single time that it happens. Every choir concert, for the most part, I would say there's maybe about 20 or 30 seats, maybe if empty, in Wiedemann Hall. With all of that being said, the lowest attended event that we have here would be theater and or maybe dance. Those are the two less attended events that are given here at campus, but those are still greatly attended because those are held in in Wilner Hall, and that's a significantly bigger hall than Wiedemann itself. So as I understand that a reduced fee, a reduced ticket is better than an empty seat. You have to look at it, like I said earlier, they have now hired on an advertisement person that is literally all of his job. That has been starting to increase. High schools are coming in, advertisement for all of that is happening, and it's being able to work more for the universities and and more for the whole entire College of Fine Arts itself as a whole.
Representative Webb.
I can yield my time to them.
Representative Zacharias.
I was just going to say, since I'm not really hearing any debate about the actual motion, I was going to call to move to the previous question.
So, it's not debatable. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. So, We'll move into the vote to end debate. We'll take a vote to end debate. All in favor of ending debate, please raise your hands. All opposed? Abstentions? All right, 1. So the motion carries with 10 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention. So now we'll move into the voting period. The motion was 55, correct? $55,000. So the motion is to allocate $55,000 for fine arts programming. All in favor, please raise your hands. All right, opposed? Abstentions? So the motion carries with 9 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 abstention. All right, moving on to the next item, varsity esports. So that's on page 236 to 238. And okay. Sorry, how much?
So Varsity Esports amended their request to only be the personnel portion, so $48,553, and to zero out the OOE. So I will update the spreadsheet now.
All right.
Point of information. Did they explain why they did that?
So they got they received funding from Wichita Technical, WSU Tech, and decided to amend their budget to adjust to that. Representative Miller.
So just a little bit more information about that. So they're getting $25,000 from WSU Tech, and whenever they made this request, they didn't know about that $25,000, so hence why they're editing their request.
Amending. Representative Zacharias.
I move to accept the new proposed budget.
Second.
Second. All right. So on that, we'll move into the debating period. Is there anyone wishing to debate on this motion? Representative Wright.
Yeah, so from my understanding of the current situation, they are getting $25,000 extra dollars that they did not anticipate, but they've only dropped their request by $6,000. So,
Representative Zacharias.
I withdraw my motion. I'm sorry, I heard 2,500, so that's like a whole different thing.
Okay. Is it 2,500 or 25,000? You didn't hear. Dr. Hall.
So the deal is that our staff member will help oversee the 2 teams, and so we expect with that we're going to need to have a graduate assistant, and so that 25 would help cover a graduate assistant, so we can have more management of the 2 programs. So and then that gives travel money for the teams as well.
Point of information.
Yes, Representative
Is it
James.
25,000 or 25,000?
1,000.
25,000. Representative Kirk, did you have anything?
I withdraw my time.
Is there anyone wishing to debate on this motion? Oh, sorry, on this, or is there any? It was withdrawn. Representative Stephanopoulos.
Can I make a motion to accept the proposal for the $48,553?
Is there a second? Second from Representative Hall. So we'll move into the debating period. Again, is there anyone wishing to speak in debate at this time? Okay. Representative Stephanopoulos.
I didn't see very many hands. Can I motion for unanimous consent?
Yep. Representative Wright? Representative Wright objects. So we'll move into the voting period. All in favor of giving Varsity Esports $48,570? Oh, $553.
That's what he stated.
Yeah, $48,553. Please raise your hands. 2, 3, 4. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, so the motion fails with 4 in favor, 6 opposed, and 1 abstention. Representative Wright?
Oh, with a motion? I
Yes.
motion to approve $29,841, which is their initial request, less $25,000.
Can you say that again?
$29,841.
Representative Wright, oh, sorry. Representative Zacharias seconded the motion. Oh, it's not seconded. Is there anyone who seconds the motion? What? She withdrew the second. Representative Hall?
I just would like to point out that by doing this, you're cutting all other support for travel. You've already cut money that was in the student affairs budget for the esports team for travel, and so you're basically giving us a staff member with no guarantee that, I don't know that WSU Tech is always going to do this. We're doing it to get their team going, and so I really ask that you consider, we brought this to you in good faith. We don't have the money yet. They could change their mind, and then we don't have any support for our team.
Representative Hall?
Can I make a motion to, is that allowed?
Yeah.
Okay.
There isn't a motion on the floor.
A motion to.
Oh, wait, sorry.
Hold on.
The
So,
previous
Walter made a
motion has not
motion.
been
Was there a
seconded.
second? Okay,
Is
so
there
that
a
motion
second?
has now failed.
The motion was not seconded, so it has not carried. Representative Hall?
I motion to approve this budget in full.
So, for 48,573. All right. Is there a second? All right, so we'll move into the voting period. All in favor?
You have to do debate.
The debating period. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate?
Just point of information.
Yes.
Is this the
Representative
same, sorry, is this the same thing that we just voted on that,
It is the same motion that we just voted on that failed.
okay.
Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Representative Stephanopoulos.
I want to speak in support of this. So one of the things that we were asked to think about was the longevity, impact, and reach of our decisions. It was the intent that if we were to take away some of the funding from student affairs, that there isn't a simpler mechanism, and because we were talking about democratic processes. And so, that's a whole other discussion, but this is part of the university's strategic plan to increase this particular area. I believe it was started by President Bardot, and then it's been pushed into the student recreation, and maybe collegiate athletics will eventually pick it up, but they're not. And so just because we cut it or suggest to cut it, it's not going to benefit us, because this is actually a very growing area within athletics, and the discussion about athletics is much larger than what we're saying here. But for us, as a Wichita State University, with all these initiatives already in place, and it's a person's salary that's already committed to this team, and they may or may not have additional funding to support, which it sounds like they're attempting to find extra revenue. It seems like a reasonable proposal to fund this in its entirety, so that this stays on the books, so that they have some support in the future. And it's not going to go away just because we don't like it. It's not going to go away if we all cut it right now. This is going to come up again and again, and like I said, the discussion about athletics and student fees is a much larger one than this forum. But I say we should do this in support.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Representative Hall.
I just want a motion to end debate.
Been a motion to end debate and a second. So all in favor of ending debate, please raise your hands. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Opposed? 1. Abstentions. Just forgot to vote. So there are 9, and the motion carries with 8 in favor, 1 opposed, and 2 abstentions. All right. So we will move into the voting period on the motion, which is $48,570. Oh, it's $553. $553. All in favor of allotting varsity esports $48,553. please raise your hands. 7. Opposed?
His failed and hers is the full.
What?
His was reduced, hers was the full.
The full of the 48,553.
I have 7. What did they mark?
48,553.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the number that we're voting on, is 48,553. All right, so all in favor, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Opposed? Abstentions? 3. All right, so the motion carries with 8 in favor, no opposed, and 3 abstentions. All right, so moving on to the graduate school professional development series on page 239 to 243. So the request is for $10,000. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Representative Zacharias.
I move to approve the full requested amount.
Is there a second? Second. So we will move into debate on this motion. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Representative Hall.
So I'm going to vote no on this. First off, the grad school already puts $21,000 into this type of program. As we heard before, I've been to these programs. I don't understand where $31,000 goes to them. The second thing is the Graduate Student Council is coming to request money from us as well. So we need to let the Graduate Student Council do the more fun aspects. The Graduate Student Council also talked about doing personal development as well. So I personally don't think that we need to give the graduate school this $10,000 because the Graduate Student Council is coming to take some of that responsibility off of the graduate school.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
I believe that, the Graduate Student Council is just starting up. And so what they're at right now, in my opinion, is that they're still trying to formulate and get all the consensus of all of the different constituents that form the master's and PhD programs to at least have a better representation. And the graduate school should probably continue this funding so that they can continue some of those programs and then have that discussion next year once it's fully off the ground and more functioning. And the other thing is that the graduate school, I don't believe gets as much funding as something like liberal arts and sciences, as something like the business school, et cetera, et cetera. I think they're their own entity, and they run over, 68 programs. And so even though that they're coming to us, and graduate students make up about 14%, roughly 2,900 students, it's an important constituency that isn't represented in a great detail in this budget of all of the fees binder, and this is one that speaks directly towards graduate students. And yes, I agree with you. I think that there's room for improvement for how they want to approach some of their programs, but we're not here to act as an enforcement body, as what was highlighted earlier to us. We're here as an appropriations body, and I think the effect of cutting this would hinder them, and I don't think that they've been misspending the funds or been irresponsible with the funds, but it's quite reasonable for the number of students they serve even. Thank you.
Representative Miller.
So one thing that I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, Representative Hull, is that just in general, from what I've heard throughout other conversations about other departments, is that you have wanted to cut to ensure that there's no replication of services. And I think what Maggie was trying to get at is that this $10,000 would then be a duplication of services done by the Graduate Student Council. And so I think you all need to keep that in mind as well, because you have said that you do not want to see replication of services. And so keep that in mind when you're voting on this, and then also the Graduate Student Council.
Representative James.
While that is true, we also did say earlier that the Graduate Student Council is kind of fresh and still needs to get, their wings so they can actually do some of these things. So I don't think putting that burden on them right now is in the best efforts of this council, just because we said earlier that, we didn't want to burden them with something else. So I think just to keep parity, we should think the same way about this program.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
I'd like to point out there's only 2 graduate students on this student fees committee. It's Maggie and myself. And, you know, like I said, it's roughly 14% of the student body across 68 different disciplines, masters and PhDs. I don't think the conversation about replication of what the things are going on right now is reasonable, because the Graduate Student Council really hasn't produced any events even this year. They've not even had quorum to have their meetings for minutes. I think that the idea that President Miller put forth is correct, that we should be aware of thinking about replication of services, but in this instance, I think that Representative James is a little bit more merciful in the sense of that dispensing justice is, with regards to these funds, is more equitable if we think about the long term. And this is a conversation that I'm sure will be part of committee next year, and I'm sure it'll be in the minutes, and I'm sure people will remember this conversation in detail.
Representative Hull.
I would be fine with approving this $10,000 if we cut some of the Graduate Student Council, especially since they are a new body. Just my 2 cents.
Representative Berth.
Beat me to it. So I'm going to echo a couple things that I've heard, and some of the points that I made at the beginning of this. So in talking about longevity, this is one that has been established, and they kind of have a good beat on where they're going, and what this money would actually be going to, whereas the other fund of which we were speaking is brand new. And so when you're assessing where those needs technically need to be, I would caution you to be more on the side of what's coming and are they prepared for what they're taking over, instead of taking away from what has already existed for similar services. And that way you have a foundation from the services that have existed for a while that can support or augment the new and kind of show them the way. And so I would be more in favor of funding this one in full and taking a look at the other.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? No. Representative Stephanopoulos.
I'd also like to point out, we did cut student affairs. One of the items in the line was $10,000 that was allocated, $5,000 was spent for Graduate Student Council. The assumption, my understanding is, I could be wrong, is that because they're asking for their own budget, that's not even going to be considered to continue. So it's like Vice President Berth said, this is something we'll have to discuss together, and we will. And thank you very much.
Representative James.
This is just a question for Representative Hull. Do you have an idea of how much you want to cut from Graduate Student Council, or did you just want to put the thought out there?
I don't have an exact number. I'd want to look at their budget when we get to it, but kind of looking at their programming budget and figuring out that along with their stipends.
Also, let's keep the discussion on debate to the matter at hand. Does that make sense? So we'll talk about those sorts of things when we get to the other funds. All right, so does anyone else have anything that they would like to speak in debate on? No? Do we have a motion on the floor?
Yes, the motion is to approve in the full amount.
Motion is to approve of the full amount. Yes, Representative Hall.
I motion to close the debate.
Okay. Needs a second. Representative
A second.
Stephanopoulos, all in favor of closing debate, please raise your hands. 11. Opposed? Abstentions? All right, so the motion carries with 11 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. So we'll move into the voting period on $10,000 for graduate student funding, graduate school funding, sorry. All in favor of allocating $10,000 to the graduate school, please raise your hands. All right, opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries with 11 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions. All right, so we'll move on to the Old Ridge Art Museum. Does anyone wish to debate on this matter? Representative Hull.
I truly 110% do not believe that we should fund this at this moment. The Ulrich Museum has only done $10,000, if that, in their own fundraising, and they need to get up to $100,000 for us to be able to match it. I think they can come back next year and revisit that conversation of us donating that money, but I think that they need to do a lot more getting sponsorships for us to see that they are going to be able to match that $100,000.
Representative Kirk?
I disagree. One thing that they are doing right now is they are working to do that. If you look at the sheet right after the funding request, it is talking about what their budget is for. The $100,000 that if it was allocated to them that would come from us would go strictly only to furniture. Everything else everything else that's being spoken for is what they're taking care of. The reason why they're asking now is because construction, all of that good stuff, wouldn't even start until 2021. That gives them, if they get it now, that gives them okay, we have furniture taken care of. Let's worry about everything else. So they know where to get. Are they going towards it right now? Yes, they are actively working on it, but they knew to come to here to ask for furniture.
Representative Wright?
I will say I'm mostly in the camp of not funding this request at the moment, but I do want to add on to something that Representative Kirk said. If we do allocate this money, that will help them when they go to donors asking for money, so they can say, hey, we've already gotten this much.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Representative Berth.
So, where I'm at with this one is, with a brand new request, with looking at what this would do for students and what we have left, not just to cut, but other areas in the budget, and weighing whether or not $100,000 is a lot of money. In the total budget, not quite so much, but that's roughly a 1% decrease overall. And I'm not entirely sold that purchasing furniture and these upgrades are the best use of the money. As far as going directly back to students, I understand the project's value, and so I would maybe not defund entirely, but I would caution or recommend that you think about the impact this is going to have not only for the university and students, but then the scope of this is going to serve.
Representative Kirk.
I'm not, just so I can make myself clear, I'm not saying that we need to we need to fund it fully. I'd be willing to go down 5 to 10. However, the only reason that I went to the Ulrich Museum when I was in elementary school. Do they do that anymore? I'm not aware. But that when we do have tours come in and what have you, that is one of the places they go. And not only does Fine Arts use that, all of the English department uses that, the Art History Museum uses that. A lot of different colleges on campus go into there and use that. Now, as Vice President Berth said, he does understand the importance. Yes. Is it important towards furniture? Yes. If you remember, one of the things that they said when they were here is that they have literally nothing to sit on. People just sit on the floors. And if you've ever been in there, no. It's disgusting, it's cold, whatever. That may not seem like that big of a deal to you, but whenever you were in English 101 here or whatever, when you go into the room that they allocate for that purpose specifically, one, it's about this big, it's very small, and everybody is literally on top of everyone else. And they don't have enough chairs to pass around. A lot of what their funding goes to is the upkeep and take care of what they have right now. So again, I'm not saying that we need to give the $100,000. I mean, it's going to sound biased coming from the fine arts representative. However, I do think that giving them something right now will help, as I believe Representative Walter said, that it will help them be able to get more sponsorships if they're able to say, I have this amount of money delegated to me from my university and will be able to move forward because I can back it up with what I have.
Representative Hull.
They also said that they were going to be using this space for studying. I would also like to acknowledge that there are many other spaces on this campus that students can study. We have a whole library dedicated to it. But I do understand that this is important, and I would be willing to go halvesies, so like $50,000, but even less than that. But the problem is they haven't done the work yet to get the sponsorships to prove to this body that they are willing to put in that extra work to get that funding.
Point of information.
Yes.
Hi.
Representative Zacharias.
Is there a motion on the floor? I'm so sorry, I don't know.
There is not. We are just debating on the item so, as a whole. Representative Miller, are you still?
So just briefly, just to echo what Representative Hull has said, they, on question 8, they have stated that they have only raised $7,800 from private individuals in a fund at the WSU Foundation, and they're coming to students asking for $100,000 for furniture. I mean, I just want you all to think about how students truly want their student fees to be spent, and are they really going to want $100,000 allocated to this when there are so many other things that benefit students by ensuring that they are able to stay in college rather than providing them another study space. So I just want you to keep all of that in mind.
Representative Hall.
I just want to do a point of clarification that they're not even going to break ground until summer of '21. So you'd be allocating money to them that's going to sit and be unspent because furniture is the last thing that you buy with a construction project. So you still have $380,000 in live requests that would be spent in the next fiscal year rather than this one. I'm not opposed to the idea in general. You make those decisions anyway, but the money will just sit in an account.
Yes. Sorry, I'm going to recognize myself because I was kind of waiting, but okay. So yeah, the part about this request that I disagree with is the amount of money that they've been able to fund. And also when I asked them about their timeline, right, like when did you expect the funding to come about and what did you think? And I'm paraphrasing what they responded, but essentially, what was your plan if we didn't provide you the funding? Or what was your initial plan for funding this request? They said that they were initially planned to fund it on their own. And that they could still do that even if we didn't appropriate the funding. And so given that, and that they have not fundraised very much money, and that it'll wait till 2021, and that if it waits till 21 and they don't fundraise all the money, it'll be pushed back even further, I don't see the purpose of having money sitting in an account for potentially more than a year. Representative Stephanopoulos.
I want to say that I believe that the Ulrich is a responsible user of funds that they receive from student fees, and that they have historically had a lot of collaboration and cooperation with student fees and SGA to the point of having a lot of different exhibits on campus. I agree that allocating them a large portion of this funds is unwise because it won't be used. They also explicitly said that should funding not come through, they can just wait, and they're invited to easily come on back because as we look at the history of their funding, they come when they have a serious or large request, and they want us to collaborate and participate in those ways and to share those resources. However, I would like to put a motion to fund it $1,000 on the floor so that maybe that would encourage them to buy chairs so that we could better represent our lobby as an immediate stopgap that they'll continue to use once more funding comes in. And also, they mentioned that they do have some donors lined up, they think, and they're going to approach them. And I think if we don't give them anything, it's a different conversation with somebody when you're asking for a lot of money to say the students didn't consider it when you came to them and said, come on back later. But you showed us some problems and you know, we agree it's a problem. Maybe a little bit helps, but maybe that's not as simple or pleasant of an idea. So my motion is to fund it at least $1,000.
Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Okay.
Second.
So the motion has been said, has been seconded. Now we're going into debate. I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. All right, now we're going into debate. Gabe.
So this is going to sound weird. I would caution giving them student fee money of an issue the student government themselves can utilize funding they currently have to fix. I think you're right. The issue was brought forth to members who are in this room who are part of the student government. I think they can take that back to the student government and decide whether or not they want to utilize some of their dollars of money that already exists. I would be cautious of approving $1,000 of student fees for something that SGA could take care of.
Also, point of clarification, in the past, the Ulrich has come directly to the Student Government Association and not to student fees. The Student Government Association has also had more money in reserve in the past. And so what happened this year is the Ulrich, in the past they've come for statues. And so what happened this year is the Ulrich came to student government to talk about a statue, possibly dedicating a statue on campus. It came to the Budget and Finance Committee, and the Budget and Finance Committee looked through the finances of Student Government Association and just realized that it was not feasible, and the amounts that we had given in the past were not feasible. So that's a little bit of the history on the request, if that makes sense. So, any Representative Stephanopoulos, do you have a question? Representative Moika?
I was gonna say, I'll take back my second.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
Upon learning that there is a funding mechanism that's simple to access for a small amount of money, I respectfully withdraw my request of $1,000.
Representative Day.
I hate to do this, but motion to reduce the allocated amount to $0.
Motion on the floor. Is there a second? All right. There's a second from Senator Webb. So we'll move into the debating period. Anyone wishing to debate in Representative James?
Yeah, I'm going to vote in favor, but I just want to make sure the minutes has that we recommend that they do go to student government to get small funds of money to fix a current problem they have, like a direct problem like seats in the Ulrich. So yeah, voting in favor of this motion.
Anyone else wanting to speak in debate? Representative Stephanopoulos.
Can I propose that we unanimously consent to this or close debate, whichever one?
Yeah. Is there any objections to a unanimous consent? Seeing none, motion carries by unanimous consent of the body. All right, so we'll move on to the Graduate Student Council, page 258 through 263. Yep. Graduate Student Council. All right, so the request is for $47,000 for the Graduate Student Council. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Representative Zacharias.
Okay, so I move to approve $15,000 for the requested budget.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. So there's been a second. So we'll move into the debating period on the motion. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Representative James.
I yield my time to
Representative Zacharias.
Okay, so I was going to explain why I did that. So after talking to them when they came and presented, and I specifically asked when they would work, how many hours a week. So at most, they'd work 6 hours a week based on what they gave, and they will only work while school is in session, so that's 32 weeks. With the current contractual services proposal that they have between 6 members, that's going to be $4,000 per student. With the 32 weeks and 5 hours a week, that's 192 hours per executive member, and that equals a little over $20 an hour for their services. I think that is a lot, and while I get we want to make these positions attractive, that way people join the board, I think that is a lot of money to ask. And I think, especially since they haven't established everything and solidified it, that this is too much money at this time. Also, going off of what another representative said when we overlooked the graduate student programming, taking that into consideration and subtracting that out of their commodities part, that makes that $3,000, and that's why I came to $15,000 with my number. With the scholarships, since they don't have a plan to allocate those, and it's also replicating a service that is already provided by the Student Government Association, I do not believe that item should be on there, so I recommend $15,000.
Representative Hull.
I do agree a lot with what the previous representative said. I think they're just so new that they haven't had time to get the bugs out. As Representative Stephanopoulos said, that they haven't even had quorum to run a meeting. So I think giving them some money to be able to function, but giving them this year to figure it out, and then coming back to us next year, and then we can look at it again.
Representative James.
Yeah, so one of the reasons why I asked them when they came in was if everyone's getting paid the same on the cabinet, was because that number that Representative Zacharias said was relatively large for a position in a role that, is fairly new, and like they said, it hasn't even met quorum yet. But I do want to say to that as we've heard before, just because we give them an amount of money doesn't mean that we can cut from this line or that line. So I do want to keep that in mind while I vote, that they could disperse the $15,000 however they see fit. I don't know if $15,000 is the right amount for me to vote in favor of. I do want to hear some more debate, so if you all have some more things to say, please say them.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
I have a couple of different things, but first, how much do SGA executive members make, and what's the breakdown by the hour?
So by hour, we make about, I think the highest salary is $11. Yeah.
Can you give me all of them, please?
Yeah.
So the student body president makes $10 an hour. The vice president makes $9.85. The treasurer makes $9.50. The chief of operations makes $9. The director of public relations makes $9. This is per hour. And then all of our chairs next year will make $9. They currently make $7.25.
Representative Zacharias.
Yeah. And then each of their pay periods are different, so some positions are ultimately paid more because they work more than others. Yeah, but that's their per hour rate.
Yeah, so for example, the treasurer works generally from June through, August through June,
they work 365 days, except the treasurer works 2 more weeks after that.
2 more weeks, yeah.
So 400 days in a year-ish.
Representative Hull.
I don't think we should take the Student Government Association's pay and consider this, just because, number one, the Graduate Student Council just started. Student Government Association has been here longer than the university, and the Student Government Association does a lot more through their time and what they're doing for all 16,000 students. So I don't think that we should be taking consideration the Student Government Association's pay.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
I'd like to defer to Zacharias because her hand's been up for a while.
Sorry. Representative Zacharias.
Thank you very much for that. So I actually did consider SGA's pay in this. So with the 6 hours per week, that would still leave all of their members getting paid $10 an hour, which is the highest paid position that we have in SGA. And I did consider that they don't have to do that, and they can use their money however they see fit, but that's just how I came to my 15,000 number.
Just a point of clarification. So it used to be that SGA positions were stipend, so essentially, the president, my position, and the vice president's positions were stipend, or all of them were stipend, sorry. But the stipend was a little bit different for the president, my position, and the vice president's position, in that there was a 20 to 30 hour requirement. So basically what that means is like, if you work 20 hours, you might make a little bit less. In reality, I don't know that any of us ever work 20 hours a week. So that's just like, in comparison to 30 and the amount of time that we end up putting into it. But that was the minimum requirement to the maximum. So if you hit the minimum, you were spending a lot less. I mean, there might have been weeks that we didn't work 30, but I think for the most part, it's that or over. So that's the, but that has changed since January. So it has now gone to a hourly pay. Representative Stephanopoulos.
So I need a point of clarification before I make my comment. So when we talk about chair members, are those senators? And how many senators are there?
So, yes, they are senators, but they're senators who are in charge of they chair a committee. And so they only work like 10 hours a week, and they chair a committee. And yeah.
And then as far as number of senators, when we are full, it's 64 seats, and we currently have 33 filled.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
So I'd like to point out a little bit of inequity with the way work is distributed for both these bodies. SGA has correct pay, or should probably be more, probably, for all these positions, but they also pay chairs, they have additional positions they pay for rather than just executive. And then the Graduate Student Council, they're only proposing to pay executives because the expectation is for them to do a lot more work, and they also have to teach at this university, and they have to be more involved. And so they actually are limited in the number of working hours they could probably work. Some of them are unable to do other things, such as get a job from another place, because they might be international students and they're visa restricted and they can't, have another position. Another thing is that those salaries in general are just a starting point, and I don't think the calculation of $15,000 is equitable when we tally up the total amount of hours and costs for SGA. I don't think that they're measures. That's why I wanted to point out those salaries and all that, because we're not deciding their salaries. I think that this organization as a whole should probably be funded at least half their proposal so that they can have more than just disbursements of salaries is what we're talking about, but that's not what they would probably use it for.
Representative Miller.
Just point of clarification, are you asking to fund 15,000 or decrease their request by 15,000?
Fund 15,000.
Okay.
Representative Hull.
I feel like 15,000 is enough, number one, because they are a brand new organization and they still have not gotten the kinks out. Number two, the graduate representative has even pointed out that they haven't made quorum and they haven't gotten to the point of being able to even run a meeting. So I feel like 15,000, because we can't tell them how to spend their money, 15,000 will at least get them programming money and enough money to be able to function and get out all of those kinks, and then they can come back next year and request more money.
Representative Zacharias.
Sorry, this is just more of a point of information. Is the Graduate Student Council a student organization, and would they be able to get organizational funding from SGA?
The Graduate Student Council is not a student organization currently.
No, they hold the same
status
classification as the student government does.
Representative Burth. Did you, Representative Stephanopoulos.
I defer to Representative James. His hand's been up.
Representative James.
Thanks. I was just gonna say the only reason why I'm not I'm for a cut because they are really new and they haven't even met quorum yet. But the only reason why I don't agree with the 15,000 is because the numbers came from pulling out of each line. So I think if you came to a number that wasn't like that, I would probably be in favor because the number I had in mind was like 25,000 to fund for them. But yeah, we can keep debating on it if you all would like.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
I need to make an explicit point of clarification. They haven't had quorum for the last 2 meetings, but they have had quorum this semester. Just to make that as a clarification. And then in agreement with Representative James, I believe that the whole requested amount isn't necessarily appropriate, but this is a body that should have representation, and it's growing, and they'll come back. And I think that, as the treasurer said in the email that the representative, or I guess advisor Gabriel Fonseca read to us, that they need to experiment with some of these things, and that this is growing pains, and they'll work out the kinks, as Representative Hull has mentioned. And so I think cutting it to 15,000 is too little, but I'd be much more comfortable with about 50% funded, or a little bit.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate?
You all have 8 minutes left.
Okay. Anyone else wishing? Representative Hull.
I vote that I motion that we close debate.
Okay. Motion to close debate has been seconded by Representative James. So all in favor of closing debate, please raise your hands. Opposed, same sign. Abstentions. All right, seeing none. So motion carries with 11 in favor, 0 abstentions, and 0 against. All right, so we'll move into the voting period on this. The motion is to approve $15,000 to the Graduate Student Council. All in favor of approving $15,000, please raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5. 8. Opposed? 1, 2. Abstentions? Motion carries with 8 in favor, 2 opposed, and 1 abstention? Or 3 opposed? 3 opposed, and no abstentions. All right, so moving to Shocker Career Accelerator. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate on this item? Representative Stephanopoulos.
Did we get response for the questions that were requested by me?
Gabe, did they respond?
I didn't get anything, did you?
No, I don't think so. I'm looking. I'm not seeing it. I'll see if I can. Do we want to email them one more time? Just let them know. Okay. All right. Anyone else? Representative James.
So when we were brought this budget, the person presenting was really excited about it, and I think that's what scared me a little, is because he was so excited that he was like needing this money to like cover himself basically, or cover this program, and I don't know if the need is really there. That's my biggest problem, is if the need is there, then I'm for it, but if the need isn't there, then I don't know we should give this money to this program.
Representative Zacharias.
So I think this program is an amazing tool, and I wish every student could have it. I just want to put out there that I don't know how to feel about it, just because I feel that this might be duplicating services, while not actually duplicating exact services. It's duplicating the purpose So I was just wanting to put that out there.
Representative Berth.
So I will say, LinkedIn is the future for businesses and whatnot, and they have a great program tool rather, not program, to utilize that helps you, advance and identify gaps. In the meeting itself, it was identified by the individual presenting that some of the services are duplicated. Maybe not to the extent that this tool does, I believe was the comment made during the meeting. If anybody remembers that comment, they can correct me. One of the things that this tool does that isn't there is it provides the certifications that you have received a training from one of their modules within the tool on a specific task. So what was, practically, 80% of it was duplicated by career services. From what I can tell from conversations with them as I was setting up my own career development stuff for the student veterans and utilizing some of their services to identify shortfalls, skill gaps, things like these, as well as like resume reviewing, things like that. So the only benefit I see from this, in addition to that, would be those certifications that you don't necessarily get the skill. The university currently will identify this is your skill gap, but it doesn't necessarily give you the tool to go into it. And then I would argue my own statement, because there are courses available that we could take that do exactly that. However, the only difference is it doesn't tell you this is a course that would deal with that, which could be up to a personal conversation with career development or an advisor, like, hey, these are my skill gaps, what can I take in order to go around that?
Representative Webb.
So yeah, I think this is a fantastic tool, and I think that it helps with people's resumes, especially engineering, with getting those badges, seeing that you're certified in certain things. I think as far as their proposal, they did a lot of things right. They're asking for it just initially for this year and then phasing out, finding other funding sources as it goes, which pains me because I just don't think that this is as high of a priority as a lot of the other programs that are requesting funds here. So with that, I would motion to fund 0 for this request.
Second. So the motion has been seconded. So we'll go into debate on this motion. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate?
Point of information.
Representative James.
This is a new program, right? This
Yes.
is new. Okay.
So this program has never existed in the past. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Representative Stephanopoulos.
I had specific concerns when I asked him if he had met with the Microsoft rep. He said he was unsure, probably. Currently, we have a major software issue on this campus where a lot of computer labs do not have some of this kind of business software you'd want certifications for. And this would put more burden as it just identifies skill gaps. And then some of the certifications themselves cost hundreds of dollars, like SQL database, like basic certification through Microsoft. That's $132. So I'm not convinced this will give us all the certifications we need. He also mentioned that we don't have an undergraduate production management degree. And he said that is a major point, but we do have a minor in that for undergraduates. And it made me wonder if he's even talked to the MIS department or other technological departments on campus about how this is going to be integrated, how it's supposed to supplement students in a truthful way for what they actually spend versus what they get, because this is an extra $150,000 or so over 3 years.
Representative Narramore.
In favor of this motion, the positive of not funding is that the speaker did have plans to find other forms of funding or even extending the deadline, so that just not funding this specific the career accelerator at this moment doesn't mean that this idea might be just thrown out of the question.
Yeah, again, to Representative Narramore's point, that's what I wanted to bring up, that when asked, he said that they would be able to find the funds elsewhere. It would just take longer for them to do it, and maybe if they took a little bit longer to work on the project, they might be able to, iron out some of the other kinks that are clearly there. So, Representative Zacharias.
You said everything I wanted to.
Perfect. All right. Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Representative Hull.
I motion to close debate.
All right. There's been a motion to close debate in a second, so we will move into the voting period. All in favor of of closing debate? All in favor of closing debate, please raise your hands. Opposed? Abstentions? All right, motion carries with 11 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions. So we will move into the vote on this, to allocate $0 to the Shocker Career Accelerator.
Who made that motion? Okay. Then who
Senator-
seconded that one?
Senator Day seconded.
To close debate or to fund zero?
To fund zero.
Okay.
Like a couple minutes ago. Yeah. Okay. Everybody on the same page? Okay. Awesome. So we'll move into the vote on funding $0 to Shocker Career Accelerator. All in favor of funding $0 to Shocker Career Accelerator, please raise your hand. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, no, okay. Abstentions? All right. Motion passes with 11 in favor, 0 abstentions, and 0 oppositions. So, guys.
There are two that are tabled still.
Yep.
So you have prevention services and you have student involvement. And then before you continue, hold on 1 second.
Okay.
When are we talking about the COLA increase?
And the COLA increase.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great.
And point of clarification, we also
Yes.
only have like 15 minutes or
We
13
have
minutes
13
left.
minutes left before we're supposed to end.
Okay, so for the COLA, the legislature or the university sometimes decides to mandate and adopt cost of living increases. And last year we were looking at like a 2.5% when we passed it through. And we ended up doing a 1.5. So you guys have $45,000 left over from last year that didn't end up getting spent on those salary increases. Right now, I think we talked to Zach Gearhart, and it's possible that the state might mandate a 2.5% salary increase. It's also not for sure yet. We don't really know. But if they did, the total amount, if you would fund the entire 2.5% for those areas that have salaried personnel, it would cost $89,606. But I also kind of calculated it out based on the percentage that each area is funded by student fees. So, for example, student involvement is like 90% funded by student fees, so we would kick in 90% of the funding for those raises. So, based on that, the prorated amount is $64,928. And you guys would also have the option of not funding the potential cost of living increase, and just letting the departments come up with it themselves.
So as you think about that, the options we gave to the committee last year, and then I'll kind of give you where they went last year. They had the option of funding it 100%, funding it halfway, or not funding it at all, and the department having to make that up. Ultimately, the committee last year moved to a 2.5, so funding 100% of the COLA increase that was projected.
Representative Miller.
So is that 0.5% that you mentioned, Gabe, or that, whatever, is that prorated rate or half of the 2.5%?
Half of the 2.5% was the other.
I think last year it was the same prorated sort of thing. That was the other option that was kind of out there.
Representative Hull.
Are we saying like what our opinions are about it right now?
Okay, so we can move into debate. We're only going to have 10 minutes to move into debate. Or we can adjourn early and then move into debate when we get back. Representative Wright.
And so I just have a question about the reserves. So those reserves are not encumbered, like they don't, like they're not allocated towards anything right now. Okay.
No, they are not. They're just sitting unallocated in the unallocated student fee org.
Representative Hall.
Are we able to sweep those and use those towards this year's budget?
Absolutely.
Get to the reserves.
Cool.
So,
With the motion,
yes.
I motion to adjourn about 10 minutes early so we can think about what we just saw and just have a little extra rest time before we meet again at 9.
Is there a second? All right. All in favor of adjourning 10 minutes early, please raise your hands. Opposed, same sign. Abstentions? All right, so motion carries with 10 in favor, none opposed.
Really
one
quick,
abstention.
before you all leave, I would encourage you folks, I sent you all additional information that you asked from student involvement. Come talk to me, okay? Come ask me questions. If you have questions, concerns, I encourage you to come actually ask me and let's have a conversation so that we're not assuming things or talking about it at 9 o'clock.
Yep.
And then I'm also going to forward you the stuff from Dr. Provines as well.
So we're going to call the Student Fees Committee to order at 9 p.m. All right. So we're going to pick up where we left off at student involvement's budget on page 84. All right. Does anyone want to speak in debate on this this budget or this request? Okay. Oh, also, does anyone know where Representative Stephanopoulos is? He went to the bathroom. Okay, he'll be back in a second. Okay, awesome. Representative Naramore.
In terms of the student involvement budget, I would like to speak in favor of not a decrease, but perhaps just no increase and just leaving the budget as it is. My arguments for this would be that in terms of the graduate student assistants, because they've already gone through their program at least 1 year, I think it would be unfit to cut enough funding where there would be no graduate student positions at all, because they still would maybe be able to find ways in their budget that they could fit in those 6 graduate positions for their last year, as well as I'd also just really like to see what they managed to do with programming and also services with just the same budget that they got last year, and then if they could come back to us next year with ideas of how they might need an increase for the next year, I would like to see that. So.
Representative Kirk.
Two things. Clarification to the previous senator's question. So you're just proposing that to have it stay at 1,052,515? Yeah.
Yes, from last year.
Okay. From last year's budget.
Yeah, the budget that they got from last year.
Okay. That was my question. I just want to reiterate to everyone that even if we go back to what they had last year, we need to remember what student involvement does. If we do not remember or know what student involvement does, we have at least right now one person in here that you can ask questions to. But from my experience with student involvement, they do a lot for the university. If we cut it under $1 million, it's going to greatly impact. It's going to greatly impact all of our constituents, and a lot of people not only just rely on that itself, but people's jobs are going to be cut. So please, when we're making this decision, think of not only jobs and how it's going to affect people, but think of just the whole community and think of next year and further, please.
Representative Moika.
Also adding to what Representative Clark said, I do believe that student involvement has done a great job on student outreach across campus from either undergrad or to grad students. So it's doing an exceptional job, and let's keep in mind that they do represent all students, and in the last 4 years it has grown, and it got more programs within its, underneath its, what's the word? Yeah, umbrella. Thank you.
Representative Hull.
I'm going to take my job out of this consideration. I would rather the body cut the increase and graduate funding not necessarily be there for that office than for this body to cut services to 16,000 students that this department offers. Student involvement has helped me and other folks find this career of higher education to better its students, and I don't think that we should take that away with leadership opportunities and spaces where they feel comfortable making mistakes and building themselves up to be the better individuals who are going to go out and change our world.
Representative Webb, I think, was first.
So I'd just like to agree with a couple of previous senators. I've talked to a lot of my constituents over the past 24 hours now, and I've gotten a wide array of responses. About half think that SI's budget is huge and it could take a cut, and the other half think that SI is doing a fantastic job and they need this increase. I've had a couple that have said to just not fund the increase, and I think that's where I'm at right now, listening to a lot of the other representatives. Also, just a clarification, it was said before that to keep it at the 1,052,000, it was 113 last year, right? Yeah.
Representative Kirk?
I also want, this is a point of clarification too. This has been a confusion between some representatives that I've heard from, but Greek Council, the Greek life in itself does not, like the chapters, do not get money from SI. Correct, Nancy? Okay, they do not get money from SI. Now, it would affect Greek life a little, but it would not. This money does not go directly into the pockets of the chapters so they can buy a new basketball court or whatever. I had this explained to me by many presidents of different chapters, and Nancy explained it to me a little bit too. So that was a little bit of a confusion. Just remember that, and none of this is directly into the pocket of people. Okay, let me rephrase. This is not directly into the pocket of the people within the chapters or with the people that it's going to. It's there to help and to give jobs. That's the only way that I understand. I could be wrong, correct me if I am, but from what I'm understanding, the only way that it's directly going into somebody's pocket is from the jobs, from my understanding.
Representative Moika? Oh, sorry.
I have a quick question. Do we have a motion on the floor?
No, so we're just debating on the budget, and then
Okay.
if you want to propose a motion, you can. Representative Stephanopoulos?
I would like to advocate that we fund the budget as described, unless there's a more pressing reason to cut. Because I think those positions, as was outlined from the information we requested for those graduate students, they're very essential for the functioning of SI. And it was explained to me that these particular kinds of higher learning internships, or however they're described like that, are actually attempting to bridge a gap that's been part of a KPI, a key performance indicator for the university, to provide more learning opportunities that are based on actual experience. And so it's a very valuable thing. It's for graduate students as well. So it's not just that I'm a graduate student representative. My concerns, of course, as I've mentioned before, is that they were invited here under a different context of funding. And so ideally, I'd say that if we fund this, I wish there was a mechanism to find out a sunset period for after these students graduate, so that they're not, continued in this particular budget. But if we were to cut it, it would probably just come out of reserves because they're so important. And so we're also going to be considering cutting their reserves after this too. So it's either, in my opinion, we seriously consider cutting these positions like this, not these positions as an item, but the money that probably goes towards them, or we consider cutting the reserves that haven't been allocated, that are just extra stuff in there, and then they have this money in the future for right now. So it's not debatable later on, because these people, they have at least 3 years before they graduate probably.
Representative Berth?
Thank you. So during the break, I took the opportunity to speak with Advisor Loosely about some of the information that we received due to our request. And then I also took the opportunity to speak with several of y'all, and as well as go back through the budget request and compare it through to what they received last year, speaking for the 2020 adopted and working kind of backwards off of the things that I knew had occurred, such as the reduction due to Advisor Fonseca's position, not him directly, but the position itself, salary being split, which was, if my number's correct, and feel free to correct me if I got the wrong number, $24,500. We also saw that $31,000 of this request was taken out and put into the EOF into a scholarship, so I accounted for that. We also were informed during the process that there was not extra money, that sounds bad, but there was a duplication of money that was accounted for that we already took out to account for that of the 19,000, not just $19, sorry. And then after speaking again with Advisor Loosely, I looked back at the benefit for like fringe benefits increase and health insurance and whatnot, and I calculated all of those numbers and subtracted them from the total, which is $1,052,515, and I am left with $15,200 that I don't know where it's at. So if the chair would allow, I would like to hear from Advisor Loosely about where exactly that is, or perhaps the budget office.
Yeah, I'll allow it. Who would you like to ask first? Advisor Loosely.
I'm pulling up my document.
While that's happening, if anyone else wants to speak, and they are welcome to. Representative Wright.
Well, I have a motion. Do we want to wait till we get?
Can wait. Yeah. Representative Stephanopoulos, you have a question?
Yes. So there was also a portion in the funding proposal that said a 0.5 position was funded in 2019, but it wasn't entered for whatever reason. Is that part of any of the budget in this $15,000 or $19,000? Once you pull up your documents.
So I do want to clarify the $19,000 was taken out of EEO. That was the decrease because it was not put in salaries for last year. Right. So we put it in salaries for this year, and that's where you'll see if you look at the FTE, it's a 10.53. So then looking at the difference in, well, it's hard because the money is in there for graduate assistance, which is that money. And we had part of the money in there already for grads that we currently had. We have been paying them a stipend, but not tuition. And so part of that money that we use to lower the total amount of grads that we ask for, and so that $36,000 is going towards their stipend. And then we have the other remaining scholarships that go towards their tuition, for the 5 different ones. And then you're looking at a difference or the same amount for the student salaries that we have, and then the fringe benefits that change also. And then the rest would be under contractual services. That would be the differences that we looked at. Taking out the $15,000 or the $19,000 that was in there, and then everything else beyond the scholarships was pretty much flat. So and I checked this with Jason, the $315,182 was taking out the $19,000 from that line item. And then the rest of all of them were flat, except for scholarships, which we added the money in for this year's proposal for, to make up the difference for tuition that we pay for our grads. If that's making sense.
What do you say?
So, a little bit.
Do you want to speak, Representative Wright? Okay. Representative Wright?
Motion?
Yes.
I motion to approve $978,400, which is simply the $1,006,000 that was allocated in FY20 minus the $24,500 in salary that's been moved to the student government account minus the $3,100 from the Student of the Year scholarship.
Can you repeat that?
Lauren.
Quick point on that. The actual amount allocated included the 1.5%, so it was like 1,013,000. It's in the books. 1,013,836.
I'm going to give Representative Wright a moment to work on his motion.
Can I get the number again?
113, 836. 1013836.
Okay. So I withdraw my former motion, and I have a new motion
Representative Wright.
to approve $986,236 for the same reasons outlined before.
Is there a second?
What was the number again?
$986,236. Not, no, 986,236.
Is there a second?
Can you repeat the number one more time?
Sorry, is everyone ready? Is there a second? If not, then we'll move back into the debating period. Second? All right, there's a second from Representative Day, so we'll move into the debating period on the number 986,236, is that correct? Yeah. All right, anyone wishing to speak in this? Representative Hall.
I have a question for Representative Wright. Did you add in the other 0.5 position that was approved last year to that funding request?
No.
Point of clarification. Oh, Representative James.
I was just going to ask Representative Wright why he didn't add that in.
Representative Wright.
I mean, as my understanding is that position was not approved by this committee. So we approved the $1,006,000. So that's what I'm basing it off of. So I don't know who approved that position.
So
because we don't approve positions.
So, okay, very quickly. So the 1 million, just point of clarification, the 1,013,836 is the 1,004,000 plus the benefits from, what's it called? Oh, not from COMA, plus the COMA increase, sorry. COLA increase. So is that the point of confusion or no? Or am I
This body doesn't approve positions, so I don't think that's a relevant number.
Okay.
Are we talking about the 0.5 position that was included inside the packet? No?
You did approve the 0.5 position last year.
Okay.
The money for it Let me clarify. You did approve the money for the position. Yes. Yep. Yes.
Any other, Representative Webb?
I just wanted to put in that Lauren showed me the number that it would decrease our variance to, and it would be 128,000.
Representative Miller?
I guess I just want to hear a little bit more from Representative Wright as to why he made this motion exactly. Just more detail, please. Once again.
So all this motion is,
Representative Wright, sorry.
so all this motion is taking what they were allocated last year minus what they've moved off to other, like other line items. So I'm trying to request a flat change, but in order to do that, I need to move stuff because there's been things that in this budget that have been moved to other budgets, if that makes sense. So I am attempting to keep their request flat.
Would it be helpful if Representative Wright, went through it? Okay, no. Here, I'll ask Representative Wright. Representative Wright, could you go through it and explain, what you took out and what those numbers look like? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I took out the 24th
mental math, out loud, so that everyone can, sorry, go ahead.
So I took the initial 113 that they were allotted last year, and then I subtracted the 24,500 from the Assistant Director of Student Involvement's salary that has been moved from this line item to the student government line item, and then I subtracted the $3,100 that was in this line item but has since been moved to the WSU Student of the Year Scholarship.
Representative Miller?
Okay, so I guess my confusion is, so in the 2021 budget request, that at least for the scholarship, that money had already been removed from this budget request. So if you do not believe that those two, that $24,500 and that $3,100 has not been removed from that budget request, can you tell me, I guess I'm just why do you think that, and can you show me how you got that? Does that make sense? I'm just very confused as to why you believe that those two haven't been already removed from the budget request.
So, point of clarification, I think what Representative Wright is saying is that you are trying to say not to approve the positions, and then from last year's request, taking out what has moved. Is that correct? Yes. That way, does that make more sense as to what the actual motion is? No? Oh, it's okay. So, yeah, Representative Hull.
I feel like this should be amended because you did not add the .5 position into this funding request. So you need to be adding that 19 or however much that .5 is back into this funding request, because then you're not keeping it even. You're actually subtracting whatever that .5 position was.
Point of clarification from Lauren.
The .5 position was included in the revenue of last year's request, so that is in there. Yep.
So overall, it was included. Representative James.
This is slightly off topic, but how much of Advisors Fonseca's salary is now covered through SGA?
40%, which totals $24,500. Representative Stephanopoulos.
I defer to Representative Webb.
Representative Webb.
Well, thank you. Just to hopefully provide a little more clarity to Representative Miller on any confusion, I think what Representative Wright is trying to say is that they're not already removed from that budget because it was last year's. So that budget was requesting for those line items because it was last year. Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Representative Stephanopoulos, did you want? Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Representative Stephanopoulos.
Unless there's hands up that want to have a different discussion, I motion to accept the budget as written. And
So
no?
there's already a motion on the floor. So it was Representative Wright's motion.
Can I motion to close debate?
Yes, you can motion to close debate.
Unless there's a
Is
hand that goes up.
Is there
I
a
see
second?
hand.
Second. All right. So, we will go into the voting period on the motion to close debate. All in favor, please raise your hands. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed? Abstentions? So the motion carries with 6 in favor, 3 opposed and 2 abstentions. So we'll move into the voting period on this line item. All in favor of the...
Can you remind them of the motion before you continue?
So the motion is to allocate student involvement $986,236. Dollars. Okay. Thank you. All right. $986,236. Thank you. All right. So we'll move into the voting period. All in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed? Abstentions? So the motion fails, and we'll move on to...
Was that 1 to 7 to 2? Because
Yeah,
that's not 11.
All right. So 3 abstentions.
Okay.
So, yeah. 7 to 1 to 3. Yeah. All right, so we'll move back into debate on this. Representative Stephanopoulos.
I motion to accept the budget as is.
Is there a second?
Point of clarification.
Yeah.
As what they're wanting for year 2021 or for 2020?
Representative Stephanopoulos.
2021 with a roughly $40,000 increase because it includes the salaries of the students. And we could probably look at removing stuff in the reserve account that won't affect directly a line item for someone's existence, or we're not voting on that existence, but in general.
Second.
All right. Representative Zacharias with the second. We'll move into debate on this motion. Representative Hull.
I'm just going to make a very small comment. When it comes to these graduate positions, yes, I am one, but I just want you all to understand like what my role is when it comes to this. I am a paraprofessional. I take some of Gabriel Fonseca's job away so he can focus more on the Student Government Association and other aspects of his job that he has time to give to students, and then I am number one contact for those students. And I know we have many other graduate assistants who fill that role as well. I just feel like a lot of people think graduate assistants are just like literally assistants, but there are actual roles for these folks and that are helping students every single day.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Representative Naramore.
Although I'm not completely in favor of accepting the budget as is, I would be in favor of not changing the budget, or at least increasing the budget a little bit to account for some of the graduate student positions. Just as I feel as it's a difficult situation for both the student involvement and student fees to be in that no one was expecting for some of these positions to need to be covered. So I would be in favor of covering at least a few of them, but I think the complete increase might not be able to help us get to the 1.5% variance that we want. And if not, we might need to consider increasing that 1.5% that we are considering.
Representative Berth.
So before I go, I just want to make sure that it was in full, right? That's the motion that's there?
The motion is in full.
Yeah, so the only issue that I have is, like I said, for my math, there's 15,200 that I don't know where it's going to. So I would be against a full and in favor of that reduction simply because what has been stated, I can account for where it's going, and this I cannot.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
I'd like to pull my motion so that we can go back to debate. Perhaps Vice President Berth can offer a exact amount that he feels more comfortable with.
Representative Berth. Oh, sorry, if you.
No, that's fine.
Representative Berth.
So my motion would be to, let me get the exact number for you. I just can't vote. But I only vote in the case of a tie. This is what I heard over there. So the exact amount that I would be motioning to approve is $1,037,315, which is a $15,200 reduction from their proposed request.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Moika. With the second, so we'll enter into debate on this motion. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Representative Hull.
I feel like Representative Berth gave a valid reason of why we should cut that 15,000, just because right now it's not fully stated of what that would be used for, and I think that would leave student involvement enough funding in order to be able to create great programs for our students and have the staff to do that.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
Just a point of clarification. Can somebody tell me if Nancy, sorry, I don't know what your title is. I'm getting tired. Advisor loosely, said was the $15,000 or speculated what it was, or can she answer?
Advisor loosely.
Yeah, I talked about that a little bit earlier when Representative Berth put it out there. So I'm sorry I can't be more clear unless I could sit down and so.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Representative Day.
I am undecided, but leaning in opposition to this particular slight decrease of the request. I feel that if we are serious about reducing student fees, we need to take a harder look at the budgets and make sure that such a strong increase really would serve students. I'm just not convinced yet, frankly, so.
Representative James.
I think that this motion on the floor right now is the only sensible one, simply because all the points have been made about this amount of money is the only amount of money that we don't know where it's going to. Everything else is accounted for except for this $15,000. So I would vote in favor of this, and I hope you all would be too.
Representative Moika.
Motion to close the debate.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. So we'll take a vote to close debate. All in favor of closing debate? Opposed? Abstentions? So the motion carries with 8 in favor, 1 against, and 2 abstentions. So we'll move into the voting period. All in favor of allocating the student involvement request? What's the number exactly? $1,037,315. All in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed? Abstentions? So the motion carries with 7 in favor, 3 opposed, and 1 abstention. All right, so moving on to what? Prevention
You table
services.
prevention services, yep.
Yep.
I sent everyone the email that Dr. Provine sent. There was an addition from Dr. Young, so the person who presented that budget. So I'm going to briefly read that really fast to you all so you
Okay,
have that
perfect.
information.
Thank you.
So this is Marcy Young. She sat next to Dr. Provine. She said, I'd like to add just a little bit more detail to a few areas that Dr. Provine provided regarding the potential graduate student position. This position would, 1, assist in coordinating the Prevention Ambassadors program. The Prevention Ambassadors are undergraduate students without extensive knowledge of prevention information. This graduate student would assist with every aspect of the program, such as recruitment in the fall semester, extensive training in the spring semester. Every week, Ambassador is required to engage in activities to bring prevention information and activities to campus. Approval of ambassador proposals to ensure that our ambassadors are engaging in evidence-based and nationally recommended ways of engaging is vital to the success of the program. And then 2, this program should ultimately result in decreased levels of suicide, sexual violence, substance abuse, and increased mental health wellness promotion, and assist us in making our campus a place of support and connection. Number 2, research current trends in engaging students on prevention topics, and assist in planning, staffing, utilizing the prevention ambassadors, and executing innovation, interactive, and effective prevention activities, training, social media, etc., to assist in increasing both the number of students we engage as well as the effectiveness with information is transmitted. Thank you for your time. If there are any questions, I'm happy to provide that.
All right. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate on this request? I have a question for Advisor Fonseca. It is a new position that has not been filled, correct?
I think from the information that was provided, they are hoping to build this position and get it filled, yes. If you looked in the email from Dr. Provines, their hope is to create the 20-hour work week position from a student from public health, social work, community psychology. So yeah, it's a brand new position they would hope to create and fill. Yeah.
Okay. Just so we're clear on what we're speaking about again. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate on this request? Is there anyone with a motion? Oh, did you wish to speak? Is there anyone with the motion? Representative Hull.
I motion that we approve the full amount requested.
A motion by Representative Hull and a second by Representative Zacharias. We'll move into the debate period on this motion. Is there anyone to fund in full at $29,204? Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Representative Berth.
So I'm going to speak in favor of this one. Simply, and I will state up front, I'm kind of biased on this one because I do serve on the Prevention Services Board, so I do know several of the things that this program does and is looking to do. As far as their request, as far as their request goes, I think they presented the material fairly well. I think the increase, along with some of the information that we have provided, is kind of justified, and that's why I would be in favor of funding in full.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Representative Moika.
Motion to close the debate.
Is there a second? So hearing a second from Representative Stephanopoulos. We'll move into the voting period on this motion. All in favor of approving prevention service, the prevention.
You have to
We have to
take the vote.
close debate. We'll move into all those in favor of closing debate. Please raise your hands. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Opposed? Abstentions? So debate will close with 10 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention. So moving into the voting period on this motion, all in favor of approving Prevention Services Program, $29,204. Please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. Opposed? 1. Abstentions? So the motion passes with 10 in favor, 1 against, and no abstentions. All right, so do we have?
With the motion, I motion we go back to the student affairs budget.
Is there a second? Oh, Representative Hull, you have a question?
Did we want to talk about the COLA increases, the fund of
Oh, that's true.
$45,000 that's just sitting there?
Yeah. Okay, the procedure says that we are going to hit COLA before we go back to anyone else. So we'll go to COLA and then we can go back. Does that sound good? All right, so moving on to the COLA increase. Is there anyone wishing to speak on the COLA increase request? Representative Hull.
I am going to be against this increase, number one, because it's not even passed legislation at this moment, and we can't guarantee that it will, and it's also not in the governor's proposed budget. So I vote that we don't fund it at all, and then that money can go back to the students instead of sitting in a fund that may or may not happen.
Anyone else? Representative Day.
To echo Representative Hull's point, I agree that we shouldn't base budgetary decisions on hypotheticals, and I feel that this is too hypothetical. I wish, okay, y'all to say that. I'm losing my mind at the time of night.
Representative Berth.
As a technical holdover individual, I was here last time when we talked about potential COLAs increases, and we decided to start off with funding only partial, and then once we had reduced the funding enough to justify doing the whole, we came back and did that. After talking things over with the budget office about the likelihood of whether this would pass or would not. The likelihood in the past of why we did this was fairly high, and the likelihood this time around is not. And so I would be in favor of not funding this at all.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate on this? Representative Wright.
With a motion, I recommend we approve $0 unanimously.
I second that motion.
Second. Any objections? Oh, it doesn't require a second, sorry. Representative Stephanopoulos. Is that an objection?
Yes, I object.
Okay.
I would like a vote.
Okay. So we'll move right into the vote on that motion. All those in favor of approving, of funding $0 towards the COLA increase, please raise your hands. Opposed? Abstentions? 1, 2. So the motion carries with 7 in favor, 2 opposed, and 2 abstentions. All right, so moving on now. Oh, Representative Hull.
Hold on really quick. You said 722, right?
722.
Okay, that's what I had. Okay.
Yep.
Are we just moving on to reserves? I'm sorry, it's a lot of
Yeah,
questions.
so
so I didn't know.
at this point, what's next on the docket? Do we move? Do we move to reserves, or can we move back to the budget again?
So,
Point of order, point of clarification. I don't know. James made a motion that was never withdrawn or anything.
Yeah.
So I just don't. Yeah.
To move back.
To move back to student affairs.
Yeah. We can move back at any point in time, correct?
yeah, so because technically you would have to vote like out of the budget, so yeah, so technically the budgets are still open.
Budgets are still open?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So we can move back
So
within the rules.
wait. So but did you denied
Yeah, but we're gonna go. Sorry.
I think the reason why his motion wasn't recognized was because you didn't finish COLA.
Because we hadn't finished
So
COLA.
now you're done with
So
COLA.
now we can go back.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, guys.
So now you can do it.
Okay, all right. Representative James, do you want to go back to your motion?
Yeah, I motion that we go back to student affairs budget.
I second the motion.
So we'll move back to the student affairs budget, which is on page 153. And point of clarification, Representative James, did you want to move back to student affairs or student affairs assessment and retention?
Student affairs.
Okay, thank you. All right. So currently, this budget is at 92,000. Is there anyone wishing to speak? Oh, do we need to vote on the motion to go back? No, okay. So we can just go back. So currently, student affairs is at $92,000. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate on the request? Senator James, Representative.
Yeah, so after talking to a few other representatives and looking at the number that we're currently sitting at, trying to get to that 1.5, a small decrease on what we already decreased. So going from $92,000 to $87,000 is what I am recommending.
Representative Kirk.
Question for Senator James, Representative James. You said you talked to people. Why? Like, what exactly did your constituents say?
So, looking at the email that was sent out from Dr. Hall, where she lists her initiatives and stuff like that, stuff like Graduate Student Council, stuff like esports travel jerseys, and like leadership, while not cutting it all together by the full amount, cutting it down would help not only student fees, but since that money is going other places, like we have stuff for Graduate Student Council and esports, that's why I'm cutting it down even more.
Representative Zacharias.
I just want to further explain on that because we did have a conversation. This 87,000 would still leave 10,000 open to be used in the discretion of the department. So it would be 10,000 that's not claimed by the email already to different initiatives.
Representative Kirk.
So, what Representative James, what you're saying is kind of to for SGA and student affairs to be working together if a student group or whatever wants to like a EA game, sorry, yes, if they want to go out and to a travel thing, sorry, my head's all over the place too now, they go to student affairs and get what they can from them, and then they come to SGA and get a group, like something from budget and finance, correct? Is that what you're saying?
That could be an option for the other money that is allocated. That could be an option because that option is still available because SGA does still have organizational and individual funding. So that, you're right, that could be an option for them.
Thank you.
Representative Hull.
I would like to remind the body that honestly, the only money that is allocated at this point in her budget is for leadership. The rest of it, there's not a guarantee that the Big 12 will come and ask for money next year. So you cutting back is not necessarily just on those initiatives that she funded this year. Those are initiatives that are happening next year. So like, yes, we can say minus 10,000 for Passage to Success because it's already funded, but there are other initiatives that could come up next year let's say that 10,000 could go to.
Representative James.
Yeah, and I agree with that. That's why we're not specifically trying to cut from each thing. We're just cutting overall. So that way, if there is something that is funded by SGA or another student group, she doesn't have to have that burden on that one group. So yeah.
Anyone else? Representative Moika?
You have question for Colleen. Do you mind explaining the process of getting the organization money from SGA, the process of it?
Yeah. So basically what happens is they submit an application on Shocker Sync. And generally what it is it outlines, so if it's event funding, it outlines what their event is and how much they're going to spend the money on, and then they have to fit into certain categories for spending. Does that make sense? So like they can spend so much on speaker honoraria, they can spend so much on a venue, they can spend so much on like advertising within events, within travel, they can spend so much on the actual physical travel, they can spend so much on lodging, and they can spend so much on registration for whatever event they're going to. And then the last category is the $500 for organizational like expenses essentially. So that's like for the drone club, they bought a bunch of parts for their drone. So that's what happened, that they submit this application, then it comes to me on Shocker Sync, I review it, I make sure that they have everything that they're supposed to have in, and then I take it to the Budget and Finance Committee. The Budget and Finance Committee will discuss the request. Generally, we call the person in, but sometimes when we get really bogged down with the request, we have to just either call them or talk to them via email, and then we talk about their request. After that, we send it to the Senate floor with a recommendation. The Senate will vote on it, and then it comes back to the SGA office to be signed by the president, myself, and Representative Berth. After that is done, they will host their event or travel, and then they have to submit their receipts to us. So it's a reimbursement process. So they have to submit their receipts to us to be reimbursed for what they have. So oftentimes, like, students won't spend all of the money that we allocate, and so they won't get all of that money back. Does that make sense? Sorry, that was a bit long, but that's basically the gist of it. Representative Naramore.
So I just really see any cut to student affairs as a cut to a program that we might not even hear about because it hasn't even come up yet. So basically, I see like a $5,000 cut as a $5,000 cut in a leadership conference in the future. I don't see it as a cut in any specific program that's already been listed here. And so that's why I'm deeply concerned in any cut in student affairs, and I think it would be fair to keep it within the 90,000 to the 100,000 range consistently over the next few years.
Representative Wright.
I just have a question. So are fraternities and sororities eligible to receive SGA funding? Because I'm just wondering, because a lot of the requests from fraternities and sororities are below the $2,000 limit that we have.
So fraternities and sororities are eligible. So any registered RSO, registered student organization who's registered through student involvement or through student involvement and approved by student government is eligible for our funding. Representative Hull.
I would like to point out these fraternities and sororities that are on this list, they have very small chapters that don't have a lot of funding. So let's point out Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, they only have 12 members, where some of our IFC or Panhellenic chapters have 80, 100 members. So just please keep that in mind when you're kind of looking at this.
Representative Kirk.
I want to go off of what she just said. Something even more drastic, Phi Beta Sigma has only 2. technically only one, and they're going through the process to try and get more. But like she just said, that is why a lot of these sororities and fraternities aren't on here, because like they don't have that kind of fund yet, because Phi Beta Sigma just became a chapter here last year.
Representative Miller.
I also just want to point out also, and correct me if I'm wrong, either advisor, because you two have been here with SGA for a little while now, but some of these sororities and fraternities have come to SGA for funding in the past and have also gotten funding from Student Affairs. I am assuming, because I know for Alpha Phi Alpha, SGA provided money for their Miss Black and Gold, and I'm sure that they've gotten money for whatever it may be from Student Affairs also, so they use both sources, correct?
Yeah, I can answer the question, yes.
Okay.
And I would like to clarify, historically, the association
Representative
has done that often. I think one of the things to kind of understand historically with some of those, like the example you gave with the pageant, this association has sponsorship money that they're utilized in the past. They've utilized reserves through auxiliary funding. So history of the association had supported some of these additional initiatives beyond the normal funding applications.
Advisor.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate what Terry or Dr. Hall said earlier, that a lot of the groups that come to her, she funds as our underrepresented students here on campus, because she knows that they have sometimes less funding than some of our larger groups, and so that's a commitment she has made to a lot of our underrepresented students.
Representative James.
Going off of what Advisor Fonseca said, that's another reason why this cut, while albeit small, is still important, because they still do come to SGA for funding, and we most of the time do give them the funding that they do need, and also they also do seek sponsorships. Like I know Miss Latina, they go out and seek sponsorships, as well as Student Affairs, as well as SGA. So just to keep that in mind.
Representative Day.
I would like to reiterate a point I previously made about this item, which is that the high degree of discretionary authority given to the Vice President of Student Affairs really bothers me a lot. I think, in fact, I'm going to vote in favor of this cut, but I would go even further cutting it. I don't see, and I understand that there needs to be funding to support these organizations. I just wish there was a process in place where it could be more accountable, and that basically she's just not spending what she wants to based on what she's interested in. I don't think that's fair to students.
Representative Wright, did you have Representative Zacharias?
I would like to keep us talking particularly about the position that we're funding and the where the money is going, rather than to individuals. And with that, I believe everyone is kind of just going in circles at this point, and I move to call to previous question.
Is there a second? Sorry, it's to end debate. Call to previous question is to end debate. So there's a second with Walter, Representative Wright. So we'll move into voting on closing debate. So all in favor of closing debate, please raise your hands. Opposed? And abstentions? So motion carries with 8 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 abstention. Abstentions and 2 abstentions, sorry. All right, so we'll move into the voting period. All in favor of allocating Student Affairs $87,000. Please raise your hands. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion fails with 5 in favor, 6 opposed. All right, so Representative Hall.
Don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but I motion for us to go to reserves.
So,
You have to
okay.
close out
We
the
have
budgets
to
now.
close out the budget before we can go back.
So this is, and you can't reverse that vote.
Yeah.
So this
So-
is it. So
So
you're
you have
closing
to
out the budgets.
be okay with everything that you've done, right? Before we close out. I'm going to make,
Defer to Representative Webb.
Representative Webb.
I move to go to the SGA budget.
Second. Can I second? I can second. Oh, okay, well, I'm gonna move.
Can you please provide a page?
Yeah, 195.
You talking about a individual fund or the, as a whole?
The association, so 194.
194. Page 194, everyone. No, you're good. Okay. So, we are back to the Student Government Association budget on page 194. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate on this budget? Representative Webb.
I move to change the allocation to 230,000 flat.
Can you say that one more time?
230,000 flat. Representative Kirk.
Question for Representative Webb. I'm trying to understand why you would like to do that.
Representative Webb.
Just looking over our budget and remembering from what we talked about when the whole Senate talked about when we originally proposed this, and also having discussions with a lot of people about or hearing concerns about the amount of individual or organizational funding. I think that there are things that we can cut out to get down to this number, and I think that since we're looking at organizations to cut, and this is a student government body, I think that it should start with us.
To speak. Representative James.
I just would like Representative Webb to repeat the motion that he made.
I move to change the allocated recommended amount to 230,000.
All right, it needs the motion needs a second. Second by Representative Day. So we will move into,
Okay, hold up.
oh, sorry.
So the total SGA allocation was approved for 318. You want to reduce that to 230?
Sorry,
Just the association.
just the association one.
Okay, okay.
So
Yeah.
a decrease of,
Okay.
that would be an
So
overall
the 241 one
So 241,
to 230.
Yeah.
Got it.
741
my bad.
decrease. All right, so.
Fine.
All right, so we're gonna, guys, we gotta get back. All right, so we're gonna move into debate on this motion. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? I mean, I'll be, Representative Berth.
So I'll be speaking in favor of this motion. I do believe there's more that we could go, but I'm willing to talk about that after approving this one and, possibly dipping into some of the other funds that SGA has. But I think the previous representative made a good point about us being good stewards of our own money, both in while we're asking other organizations to do so, and just being fiscally responsible to our students. And so I am in favor of this cut.
I will also speak in favor of this cut, not as a budget officer, but as chair of the committee. I think it is a cut that we can sustain, and as we ask other departments to consider their budgets and to consider the amount of money that they spend on items, I think we need to have, I don't know, sort of an interior look and think about what we can spend money on, and I think it's, and think about what we can spend money on, and I think it's something that we could sustain.
Motion to call the previous question.
That requires a second. Second. All in favor of Walter Wright? All in favor of closing debate? Opposed? Abstentions? 1. So motion carries with 10 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention. So we move into the voting period on this motion. So all in favor of allocating $230,000 flat, right? $230,000 to the Student Government Association, please raise your hands. Opposed? 1. Abstentions? 0. All right, motion carries with 10 in favor, 1 opposed, and 0 abstentions. All right. Mm-hmm. Representative Berth.
So I'd like to move into SGA student funding, which, correct me if I'm wrong, is the individual and organizational funding, correct? And summer.
Yeah. Representative Berth. Oh, did you have a motion once?
Well, so now that we're here.
Now that we're here. It's on page 199 for anyone.
Turn the page. Sorry, I forgot to tell you, 199. So I think there was some discussion earlier about a $10,000 reduction. I think it was from individual funding. I do believe that was a fair estimate. There are some other things that student government can do to solve the issue that went along with that recommendation, but I do believe this is an area that we could sustain a cut of that size.
Anyone else? Oh, is that a motion? Representative Berth, was that a motion? Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Representative Kirk.
Can we say that again?
So the motion is to decrease SGA student funding by $10,000, which would be a total of $53,000. And just a reminder, so there's $30,000 in organizational and $33,000 in individual funding. Representative Kirk. All right, so we will move into debate on this motion. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Representative Webb.
Just a question for you. How much is usually left at the end of the year for this funding?
Yeah, so depends on the year. This year, we have, most years there's not anything left within this fund. This year, I think we are at probably $10,000 left.
You're sitting at 8,000 because we just did some approvals last
8,000
week.
because we just did some.
Yeah.
Actually, that wasn't too far off. Okay. Yeah. So does that answer your question? Also, this year we didn't run out. Generally, they were running out in February. So last year they ran out in February. The year before that they ran out quickly as well. This year we didn't run out because we allocated a little bit less. So instead of $600, we were generally consistently allocating more like $400. There were some reasonable exceptions, but I think Representative Day was next. Representative Day.
I will be speaking against this cut, and first of all, I'd like to question So are you proposing that this will be paid out of reserves, or are you just wanting to cut the spending totally? Because there's a $9,000 reserve in there that I'm trying to figure that out.
So we haven't gotten to reserves
Okay.
yet. Yeah, sorry. Representative Hull. Oh, sorry, was that a question for Representative Berth?
Yes.
Okay, Representative Berth, do you want to respond?
You answered it.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Representative Hull.
I have a question, unsure if I can ask this, but would the Student Government Association be willing to give 10,000 out of reserves to keep the 10,000 in this? Don't know if that's a question I can ask.
Representative Fonseca. So you can answer it. It depends on what they want to do next year. So like.
Yeah, so I think
Yeah.
the one thing we kind of remember when we talked about the budget during the presentation, and again, we're setting the budget for the 63rd session, so they're going to figure out if they're going to use reserves from their own account to make it up, then they're going to do that, or if they're going to cut something else from their budget to make it up. But we're not going to know that until August.
And again, as a reminder, there's no legislative requirement for any amount of money within anything. Does that make sense? So even our scholarships, although they are although they're set forth in our legislation, there's no number associated with them, partially because of the process of allocation and the process of and the way things change. Lauren, do you want to speak?
Yeah. With the reserves being at 9,000 or something, I assume June 30th. If the balance right now is at 8,000, then you only have 8,000 left total. That includes the reserve.
and that'll include the reserve. And so last year, I think part of that was money moved in to facilitate individual funding, and then the other thing is sometimes people don't submit their receipts until much later. Am I covering everything?
Yes, I think to clarify, while the account on the book shows a reserve, we swiped that reserve in August. So that reserve doesn't actually exist anymore. It exists in the overall SGA reserve, which is about 30-ish thousand that we have. So we've actually sweep all of our accounts from student government when the new treasurer comes in to clarify that money. So that account doesn't have any money left over. The books show it does because that was June 30th. The new treasurer didn't start until July. So that's why it shows in there, but we empty all of our accounts and put it into our SGA reserve. So there's actually no money in there right now.
Sorry, also the way that I'll stop speaking on this unless you guys have questions. Sorry. Representative Day.
I'll be speaking in opposition to this. I feel that since that there's clearly demand for this because every year, with the exception of this year, it runs out very early. It's basically up to the discretion of the treasurer how much they want to allocate to each person to a large extent. And I feel that it's not wise to just cut this so significantly when there is demand for it. I think that's a disservice to students.
Representative Miller.
So just kind of to echo Representative Day a little bit, since I'm not voting, I'm just going to say I feel uncomfortable with this as that money goes directly back to students. And like Representative Day said, there's an extensive history of this funding running out very, very early. And I almost feel like, obviously that's not going to happen this year because of where we're at, but I feel like in the future that this should almost even be increased in the future. That's something that SGA needs to look at because there is such a demand for this. So I am uncomfortable with decreasing this.
Point of information.
Representative Zacharias.
I'm sorry, did we set an adjournment time for this meeting for 11 or to midnight, or did we not set one at all?
We have the room till 11. We have the room as long as we need. How long are we going to live stream?
Until we're done.
Until we're done. Okay. So, does that answer your question, Representative Zacharias? Yes. Okay, Representative James. Did you have a comment? Okay, Representative Stephanopoulos.
Maybe somebody could clarify for me, what brought about the $3,000 increase that you guys set for the budget? And what would be the opposition just to going back to the 60,000?
Do you want me to answer? Okay. So essentially, okay, so the money it's partly determined by the way money becomes available. So the money becomes available at the beginning of each semester. So there's 2 allocations, and then the committee would allocate the money out over the course of the semester. Part of the problem was, since in the past they were running out of money in February or October, there wouldn't be money left over for students to go to conferences over the summer. And so that got allocated. Gabe? Second?
Yes.
Okay.
Last session, the student government approved summer funding, which was the first time in the student government's history that it's done that. Typically, they would only approve spring and fall. They allow students to travel over the summer, but it had to be a spring application, which would take off one of the abilities. So the Senate last year authorized the association to open a summer funding account. So the $3,000 there is the money to fund the summer fund. Traditionally, it's been a year. Last year, we pulled that number out of our reserves to pay for it. And the reason why we put it in there goes back to the idea of the concept that we wanted to actually set a budget for things and not just rely on reserves for them. So that's what that increase is for. Theoretically, hypothetically, of course, we can survive without it because we can just find the money to pay for it.
Representative Hull.
I am concerned by cutting it this much. I would be okay with going back to the 60,000, but we keep making comments about how students should go through this process to get the money, but us cutting the money that we're pushing them to go and apply for just doesn't make sense to me.
So, here, I'll Representative Berth, and then I'll.
I hear a lot. I understand it. Doesn't quite make sense. But what I was thinking with this one was more on addressing a misuse by the university departments, I guess you could say, of pushing students directly to this fund when they have, finances first. So they could fund students at least partially, and then they come to us, but they demand that they come to us first. And so this is kind of a, when you abuse something, it's usually taken away. And so this is a reduction of, if you continue to abuse, we're going to reduce what we have.
So maybe.
But as I stated in my original, sorry to cut you back off, but in my original is SGA itself could technically, institute a policy or something that would help mitigate that. I'm just trying to, nip it in the butt right now. That's where I was at with that.
So just a point of clarification as to what Representative Berth is talking about. There have been several times where students will come and essentially ask for money through individual funding from the Student Government Association. And their professors are sending them to student government to obtain funding through individual funding when they have funding allocated through grants for research to send people to conferences. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that when this happens, it's generally one of the most more frustrating offenses that I've seen is a professor who has their name on the research, essentially coming to the committee or sending their students to the committee to take something to propose it at a conference when essentially benefits the professor to have as many students go to the conference as possible. And I think that's why we see more often a certain demographic of applicants, and sort of this continued misuse of funds, because when you look at it over a several year period, it's the same demographic consistently. So Representative Day.
Okay, so the problem that Vice President Berth and Treasurer Osterman has referred to is a very real one, that professors will basically abuse the system to force their students to apply through this funding. The problem is I don't see honestly how cutting the funding would resolve that. I feel like that would just make it even more exclusive and less likely for other people to apply to.
I might respond if that's okay with everyone. So I don't know that So I think there are many internal processes that student government needs to work on with this funding. But it also throws me back to that conversation about if we're going to ask other departments to look at things that are possibly unnecessary or possibly, I don't want to say expendable, but misallocated, yeah, that's a better word, then I think that we need to look at that within our own association. So that's the first point. The second point is something that I've kept in my mind through this entire process and through this entire year is what is the hierarchy of needs for our students? And although I know that professional development conferences and leadership conferences are important, the students that we're sending are going to have more job opportunities than a lot of the students that we fund in other ways. And so it makes it more difficult for me it makes it a little bit easier when I think about that hierarchy of need, right? To say, okay, we have all of these scholarships for homelessness, for hardship, we have a hardship fund, right? We have all of these different kinds of scholarships for very real and apparent needs. So it makes it easier for me to look at, this is travel to a professional conference, and that isn't anyone's bread and butter. Does that make sense? Representative Zacharias.
While I am glad to hear everyone's input, I feel that everyone is saying the same thing, just in different phrases, and I would just remind everyone to be considerate of the time.
Yep. Representative Stephanopoulos.
I need a point of clarification and 2 follow-ups. First, is this the same travel fund that funds travel for students? You give about $30,000 for that. Is that the same one?
So there's 2 funds, individuals, which is travel for students. The second is for organizations, which organizations can travel through. But yes, so this is the only for individual students who are traveling to conferences or leadership conferences.
And so this isn't affecting the students who apply for things for taking the papers and stuff and doing presentations and things like that, or is it?
So it would be, yes.
It would be. So earlier today I spoke about how I met with the Associate Dean of Research and Graduate Studies in the College of Engineering, Janet Toomley, and I actually investigated this particular population because I was told that the SGA would actually look at this and figure out exactly how many students were coming from engineering and the fact that they were majority graduate students. I'll reiterate again, she told me that these were computer science studies students and they don't write journal articles, so they're not getting published. They actually have to go to conferences. It's part of the academic style that particular discipline has because the fields change so quickly. And also, more importantly, this is an academic institution. President Golden has mentioned that we want to move towards a more research-based institution. So presenting these papers and doing things like that are important. And yes, professors' names are on these posters because they're the primary investigator, so they're the preceptor. So that's required in academic institutions for this stuff. Second, I'm a bit concerned that we're talking about cuts, and if we're going to use the words abuse, and we're going to use the words that, we see this habit and things like this, why isn't SGA just denying these things outright? Why are they allowing them to persist? What was SGA's role in this? Because now you're putting blame right on the students who applied, who are encouraged by the university to accept academic endeavors, is told by their faculty, SGA exists to promote sciences, education, academics. So what is the message exactly of SGA if they're recognizing an abuse, they're calling it an abuse, and then they don't actually stop the abuse? And they're coming to a fees committee to stop it rather than at the point of applications when they grant it.
So I'm just going to respond a little bit. So first off, it's not only computer science majors. It's been displayed all across the engineering department. So we've had biomedical engineering students, electrical engineering students. We have had computer science majors. We've had aeronautical engineering students. We've had one undergraduate biology student. We've had several health profession students, and we've had one student going to the Capitol. But the rest of the students have been allocated out through engineering in different departments. The second point I want to make is that this was a very recent thing that I had been frustrated with the persistent applications throughout the year, and we talked about different ways of trying to address between maybe only funding a certain number of trips within each college, but that was only a discussion within probably the past 2 or 3 weeks leading up to the Student Fees Committee. So this is an ongoing discussion within the Student Government Association, and since Representative Berth brought it up, I thought I would speak to what the discussion has been. And then also, even without all of these different things, I think when we talk about what I think about in the hierarchy of needs for students, it is, whether or not they're going to get health care, whether or not they're going to get therapy, whether or not they're going to get these really important things. And I don't see conference travel necessarily as high up in the hierarchy of needs as some of our other funding that we offer through the Student Government Association. Representative Stephanopoulos.
I think that it's a wrong policy to maintain in this particular body, because we're not here to administer what things are allowed or not allowed for this particular program. You guys have the authority to set the requirements, make them public, and currently there is no restriction on the number of students from any college of any discipline or anything like that that's publicly displayed that there's any kind of limits. And so I disagree categorically with the suggestion of abuse, because you have the power to deny these things and you chose not to. Unless I am mistaken and that's not a power, or there's a different method that I'm aware of. But I'd like to hear a little bit more about that, or we can move on. It's up to you guys.
With a motion.
Representative Webb.
Motion to call the previous question.
So the motion to end debate has been given and seconded. All in favor or of ending debate on this motion?
Are you in debate or are you voting?
In debate.
Wait.
8. Opposed? Abstentions? 1. All right, motion carries with 8 in favor, 2 opposed, and 1 abstention. We will move into the vote now. All in favor of allocating $53,000 to student government funding, please raise your hand. Opposed? Abstentions? 1. So the motion fails with 7 3 in favor, 7 opposed, and 1 abstention. Representative Kirk.
Point of clarification for everyone as well. Vice President Berth said, like, for the 53,000, the reason why he was wanting to do that was kind of like a, correct me if I'm wrong, but more or less like a consequence because of the fact that colleges were sending their students to us without doing anything for them, correct?
Representative Berth, you can
So yes, in part, the other part was to kind of start the debate on the topic and try to get more attention drawn to it. But my goal was what you have said.
Okay, so, I would,
Representative
I'm
Advisor Fonseca.
This is not a discussion for the Student Fees Committee to weigh in on. This body does not have the authority to dictate to the student government how it spends its money. This is a problem for the student government to address. And I'm not saying it's a waste of time, that's not what I'm trying to say. It is not conducive to the time of this body to create policy in which this body has no authority to set.
Okay, given that, okay, sorry guys. Representative Hull, if it's about the previous motion, are we, okay, Representative Hull.
I promise it's
Yeah.
not. I motion.
Technically, we can't.
I motion to close budgets and vote on them so we can move on to the rest of the things that we need to get done tonight.
All right, is there a second? Seeing none, we'll move back into looking into the budgets. Representative Zacharias.
I move to go, I request to go to page 165, if that is possible.
Which budget is it, Representative Zacharias?
The Sunflower Equipment Reserve Fund.
Page 165, the Sunflower Equipment Reserve Fund. Representative Zacharias.
So, I move to relook at this budget and recommend 0.
Representative Kirk.
I would like a clear explanation of why, please.
Representative Zacharias.
So their reserve is a separate thing than the student fees. It's not our student fee reserve or anything of the sort. So I do not feel comfortable allocating the $5,000 of student fee money to add on to the current $12,000 reserve that they personally have in their account. I believe that they are able to pay for the upgrades for their equipment with that, and that this $5,000 isn't needed, especially since we are looking at what is needed rather than what would be convenient.
Representative. Oh, sorry. Do you want to make a motion? Did you make a motion?
I did make a motion. It wasn't seconded.
Have we seconded it? All right. Representative Hull has seconded it, so we will move into the debating period. Representative Wright?
Yeah, so my opinion on this is that computers are extremely expensive, especially at this university where the sort of normally, like if an individual were to buy a computer, they would have the option of shopping around, but I believe with the contracts of this university, they are limited in what they're allowed to, who they're allowed to purchase from. So, and then I would just like to add that this, like the purpose of this fund is to grow over time until they need to replace. So I think that by cutting it, we're limiting them for when their eventual upgrade does come.
Representative Kirk?
I'm going to be echoing what Representative Wright said. That's exactly what I was thinking earlier. I just couldn't get it out. Just exactly what he said. The computers are expensive, and they need to. This is what they need. This is what, and to be able. I mean, you probably already know this as well, but this is in direct effect of our students. It does help. It helps them get to what they need and what they need to know. So I am going to be voting against 0.
Representative Zacharias.
So I began to think of this as we talked about other items in the budget, and just being fair, I was thinking that we should revisit this. So with the argument for the Ulrich Museum that we don't want to fund money that's just going to sit around for a year, this made me think back to this. And also with Model UN, with us decreasing their budget and saying that they should look into other avenues of resources and the such. That is another reason I wanted to revisit this budget, and I want to be fair, honestly. We are looking into other areas of cutting, and I just thought this is one that could possibly be.
Representative Webb.
I think the Sunflower has done a good job of looking at other avenues of funding, particularly with their ads. It is more difficult to get ads, and I think that they've done a great job of what they've done so far, and so I think that they've done an adequate job of trying to do that, that I don't think waivers this funding.
Representative Hall.
A point of clarification, did we get an answer what they were planning on using their other reserves for, the $140-something thousand?
Advisor Fonseca, did we get?
What their other reserves are for, the 100? I know it's up there just to make sure that nobody's like gonna cut them fully. But she said that we needed to ask her advisor. And so I was wondering if we got that question answered.
Okay.
So, their advisor just got back last night from their conference, so no. And then the members of the Sunflower were judging a competition, so they did not get the information. So no.
I will also say, when it comes to the reserves that are held on off campus, those are, as I understand it, from advertising revenue. So those are outside of the purview of our committee. Does that make sense, Representative Hall?
I'm not saying we're trying to take them. I'm
Yeah.
saying that they can use some of that money that sits there to help with what Representative Zacharias said with replacing the computers that they need and doing those upgrades. I think that.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to.
Yeah, no, you're
clarify
good.
that. Yeah. Representative Naramore.
I think it's important to look at what we voted on in the past, specifically with the formula team. In their reserves, they said that those reserves would go for computer updates, and that's why we didn't increase the budget. But then also for varsity esports, we chose to give the full amount, and part of that was for updating computers because it can be so pricey and be thousands of dollars. And even departments that aren't funded by student fees are facing the same issue, so I think it would be unfair to just cut it for just the Sunflower compared to the other organizations that we kind of helped allocate or support funding for.
Representative Zacharias.
I just want to say that I believe the Sunflower is unique compared to those organizations. They do have a combined reserve of about $162,000, and with all of that in mind, unless I did my math wrong. With all of that in mind, I don't think that this will hurt them. I'm not trying to hurt them. I'm just trying to look at this with the arguments we had for our other items.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Representative Moika.
Motion to close the debate.
Second from Representative Wright. So we will vote to close the debate. All in favor of closing the debate? Opposed? Abstentions? So the motion carries with 8 in favor, 2 opposed, and 1 abstention. So we will move into the voting period. All in favor of funding $0 to the Sunflower Reserve, Technology Equipment Reserve. Please raise your hand. Opposed? Abstention? So the motion fails with 2 in favor, 9 opposed, 8 opposed, and 1 abstention. Representative Kirk? Okay. Oh, okay, sorry. So was it? No, he was opposed. Okay, so we have 2 in favor, 9 opposed, and 0 abstentions. Representative Kirk.
I motion to keep this bill at the original 5,000.
Okay, so we don't have to motion to keep it at the 5,000 since the motion failed. Representative Webb.
I move to go to page 78, the WSU Student of the Year Scholarship. 78.
So we are on page 78, the Student of the Year Scholarship. Representative Webb.
So the current budget for this is 3,100. We talked about it earlier. I still feel like it should, I feel like it could be moved down to 0. I feel like this is a unique scholarship among all of the others in the EOF, scholarships, and I think that rewarding students who have shown exemplary actions throughout their time here can be rewarded in a different way with respect to trying to balance our budget tonight.
Representative Kirk.
I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with this. I mean, one of the things I get Representative Webb's reasoning, but I also see that $3,100 to be able to be awarded. Was it one award? I can't remember. Was it one award or several different? 8 to 10. Thank you. So $3,100 spread out between 8 to 10 different people. I mean, to be able to give back to somebody and say, like, you did a darn good job this year. This is what you get for all of your work. I mean, all of the time and effort that we're putting into what we're doing right now is the same thing that someone that would be winning this would be all the time that they would be putting in to homework, study, labs, same situation, and they deserve whatever they get from that.
Representative Berth.
So I just have a point of clarification. What exactly is the Educational Opportunity Fund's purpose?
Is that to me?
Yes.
Okay. So this is from Senate Bill 72. The Educational Opportunity Fund, be it enacted by the Senate of the University that the following statute governs the definition and distribution of all funds from the Educational Opportunity Fund. Section 1, purpose. For the purpose of this statute, the EOF shall be construed to include all funds collected from students enrolled at the university which are paid and or assessed at enrollment and or fee payment periods excluding tuition. This is assessed based on full-time enrollment and prorated for part-time students. Section 2, eligibility for appropriations. The EOF shall be utilized to give financial assistance to members of the association to facilitate or expedite their academic pursuits at the university. The EOF shall not be used to replace existing university support for financial aid and student services. Okay. So the Student Fees Committee shall limit funding to those departments, organizations, agencies, or programs that concur with one or more of the following guidelines. 1. Academic scholarships and fellowships for both graduate and undergraduate students. 2. Needs-based scholarships, including awards to students who with special expenses such as childcare or groups of students who have been historically underrepresented in higher education. 3. Salaries or grants for students participating in public and community service. 4. Salaries for students employed in campus student service programs such as tutoring, daycare, and peer counseling. Any program or activity which is not in compliance with the Constitution, bylaws, statutes, and or resolutions of the association shall not be eligible to receive funds. So that's where we're at. Representative Hull.
I feel like this scholarship falls underneath the community service and giving back to like the public works of the university. These students are not just sitting around doing nothing. These are students who are going out and doing that extra mile, and they deserve to be rewarded for that.
Representative James.
So yeah, just like I said yesterday when we first talked about this, just because these students are, doing well academically doesn't mean that they don't come from backgrounds that are underrepresented or diverse. And just taking the scholarship out altogether defeats the purpose of moving the scholarship here, because, as the advisor loosely said yesterday, this was put here to protect it as scholarship money, and that way it doesn't interfere with the budget for the banquet at all. So taking out the scholarship as a whole just doesn't really sit right. It doesn't really make sense to me either. So I'm voting against the motion.
Representative Webb.
Just as a clarification, I don't think that it doesn't belong here. I just think that it's unique among all the others, and I think that they could be rewarded in a different way.
Representative James.
A question for Representative Webb. Do you have another way that you see we could award this money?
Point of order. We do not.
Representative Zacharias.
We aren't able to tell departments how to use their money, and it's not our job to come up with ideas on what we think would be a better way to award these students.
Anyone else? Representative Day.
Okay, so as some of you may recall, I was the person who introduced the resolution that set it at the requested amount. At the time, I was on the fence, but I felt that it was important to move on to a different topic because that was taking a long time. The more I thought about it, the more likely I am to fund it. I feel that, like Representative Webb said, there are more sensible ways to serve students than the relatively modest benefits indicated in this scholarship, so I'll vote in favor of the motion.
Representative Berth.
So just steering conversation back towards what EOF is for you have academic scholarships and fellowships, you have need-based grants, you have salaries or grants for participating in public and community service, and salaries and students employed by the campus for service programs. So, if the conversation is going with removing this one, I think it should be, based on grounds that it doesn't meet EOF qualifications, and if it does, argue from that point of this is the one that this qualifies for. A previous representative has already stated one which they believe, but I would encourage the rest of you to argue on that key point of whether to keep it in EOF, and if not to keep it in EOF, if you move it back into student involvement, if you don't want to get rid of it entirely, or I forgot my last one. You're good.
Representative James.
So after hearing that, I will say again that it does meet the standard for community service, and I think it meets the standard for the academic scholarship as well. So that's my argument for this.
I'm going to argue on this point that for community service, it says it must be a salary or a grant for students participating in public and community service programs. So this scholarship is neither a salary nor a grant. And then when it comes to academic scholarships and fellowships, this scholarship is not academically based. It's based on merit, but it's not based on academic merit. So that's what I think about it. Representative Zacharias.
I move to call to the previous question.
Second. Okay, a call for the previous question has been made. All in favor of moving into the vote? Yeah. And seconded by Representative Day. All in favor of moving into the voting period, please raise your hands. Opposed? Abstentions? Sorry. Motion carries with 9 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 abstentions. So we will now move into the voting period. All in favor of granting the WSU Student of the Year Scholarship Competition $0 in funding, please raise your hands. Opposed? And abstentions? 5-5.
Okay, but I think
And
you delivered
Representative
the
Kirk
motion
is gone.
incorrectly. The motion was to cut. Is that what it was said?
Yeah.
Oh, I heard to fund it.
To fund
Okay.
it, $0. Yeah. And then Representative James.
Can you say the vote again?
It was 5-5 to 1 abstention as Kirk is out of the room. Should we wait for Representative
Nope,
Kirk to come
it's
back?
time to break the tie.
Representative Byrd.
Wait. Can I filibuster
Representative
until John
James.
comes back in the room?
Well,
The vote's already
No,
in.
the
now.
vote
it's
has
already
already
been.
been.
All right. Representative Byrd.
So, Mr. Vice
I
President,
finally get a vote. Not that that's a bad thing or a good thing. I'm just excited.
take the vote.
So, I'm going to go against the motion to fund $0.
Motion fails with funding $0. So we will move on. So it stays, yeah, so the amount stays. So on Representative Hull.
I motion for us to close the budget and go to the rest of the things we need to handle tonight.
Again, is it seconded? Sorry. Is it a debatable motion? It should be debatable, right?
So I would argue you're ending debate. So
Yeah, we're motioning to end debate.
no.
No, we're not. We're motioning
You're
to
ending debate,
close the budget.
which is ending debate on
Okay.
the budget. So it is not debatable.
Okay. So we will go right into the vote. All in favor
Hold
of,
up. Let me make sure everybody understands what this means. This means if this vote passes, we are moving on, which means you cannot go and open a new budget. You cannot go and
can't
change the
adjust
number again.
anything.
This is it. Yeah.
Does that include the revenue?
No. So that just includes the recommendations from the committee column. By voting yes, that stays. By voting no, we continue to talk about them.
vote to debate. So, no, oh, okay, sorry. It's a debatable thing. So, voting into the voting period, all in favor of ending.
Pause. Last year when we
debate.
did this, we did a roll call vote so that everyone's name was
We'll
on the
have
record.
a roll call vote. Representative Hull. Representative Hull.
Close it. So yes.
Representative Moika.
No.
Representative Kirk.
Close it, yes. Yes.
Okay, yes. Representative Webb.
Yes.
Representative Berth. Oh, he doesn't. Representative James.
No.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
Yes.
Representative Naramore.
No.
Representative Wright.
No.
Representative Day.
No.
Representative Zacharias.
No.
Do I vote? Yeah. Oh, really? No. Sorry, guys. Okay, we'll move back in. Now, Representative James.
So the only reason why I voted no is because I wanted to review it all together one last time before we closed it. Like I'm fine with closing it. Just go at everything, make sure there aren't any missing numbers or anything is inputted wrong I just want to go over it all together one last time and then we can close it.
With a motion. Motion to move to formula team. Page. I'm trying to find it.
Page 212.
Point of information.
Representative James.
So we did not set a time to adjourn.
No, we did not.
You said, I mean, I looked at the minutes, it's midnight.
It's midnight. Okay. So I'm gonna make a motion to, sorry, I'm just looking. No. I need the other one. Sorry, one moment. I'm gonna make a motion to reduce their request by $20,000, putting them at $42,000. 42? Well, we'll make it an even $45,000. Representative Kirk.
I'm asking for you to explain your reasonings, please.
Well, hold up, it needs to be seconded first.
Oh, is there a second? Yeah, cool. All right, let's talk about it. So my reasoning is they asked for $70,000. We allocated them, what was it again? $62,000. They're on a 2-year build cycle, and they went to a 2-year build cycle, I think it was last year, which means that they only build a car every 2 years. But we're allocating them the same that we were allocating them in 2019 and 2018 when they were building a car every year. And also their reserves are at $67,000 currently, and they already built their car. Does that make sense to everyone? And so that car is viable within the racing period for 2 years. So, but they're still coming back and asking every year for the same amount of money that they were asking when they were on a 1-year build cycle. So I say that if we're going to continue to fund, either we need to look into, because if it actually costs them $70,000 to build the car, right, then every year they only need $35,000 to build the car on a 2-year build cycle. Does that make sense? But if it's costing them $140,000 to build a car, then they need to be explaining that within their budget. And it's not explained, and that wasn't really the sentiment that I got when we were asking questions. Representative Webb.
So I first just have a question. You said how much was in their reserves?
$67,049. Well, not reserves. That is their current balance for this year, but they've already built their car. Does that make sense? So their current balance in their account is $67,049, but they already built their car. So they're racing a car that's already built. So what they have left to do is go to races.
Point of personal privilege.
Yeah, Representative James.
Can we slide over to see the number in the red? Other way. Yeah, okay. That's okay. Variance number is what I wanted to see.
Yeah, could we look at 18? Because I want to make sure that I actually said that right. Yeah. So 16, 17, 18, 19, they're at $66,000. 1949, yeah, sorry.
Point of personal privilege.
Representative Zacharias.
Could we just plug in that number you're suggesting? Because I already forgot it.
So I was suggesting $45,000. I would be willing to go lower because I don't even know that they need that much. Representative Hull.
I do agree with Colleen, just because they are on that 2-year build cycle and they do still have so much money left over in their funding. And I think we are asking everybody to cut at this point. So I think with having that much money in your account and then asking for the same amount to basically being added to it is a little much.
Representative Webb.
So even if they are on a 2-year build cycle, during that year, they still spend a lot of money re-looking at it, altering it, doing design, different things like that. I think we already cut Baja by a ton to where they will have to work really hard, if they even can, to build their 4-wheel drive now. And these two are two of the three main engineering student organizations that students can get involved in, get internship experience. When they came to speak, they said that people come to this organization, or employers come to this organization specifically to ask if students from this organization want to come work for them in the future. So I think that crippling them by that much, to where it's almost the lowest in the past however many years it's on that spreadsheet, is a little excessive.
I would also be willing to give some of that money up to Baja, just to even things out, if anyone wanted to motion to do that. Representative Burr.
So speaking along similar lines as some of the previous speakers, while I'm not opposed to cutting formula further, and with the noted balance that they have to date, yes, their car is built. However, they still have travel costs to go to competitions, entry fees, things like that. They also have expenditures if parts break in order to replace those, as well as some that have already been mentioned, so I won't go back into those particular details. So as you're considering this cut, I would, caution you or encourage you to consider these factors when making your decision.
Representative Zacharias, did you have anyone else? Representative Wright?
I think the current allocated funding of $62,000 is right in line with where they have historically been funded. And I think if we have a concern about their reserves, because they took a year off from building a car and that built up and now they have a car and have a lot of reserves, I think the prudent thing to do would be to sweep the reserves rather than to cut them. So that'd be my recommendation.
All right. Anyone in favor of, sorry. Can I call to question? Anyone want a second? Second? Okay. So moving to the vote. All in favor of
You
ending
have to
debate?
vote on the closing debate.
Ending
Yep.
debate, yeah. All in favor of ending debate? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries with 11 in favor, none opposed, and no abstentions. So moving into the vote, all in favor of allocating $45,000 to Formula Team? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion fails with 2 in favor, 4 opposed, and 5 abstentions. Representative Zacharias.
I guess I'm with a motion to change the formula team's allocation to 60,000.
Second, does anyone have a second?
Second.
Okay. Seconded by Representative Moika. Moving into debate on this item. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Representative Naramore.
Just a short comment. I just see this as more reasonable of a decrease than the 45,000.
Yeah. Representative Hull.
I think this would be a reasonable decrease, and then looking at the reserves when we get to that, as some previous representatives said before.
Representative Webb.
I would be more in support of doing what a previous representative said, leave this as it is and look at their reserves.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Representative Stephanopoulos.
I agree with Representative Webb.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Representative Moika.
Motion to close debate.
Second. All in favor of closing debate? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries with 11 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions. We'll move into the voting period on this motion. All in favor of allocating $60,000 to formula engineering? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries with 7 in favor, 3 opposed, and 1 abstention.
Point of clarification.
Representative James.
I believe there was 4 against.
Oh, sorry, 4 opposed
Just
and 1 abstentions. Yeah, thank you. Representative Hull.
Can I motion that we look through the budget as
Representative
James recommended, so we can see if we can move on?
Yeah? Do we have a second? I guess we don't really have to
don't even have to
motion.
do
We
that.
don't need a second, we just go.
Do you all just want to look at it? Do you want to, like,
So when I
Do we want to
imagine
go through line item by line item?
yeah, I imagine that you state like this group gets this much, and
Okay, I'm gonna
Just
move my mic a little bit closer.
Point of information.
Representative Zacharias.
So do the committee members wait until the end to say, oh, I still wanted to look at this? Or while we're going through? we
You can
say-
just, let's stop at items so that it goes a little bit more in a more organized fashion. So first, Cultural Ambassador Program, we allocated $10,000 to. Any objections to the Cultural Ambassador Program? All right. Second, debate, we allocated $20,000 to it. Any objections to debate? No? Okay. Disability, sorry, I have one question on debate. Is it a class?
That's the debate team.
Is there a debate class, though? There is, okay. Of the class, okay. It was,
This funding is for
yeah,
the team.
just given our conversation on Equal Opportunity Fund, I wanted to talk about whether or not it is possibly fall into an academic scholarship. Disability Support Services. We allocated $11,500. Are there any objections? No. Moving on to the graduate school and the McNair Student Scholarship. We allocated $10,000 to the graduate school and $9,000 to the McNair Scholarship. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this?
Do you want to sit in my seat and do that so you can look at the
You know what? That would be great. Okay. All right. Hollis.
Since it's on the screen.
Oh, got it. Hollis Scholarship for community service. We allocated $15,000 for it. Are there any objections? Next, the historically underrepresented student grants. We allocated $50,000. Are there any objections? No. Next, the International Student Hardship Fund. We allocated $10,000. Are there any objections? Okay. Next, International Scholarship. We allocated $10,000. Are there any objections? Next, the International Scholarship Fund. We allocated $15,000. Are there any objections? The Dreamer Scholarship, $3,500. Are there any objections? McKinney, I'm just going to say it, and if you object, just yell like, I object, okay? Or I want to talk about it. Dreamer Scholarship, $3,500. McKinney-Vento, $6,000. Domestic Student Hardship Fund was taken out. Multicultural Student Mentoring Program, $20,000. Student Support Services.
I want to talk about that.
All right, so Student Support Services was $17,000, and I'm going to come back to the middle so we can talk.
So I move to recommend $14,000 to that program.
Student Support Services. Can we remind everyone what page that is on?
67.
Okay.
Can we
Is
hear
there
why?
Well, is there a second first? Is there a second?
What was the amount?
14,000.
I'll second it so that you can speak about it. Representative James.
I was just gonna second so we could hear the reason why.
So after looking at the papers, the only reason they're requesting that increase was to have $6,000 so that they could fund those job shadowing and internships. So it didn't really make sense that we allocated $3,000 more for textbooks, because that's the discussion we had when they weren't asking $3,000 more for textbooks. They were asking that increase just for the job shadowing and internships stipends for students.
Representative James.
I thought that's why we cut 3,000 from the 20,000 that they asked for. Because we already cut 3,000, and that's the job shadowing thing that you're talking about.
So Representative Zacharias.
So the discussion we had was that they hadn't put enough thought into it and that they should come back at a later time once they had it developed. And I just guess I was confused why we were giving them $3,000 when we said we didn't want to give them anything for a program that they have not successfully developed and made a proposal for.
So currently, just so we're all on the same page, we're allocating half of what they asked for as an increase. Representative Hull.
If we look at question 7, which is basically asking why do you want that increase? The only reason why they want that increase is for the program that they were talking about, to give funding to students to do internships and such. So I do agree with a previous representative of not funding that, because we obviously can't tell them how to spend their money.
Representative Webb.
I was already a little uncomfortable with decreasing this. In question 7, it also says for that reasoning that they want to have these work-based learning experiences because it's a requirement for a grant that they submitted. And so I think that they should have at least some support to help fulfill that requirement.
Representative Burris.
So if I remember correctly, they had just submitted for the grant that was just mentioned. So there's no knowing of whether or not they would get that. And so reducing in this fashion may or may not also decrease the amount of money that they may be getting or allocated outside of this. So I would recommend not doing that.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Representative Miller.
So, as a student who is not, I am first generation, however, I am not from a low income family. I am very blessed to not have a disability, whatever. As a student who does a practicum, and does not get paid for it, I can't imagine what it's like, because I already struggle as a college student, so I can't imagine what it's like even more for those who are disadvantaged on our campus. So I just want you to keep in that mind. It's really difficult whenever you are required, whether it's for class or even just for your future career, to have some sort of experience, whether that's an internship or a practicum. So I just want you all to keep that in mind as well. And I totally understand that this is not a 100% detailed out program that this would be, but I think by giving at least partial funding to this, it could help them figure it out and kickstart this program and potentially end up being a really great thing for students.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? All right, so seeing none. Oh, Representative Stephanopoulos.
I wish to speak in support of funding this $17,000 as we originally agreed to, and not in support of the $14,000. Echoing what Representative President Miller was talking about, this is part of our community, and so the textbook libraries across the 3 different TRIO programs we have is a different question, and I agree that that conversation needs to be held in an appropriate body about maybe combining them. and all we can do is just remove the funds allocated. But for the job shadowing part, it sounds like there's a particular vulnerable population, and it's just starting, and it's within reason. And also, this could impact a grant, even though we don't know if it will or not, but it's a long-term goal of the university to satisfy a Department of Education grant every 5 years. The budget officer came and spoke to us about. And so it's part of a cycle. This is just going to be something that they'll continuously be doing over and over. So it's going to be, it's not something that's new to the business of the particular organization.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, I'm going to move into the voting period. All in favor of allocating $14,000 to student support services, please raise your hands. Sorry, I'm not raising. 1, 2, 3, opposed? Abstentions? Motion fails with 3 in favor, 6 opposed, or 7 opposed and 1 abstention. All right. Oh. Yeah. Okay, so, sorry. We are now on non-traditional student scholarship. We allocated $25,000. Are there any objections? All right. On to the ADHD assessment scholarship. We allocated $925. Are there any objections? On to the study abroad scholarship. We allocated $10,000. Are there any objections? No. On to WSU Student of the Year. We allocated $3,100. Are there any objections? Okay, moving on into student involvement. We allocated $1,037,315. Are there any objections? On to student health. We allocated $949,258. Are there any objections? On to the Child Development Center. We allocated $313,000. $236,000. Sorry, are there any objections? You know what I'm saying? So counseling, testing, and prevention services, we allocated $329,819. Are there any objections? Student conduct and community standards, $121,887. Prevention and services programs, $29,204. Office of Diversity and Inclusion, $80,637. Student Affairs Assessment and Retention, $115,850. Office of Disability Services, 0, sorry, they didn't come in for an ask. Student Affairs Initiatives, $92,000. Radigan Student Center, $5,031,750. Sunflower, $150,000. Campus Recreation, $1,058,470. Student Government Association, $306,357. Baja Team, $14,750. Formula Team, $60,000. Visiting Artist Lecture Series, $3,345. Microcosm, Representative Berth.
So for the visiting artist, you did say that one, right?
Yep. I'm gonna come back over.
So,
Can you remind the body what page it is on?
yes, so that would be on 215. Sorry, I was trying to keep up with the presentation. I got
No,
a
you're
little,
good.
I got a
I'm
little
sorry.
behind, but I
was
did have
going
it.
kind of
I
fast.
had it marked. So, so we're currently sitting at 3,345. I just want to make that a flat 3.
I second that.
Second that. Okay, so we'll move into the debating period. Representative Berth, you want to speak to your motion?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay. Anyone wishing to debate on this item? Representative Kirk?
I see what Vice President Berth is saying, and I can fully get behind doing that because, I mean, it's $345. It's not going to do much, so I'm full support of it.
I am also Representative Naramore.
I guess my only concern is if you see fiscal years 2016, 2017, and 2018, they typically don't change their budget over the past few years, and then they're continuing to do that with the $3,345 they have now. So just noting that fiscal responsibility that I'm seeing over the years, I think it would just be unfair to cut them just the $345 based on their history.
Representative Berth?
So I was basing that mostly off of the reserve history that I saw, and then also on like general costs of getting talent, I guess is a good word to use, to come in, and I don't necessarily see the 345 being what makes or breaks bringing in the talent.
Representative Kirk?
Point of clarification as well. It's only $3,345, and we don't. The College of Fine Arts brings in like big important people. However, it's not like one every single week. It's maybe a semester, about like 4, maybe. So.
Representative Hull?
I motion to end debate.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All right. If there are no objections, we will go into the voting period. All in favor of allocating $3,000 to the Visiting Artist Lecture Series, please raise your hands. Opposed? Abstentions? All right. So the motion carries with 9 in favor, 2 against, and 0 abstentions. All right. Moving on to Microcosmos. They asked for $3,675, and that was what was allocated. Model UN, they asked for $20,000, and we allocated $18,000. Shift Space Gallery, they asked for $70,751, and that is what we allocated. College of Fine Arts Programming, they asked for $60,000, and we allocated $55,000.
Hello.
Representative
Talk about that again.
Zacharias.
235.
Sorry, my dress got stuck in the wheel of the chair. All right, Representative Zacharias.
After we revisited some budgets and cut there, I think that we should decrease our recommendation to 50,000. I move to recommend $50,000 to this fund.
Second from Representative James. Okay, moving into the debating period. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Representative Naramore.
I was considering the same cut as well. Not that fine arts, their programming does really matter to the students. It's just I have concerns that they're still running on that per credit hour system in terms of ticket sales. And it's not that we can tell them what to do with their budget. It's just, it seems a bit unsustainable to provide a significant increase just based on their how they're using their ticket sales. So.
Representative Kirk.
I have a question, then I have a follow-up. I'd like to understand what your point was again, please.
So my point is that their budget is still running on the per credit hour system that student fees used to be on. They said so in their presentations, and I guess I just have concerns over how that per credit hour system might translate into the new system we have. And so that's why I'm not necessarily for as much of an increase, like $55,000.
My follow-up would be...
Representative Kirk.
My follow-up is that, so, I mean, as Dean Miller said when he was in here, the main reason, one of the biggest reason that they're upping everything up this high is because of the fact that right now they have no policy into allocating how many student tickets a student can get, and so on and so forth. Every student, period, gets one free ticket, and then after that, they have to get tickets from there. They lose, and they're not wanting to upgrade how much everything is costing because, one, a lot of people have to come to this for whatever reasons. Two, they did say that they looked at surrounding colleges and surrounding areas to understand how much is a basic ticket. Furthermore, because of all of the revenue that they are losing, 55 I feel like is I'm firm in the fact that it is a fair equilibrium because of the fact that 60 is too high. 55 is in the middle, and we need to be able to say that not only College of Fine Arts, there are different colleges on campus that I believe do require you to go and observe things like this to be able to write a paper and do XYZ about stuff like that, and for them to be able to be offered the free ticket, and if they don't know that, they just buy the $20 ticket, that still is losing in revenue, and this is affecting not only this the College of Fine Arts. This comes back to affect the students because everyone in the university is able to utilize this, and this is going back to them itself.
Representative Hull.
Kind of going back to my previous point on this budget, I don't think it's the student body's responsibility to pay for discounted tickets for students for people who aren't students at this university.
I'm going to add it. Kind of going back to the other thing, this body's job shouldn't be focused on policy. It should be focused on what you are going to fund them. I recognize the concerns and I hear the concerns, but this body's job is not to determine the policies, again, of another area. We put it in the minutes. We can share it along with them, but you need to be focused on the money you want to approve based off what you want to approve, not based off of policy issues you have.
Representative Day.
Motion to close debate.
Second. Motion has been seconded. If there are no objections, we will move into the voting period. All in favor of allocating 50,000?
Point of order, you need to vote on the...
Do you have an objection? Okay. So then we'll move into seeing no objections, we will move into the voting period. All in favor of allocating $50,000 to the College of Fine Arts programming, please raise your hand. Opposed? Same sign. Abstentions? Motion carries with 9 in favor, 2 opposed, and 0 abstentions.
With the motion,
Yes.
motion to extend the meeting to 1 o'clock.
Is there a second?
Second.
I really think we'll get it done by 12:30.
I mean, we can always extend it more if you want a motion to extend it to
We just leave it
12:30.
early, yeah.
Oh, I mean, that's fine, but I'm, okay, whatever.
All right. So is the motion to extend to 12:30 or 1? Very quickly, let me clarify.
1 o'clock.
To 1 o'clock.
Second.
Second, all right.
Can I do a quick couple points of information? So I've talked to the building managers because David and I are here. You all can stay after the building closes. But also knowing that the closed captioning can only go up to 12 hours, which is 1 a.m. Otherwise, the YouTube stream, otherwise it will not record a replay. So if we don't want to lose entire 12 hours of this session, knowing that you have literally till 1 a.m., we can stay in the building longer because we're here, but the closed captioning or the YouTube playback will no longer play back after 1 a.m. It's capped at 12 hours.
Point of information.
All right, so Representative James.
This may sound really weird and dumb, but can we like stop at like 12:45 if we're still meeting? Stop the live stream at 12:45 and start a new one?
We cannot because YouTube requires us to schedule it 24 hours in advance because it's captioned.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Okay.
Representative Day. Who seconded? So let's move into the voting period. All in favor of extending to 1 a.m.? Why not? Opposed? All right, none. Abstentions done. All right, we're moving on. So 1 a.m. is the new time. All right. New time to adjourn. All right, moving on. I'm going to go.
Let me just read it from here so you can just say there.
Don't make me move.
There you go. Varsity Esports came in for 48,553. You allocated them 48,553. Are there any objections to that? Seeing none. There's an objection.
Yeah, let's talk about it very quickly. Page 238. So they asked for a reduction of $8,000 with the $25,000 rejection. I don't necessarily have a motion. I just wanted to make sure no one wanted to talk about it. Are we sure? Okay. All right. Then we'll go. Never mind. Forget it. It's not here anymore.
Graduate student programming came in for
just issue.
10,000. You approved 10,000.
Good.
All Rick Museum you did not do anything with. Graduate Student Council came in for 47,000. You approved 15,000.
Yep.
And then that's it.
With a motion, COLA.
And then COLA,
Yeah.
you didn't approve it.
All right. So
Yeah, basically.
very quickly, with a motion, we are $70,000 from our target of 1.5% for our lowest target.
I have some options.
I have an idea, but if you want to give options, you can.
So
Representative
you
Fontaine.
currently have 45,000 in the COLA account.
Yep.
Earlier, Dr. Hall talked about ODI's budget. There was 20,000 potentially up. And then career development is giving back 7,000,
Yeah.
which brings it up to $72,000 that you have, which is a surplus from your
we have.
variance. That's the right word to say, right? Surplus. Yes. Look at me. Being
Point
all
of
smart.
information.
Representative James.
Can you speak just a little bit more on that 20,000 from ODI?
Yeah, so that was talking about when we brought up the LGBTQ position, coordinator position, that if they decided to hire someone this fiscal year, they would still need some of that money in the reserve currently in that account to pay for that position. And Dr. Hall was confident that they would have roughly about $20,000 left if someone was hired in like May to pay for that position. So she did say that there was about $20,000 in there that was available from their reserves.
Right. So,
But you can't do reserves until you close the budgets.
all right. Representative Holt.
I would like to make a motion to close the budget.
I second that.
All right, so all in favor of, oh wait, are
gotta
we
do-
doing a voice vote? All right.
Type people's names in.
Representative Hull.
Yes.
Representative Moika.
Yes.
Representative Kirk.
Representative Kirk says yes.
Representative Webb.
Yes.
Representative James.
Yes.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
Yes, it's spelled EFTHI.
Representative Naramore.
Yes.
She does have. Representative Wright.
No.
Representative Day.
Yes.
Representative Zacharias.
Yes.
Yes.
So with that, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in favor and 2 against and 0 abstentions. We have officially closed the budget.
Woo! Yay! So proud of you all.
Not done yet.
Not done yet. All right. Let's go. So, Representative Holt.
Can I make a motion to take the reserves of $45,165 from the COLA allocations that are just sitting there?
Second. All right. So, motion to take COLA allocations was made and seconded. Are there any objections to the motion? All right, so we'll move into debate. Anyone wishing to debate on this item? Representative Stephanopoulos.
Motion for unanimous consent on this item.
Any objections? Seeing none, motion passes with. Seeing none, motion passes with unanimous consent. All right. Representative Hull. Okay. Representative Stephanopoulos. Sorry. Nothing yet. Representative Stephanopoulos.
Motion to accept the reserve from the $7,000 that was returned to us. The exact amount, I'm not sure. It was mentioned.
7565.
That number.
Do we have to motion to do that? Okay, any objections? No. Anyone wishing to debate on this item?
Motion to adopt with unanimous consent.
Any objections? All right, this motion passes with unanimous consent.
With the motion,
Representative James.
I'll wait for Advisor Fonseca to.
We've done nothing fast in this meeting. You should be happy.
The what? Oh.
Representative Stephanopoulos, seconded by James. James.
I thought Michael seconded it.
Michael.
I didn't see it.
All right.
Motion to use.
Representative James.
Motion to use that $20,000 from ODI. Or yeah, $18,055 just to balance it out then.
With a second.
It's right there.
$18,055.
$555.
Representative Day.
Point of clarification, are we cutting 18,000 or 20,000?
So it's not a cut.
Well,
it's yeah. So basically, it's within there. So they offered up 20,000. It's within their reserves. We need $18,055 to balance to get to our max of 1.5%.
But what I'm asking is, are we sweeping 20,000 or 18,000?
So the motion was to
is-
sweep 1855.
Yeah, 1855.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Is there anyone wishing to debate on the motion?
With a motion.
Representative Day was first.
Yeah.
Okay, so my concern about this motion, I agree that the sweep is good. I'm just concerned that we should go the extra $2,000 just to save students a little bit extra money.
Point of information.
Representative James.
How much would that extra $1,500 save people?
It would be 65 cents.
Okay, what?
David Miller.
If you took the 20,000, I would suggest that you just put that within the student's fund so it becomes part of the cash balance that
Yep.
carries forward into the future.
Yeah, so that is that conversation that we were talking about a contingency at the beginning of the year, at the beginning of the meeting. It feels like a year. Back on Monday, right, where building up a contingency can be helpful and good in the event of a reduction in revenue. Representative James.
So I want to withdraw my motion to do what David Miller has.
All right. Motion.
Yep.
Do you want me to just do it? Updating the motion.
Updating the motion, yes. Thank you.
To $20,000 as opposed to 18,055. Representative Kirk, seconds. All right. Anyone opposed to the motion? Or sorry, I'm so moving into debate. Anyone wishing to debate on this motion? Representative Kirk.
To adopt this by unanimous consent.
Any objections? Seeing none, motion is adopted with the unanimous consent of the body.
Oh, you're still not done.
Oh, yeah.
You now need
Sorry.
to vote on the 1.5%.
Yeah, no, I know. I was just
Okay.
done with.
Oh, everybody seemed like they
no,
were
no,
ready,
no,
like,
no.
"We don't
I was
celebrate
just
yet."
done. I was just done with that motion.
Yeah.
We're okay. All right, guys. Let's focus in. Okay. So, is the 1.5% where we want to be? Because we have to vote on that. Do we want to debate on this as we did on the request before we motion anything?
Point of information, can we still,
Representative, right? Yeah.
can we still sweep from
We
other
can
accounts?
still sweep reserves.
So, with a motion?
Representative Wright.
A motion to sweep $20,000 from the formula team.
Okay.
Reserves.
Do we want to just move into talking about reserves? Representative Zacharias. Yeah, I know, sorry. I'm sorry. I thought we had to vote on the actual number before. Okay. Representative Zacharias.
It's just a point of personal privilege. Can we see what it would look like with a 1% increase?
Oh, 100%. That's point.
I said,
Yeah, I think
It should be right, yeah, because 1,000 132,000. There you go, $43,201. All right,
I think we can do that.
so, seconded, Representative Hall. Yes.
Do we want to go back to a 1% increase, or would we rather build up a pot of money, like Colleen stated at the beginning of yesterday, about having that in case anything happens? Just a thought for the group.
Would we like to debate on, can we talk about that? And
You need to finish the motion
so
on the floor.
Michael seconded. So moving into debate on the motion. Representative Wright.
Yeah, so this is just going back to the previous discussion we had when we went over formula team. So in lieu of cutting their allocation amount, we discussed cutting their, or sweeping their reserves, and so this is what this motion is for.
Representative Webb.
So we did still cut their allocation amount, and when they were when they were presenting to us, they said that they would use some of their capital outlay for the computers and then some of their reserves. They estimated the computers to be 20,000. They had 8,000 in their capital outlay, so they would take 12,000 from reserves. So I would not support 20,000, maybe 10,000.
Point of privilege. It's page 209. Okay. All right.
Wait, what?
Representative Day.
Okay. To echo Representative Webb, I feel that this significant sweep of formula team would negatively impact how the organization operates. I think goes too far, so I'll be voting against this specific one.
Representative Zacharias.
Point of information, are we allowed to amend motions like we are in Senate?
Yes.
With a motion?
Representative Zacharias.
I motion to amend that motion for 15,000.
Is there a second? Is second by Representative Wright. So it's a decrease by 15,000, not a reduction to 15,000. Just point of clarification. Yeah. So also remembering, okay, sorry. Debating on the amendment. Representative Zacharias.
Point of information, I'm
Yes.
confused now what my own motion was. So is it pulling 15,000 from the reserves or taking 15,000 off of Walter's motion? I'm tired.
Oh, it's whatever you want. It's your motion. I thought it was 15,000 from reserves.
It's
Is that
that,
what you wanted?
yes.
Okay.
Okay, so Walter, did you second that?
Yes, Walter Wright.
So then
seconded.
instead of amending it, do you just want to
Do you want to just update it? Okay, cool. All right. So moving into the debate on the motion.
Now we're at 15,000 from their reserves.
15,000 from their reserves. All right, so I'll speak in debate. They currently have $67,000. They ended the year with $30,000 last year. Given what they've spent it on, I don't think that number is going to decrease. So I'm speaking in favor of this motion to decrease by $15,000. I think we could do more, but that's it. Anyone else wishing to speak? No? Seeing none, we'll move into the voting period. All in favor of sweeping $15,000 out of Baja, or Formula Team's reserves? Please raise your hands. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries with 7 in favor, 4 opposed, and 0 abstentions. All right. So, Representative Hall.
Can we go into the debate of the question that I asked previously, whether we want to keep the 1.5 and create a reserve within our own student fees budget or attempt to get lower?
Is that a motion, Maggie? Motion, okay, I'll second. Any objections? No? Okay, then we'll move into debate. Anyone wishing to debate on this item?
Wait, what are we discussing?
So we're discussing, do we want to reduce by an additional one, like reduce down to 1%, or do we want to create a reserve? Does that make sense? So anything that we sweep after this goes into, can either go into reducing the overall cost for students or creating a contingency, at which point within the contingency, the money will stay within the student fees account, so it won't be able to be used by anyone. It'll just sit there, and what it will do is, in the hopes, what it will do is the goal is to raise that account over time, and so that there is a fund if there is a revenue shortfall that can be tapped into.
Personally, I'd rather give the money
Representative
to students, but that's just my opinion.
Representative Fonseca.
So I want to clarify that balance. According to the student fees statute, any money left over by the student fees committee can only be authorized to be spent by the Senate. You can't refund it back to students. So the money will sit there. The history of student fees for years, there's been a pool of money that has existed years ago, that the process of our supplemental fee process, the student body president gets to make recommendations to the Senate about how to spend that money if there's not a need to balance the student fees budget eventually. So there is a process within the student fee statute in which that money can be spent. Currently, as it stands, it can't be spent without going through that process of the president making recommendations to the Senate about how to spend it, or in a student fee cycle, the student fees committee using it to spend it for themselves and to balance some budget. So there are some things. There's also, if the president doesn't make recommendations, it just sits there, which is not a bad thing.
Representative Zacharias.
Is there an actual motion on the floor, or are we just having a conversation?
I think it's a motion to talk about that, but it's really just a conversation. All right. Representative Holt.
I would like to make a motion to start creating the contingency plan in case anything happens, so having our own reserve within student fees.
I want to ask Representative Fonseca, so if this body says that it's going into a contingency plan and that is approved by the Senate, does it go into the student fee account?
It will stay in the student fees account.
Okay,
Yes.
Can it be okay. So it'll stay in the student fees account, but it could be pulled by the Senate.
Yes.
But it would have to be approved by the Senate and the president and go through the legislative process.
Yes.
Right, so again.
And not a student fee cycle. So if it's like September, the Senate can make a recommendation to spend it. It still has to go up like the chain of the process. But if it's in a student fee cycle, the student fees committee could theoretically use it.
Representative Wright.
Sorry, Advisor Fonseca answered my question with his last sentence.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Representative Day.
Frankly, I'm skeptical of the immediate need and practicality of a contingency fund at the moment. It sounds like it needs to be authorized by statute. I don't know if that's going to happen, but and please correct me if I'm wrong about that. But more importantly, I just think the money belongs to students. Yeah.
Representative Berth.
So throughout this process, we have asked, sorry about that, we have asked organizations and departments as well as ourselves to think about, future planning, the longevity of things, the impact we are having, and the reach we are attaining. At the beginning of all of this, the chair did mention, how these departments do have reserves to fall back on, and in the event where there is a reduction in enrollment, correct me if I'm wrong, that would be, we wouldn't have enough to allocate out to maintain the programs that we do. And that is what this contingency plan account is for. We are not attempting to create one that would be able to sustain, like heavy losses in enrollment off the bat. The goal is to do this over a period of years in the hopes that we have good years, and when we have those good years, we save and for that rainy day. And then as soon as it hits, that's when we start eating into our own reserve, whether that's through the Senate or it comes around during another student fee cycle where we would have this pool to pull from that we wouldn't need to dip into anybody's reserves or maybe cut as harshly, but we would be able to maintain a more a more stable, that's the word I was looking for, baseline of this is the yearly operations, and it's not 1 year you have an organization that gets funded X amount and the next year they're drastically cut. You would have a buffer there to maintain some sense of stability in that fashion. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're fine. So my issue with it is that back in 2009, at the end of the fiscal year, we had $945,000. That was stable for about 3 years at about $1 million. Okay, so 2010 it was $1 million. 2011 it was $925,000. 2012 it was $916,000. 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, and this is mostly what I can gather from the conversations that I've had, were relatively good years for the university. Even though the recession had hit, a lot of students were coming back to school during the recession, and so revenue and enrollment didn't drop as far as, or it didn't hit the university as hard. But 2013, 2014, 2015, the end of the fiscal year balance for the account was, in 2013, $382,000, in 2014, $4,000, and in 2015, $323,000. So you got it. Oh, sorry, I thought maybe it was up there. So it dropped between 2012 and 2015 on average about $600,000, right? And then in 2000, and part of, as far as I can tell, part of the reason that this happened is that the recession hit the university a little bit later, in 2013, 2014, 2015, because the state was trying to catch up, and that's when a lot of funding cuts happened. So 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, we were at $9,000, $1,000, $94,000, and back up to $183,000. The problem with student fees is that if we don't have a contingency for when there are bad years, then, the only people, right, because you only bring in so much revenue. So if you go into the red, or if you're in danger of having a bad year, like, the only thing that can happen is either you have to make drastic cuts to your budget, or the university has to offer over some money, and those are your two options. Does that make sense? So if we really care about positions, in my opinion, like if we really care about all of these services and all of these funds and everything that we do, we need to plan for years that aren't going to be as good. Like, if you think about how hard this student fees process was, imagine trying to cut 5, 6, 10% from your entire budget from last year, right? Imagine trying to get that number down to 10% because you lost 10% of your revenue. So think about the last couple of hours and what happened, the last couple of days, and how hard that was, and then think about how hard it would be to do it again, 4 times over. Representative Webb.
I think this is a good idea. I am a bit skeptical just for continuity reasons because, especially like this time the year before, we are so eager to just sweep all of the extra cash that we get. So if we create the savings fund, I feel like next year they might just sweep it to help balance their budget. But I guess it's kind of a catch-22 because if we don't start it now, then the issue is going to become the stem of the problem, and it'll just create a circle. So I think that this is a good proposal, something to propose to the Student Senate, and then the Senate can reach out to their constituents to see what they think, and then let the Senate decide.
Representative Hull.
From personal experience, I've been a part of a university that takes drastic budget cuts, and it is not good for the students' morale and for the students as a whole. So I would really caution this body to really think about keeping a contingency plan. And I'm not saying like, let's take so much money. Even this 16,000 can go to that contingency plan and truly help students if enrollment ever does happen like this, where it drops really far. So please keep that in mind.
Representative Zacharias.
Point of information, is the motion to keep it at 1.5 and then have the rest go into
Contingency, yeah.
The
So it's either, we're still the motion was to debate over the topic. We haven't had a motion to actually do it.
I thought there was.
Or was there? Oh, sorry, there was. I'm sorry. Her motion is to do it. Is there a second? Wait, did you just motion to do? I seconded it. I don't remember what's happened. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's where we're at.
So point of personal privilege.
Zacharias.
Can I see what 1.2 would be by chance, or 1.25?
All right. Representative Day, do you have something? And then Representative Stephanopoulos. I can't see anything.
I think Day might have been. I defer to Day for right now.
Representative Day, did you have something?
To echo Representative Webb's point, I feel that although I think there may be value in a contingency fund, it does concern me that this is not authorized by SGA statute. I think that would be a good first step, and it bothers me that there hasn't been like a process in advance. So this is one of the first times I found out about this fund.
So, Representative Day, there is statute that is there. Okay, essentially what it says is that the Senate is able to tap into the funds. Now, the goal of this would be that they wouldn't unless there was an emergency. Well, when there were lots of funds available, they were able to spend more money out of it, but they didn't until it didn't start decreasing until years got bad. Does that make sense? So it didn't start going down until there were a couple bad years for revenue. Do you guys mind if I let Advisor Fonseca clarify?
I think the one thing I want to just mention, I recognize there's not a lot of stipulations within the statutes and how, I agree with Representative Webb's point of who's to say the next year they won't just take it. Colleen and I have had lots of conversations about proposing a constitutional amendment that would force that money to remain in there until it hits a certain limit and not allowing any Senate within the constitutional amendment to be able to spend that money until it's hit that limit. So there are mechanisms that the Senate will have to take up on in order to protect that fund, and the strongest way to do that is through the Constitution, because that's harder to change.
So a constitutional amendment couldn't take place also until the next election, which is coming up. So there has been a conversation on contingency plan within the Budget and Finance. I am working on a draft, and some of the Budget and Finance Committee members are working on the topic. So the goal, what I would like to see, is have a 10% contingency plan, because that's kind of the typical recommendation, right? And then anything above that, the Senate would be able to spend. Representative Stephanopoulos.
I wanted to ask David Miller if he has any suggestion about what's an aggressive target as a percentage for a contingency plan and what's a conservative target, if there's any general recommendations you see at the university.
Representative Miller.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I think Colleen's point of 10% is the ideal number. I think, over the next 5 years, if you try to target adding 1% every year, I think would be a reasonable way to try and approach it, as if student growth is mitigated, so your revenue growth is limited. And if it's of any assistance, Lauren, if you wouldn't mind just kind of showing them what the budgets looked like in 2016 versus 2017. So 2017 was the first year that I came to the university, and that was the same year that we were faced with some changes in the student body and growth in credit hours. And so that SGA group had to go through some pretty dramatic cuts because, as Colleen outlined, there wasn't any cash balances at that time to be able to rely on. They had already been exhausted. So I think that's kind of the point of the discussion, is trying to avoid that type of a drastic adjustment that might be needed because there isn't any rainy day resources available.
And also to having a collective reserve as opposed to reserves within each individual department. It's easier to allocate it out in the event of a problem in revenue. Does that make sense? So then this body's able to be like, oh, okay, this is an equal allocating out as opposed to it being in each person's reserve account.
And you're all going to hate me that I'm going to say this.
Representative Fonseca.
And I just thought about this as we were talking about it. Again, this is a policy, and this body does not have the authority to set policy. It seems to be comfortable that there's a recommendation, but also one of our committees is already working on it. But again, and I know we've been discussing it for a while, but this is again a policy, not something this body has the authority to set. So we should move on from the contingency conversation.
Yep.
I know, I just thought about that, sorry.
No, it's okay. So, you want to move into reserves? Or we're in reserves? Does anyone? Are there any other reserve motions that someone wants to look at? All right, I'm on this one, so we could look into, let's see. Oh, they didn't actually give a balance. Did debate ever give a balance for their reserves? Does anyone know?
I don't believe they had any.
Okay. It says the reserve is important because of our overall sophomore team rises. We need a good year or two of recruiting. But I don't think they actually gave an actual number. Representative Loosely.
So I just want to put out there that ODI was not consulted about their reserves. So I just want to put that out there, that they didn't have that conversation, and so there's a concern there from them about sweeping their reserves. The 20,000, I think.
But I have a solution. If you look at your two spreadsheets that Lauren gave you, not spreadsheets, but balancing, one of them says cash balance less encumbrances, one says cash balance less encumbrances by organization, their current balance. If I understood this paper correctly, and hopefully I understood it from Lauren, that the FY19 is what they came into the year with, and then their current balance is that it's a bigger, bolder numbers. So theoretically, there is about $44,653 in EOF reserves that are potentially up for grabs. Does that make sense? Everybody know what papers I'm talking about? So there's one that says student services cash balance less encumbrances by organization. The first column says fiscal year 2019 ending balance. It's the one with percentages on there. And then the other one says cash balance less encumbrances by organization, which is fiscal year 2020 current balance. So the fiscal year 19 one, and maybe David, if I said this wrong, is what they came into the fiscal year with. And then the fiscal year 2020 current balance is what they currently have in that account right now. And so if you look and try and balance numbers out, which I think I just did a second ago, there's about $44,000 in reserves of our EOF funds that is just sitting there. I would not say take the hardship fund because we're actually using that.
Representative James.
Can we get a breakdown of That 44,000.
Yeah. So the cultural ambassador program has 1,350, and currently in their budget they have 5,750. Debate has 1,352. Disability support services has $87. The McNair Graduate Student Scholarship has $1. The HALA Scholarship Award for Community Service has 4,965. Historically underrepresented student grants has $250. The International Student Hardship Fund, which I would say not to take because we're using that, has 9,140. The Multicultural Student Mentoring Program has 5,977. Student Support Services has 903. We already took all the career development money ones, and then the ADHD LD Assessment Scholarship has 550. And then the International Scholarship Fund Study Abroad, International Scholarship Fund has 5,503.
Representative.
Oh, sorry, wrong
Hall.
one.
Representative Hall. That's where we're just going.
I will say make a motion. I'm sorry, I'm getting confused at this point. Make a motion to return ODI's $20,000 at least for now, and then look at sweeping reserves for the EOF accounts.
All right, seconded. Without any objections, we'll move into the debating period on this motion. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Representative Wright.
Yeah, I don't think the argument that we didn't consult with them first holds a lot of water, considering we did not consult with Formula Team either when sweeping their reserves. So I don't know why we'd hold these two different things to two different standards. So I'm fine with the swept $20,000.
Representative Day.
Also, to echo Senator Wright's point, I feel that although we probably could have consulted with them, I think that from an objective budget perspective, I don't see the rationale that they could have provided that would have made a lot of sense for them to have such a large reserve anyway. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Representative James, and then Stephanopoulos.
So I think that the problem that we ran into was that someone made it seem like those reserves were like available, that they were willing to give them up. And so we took them so quickly that we didn't discuss it. We just gave it up because we thought that we could, and that was easy money to grab. So I think that since that situation isn't it, we should at least talk about that before just giving up the money.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
I'd like a point of clarity, probably from the budget office, because I'm looking at the fee binder for last year's, and it shows that in 2017 the ending balance for ODI was $40,097. The ending balance for 2018 was $42,189. So I'd like some clarity about where's that balance normally kept at in general, because it looks like it's just continued on into today.
Sorry, do we have a spreadsheet of recorded reserve, like recorded ending balances back several years?
I could probably find them back.
A couple years, okay. If we could find that, that would probably be helpful. Representative Stephanopoulos, sorry.
I wasn't finished yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The question is about the position that wasn't filled for 2019 and the remainder of the amount of money. Now, it is a concern if ODI has told us directly that this is a major important thing. We should consider that. But Dr. Hall was here, and she said they have a portion of it spoken, $20,000 wasn't spoken. So we can either listen to Dr. Hall's statement or we can listen to ODI's statement. But looking at the standard balance since 2017, they have had around $40,000 in there. And I'm a little lost as to maybe this number was wrong, reported in the previous binder. But we have to kind of decide, because we applied the same standard without consulting formula.
Representative James.
So like I said before, I don't think the problem is not consulting with them. I think the problem is we did not hold any debate just because we thought they are willing to give up this money. So we should at least hold a debate over this, hold an actual vote over this, because just like formula, they were not unaware of this. So the least we should do is hold a debate over this.
Representative Zacharias.
So this is the time to debate if anyone does not want the 20,000 pulled out of ODI, so.
Representative Hull.
My motion is to return the $20,000 and then we can have a conversation about it and then look at EOF funds first. That's my motion.
But I'd like to clarify, if the motion fails, the money is, we're still keeping the money.
Yeah.
Yes. So, right, this is your time to debate on it.
Representative James.
Also, another representative said we should either listen to Terry Hall or ODI. It's ODI's money, 100% listen to ODI. So, yes, this is the time to debate on it. And there isn't much like actual debate being said right now. But I'll speak in favor of returning the money simply because since they aren't ready to take this cut, I don't think that we should force them to.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
I think that we should return the money to ODI because that still allows us to discuss it more openly without the risk of making a mistake with motions or voting incorrectly about how we want to do things. And we can also look at EOF just to give it a more round picture, because that's what I'm starting to hear from a lot of people in the crowd.
Representative Berth. Representative Day.
Motion to close debate.
Representative.
I can withdraw that if Michael wants to say something.
Representative Berth. Representative Berth, why don't you?
Just gave up my right to talk. Sorry, now I gotta remember what I was gonna say. So, I think looking at where their reserve is, and then what it looks like after we took 20,000 out. Whether that was we put it back and then we take it back out after we have a vote, the result's going to be the same. So just looking at what it's left with this money taken out, I still feel comfortable that they would be able to fund the position that was, in question at the time, depending on when it actually gets appointed. I think there's enough leeway with where they're at right now, or where they have stated they are at within the search, that I feel confident that appointment is a ways off. And so the original assessment of after, I think it was March, was the provided date for our original assumption of there should be roughly this amount left, accounting for that paycheck. I think that is a very fair assessment that was provided to us, and we made a good call in removing what amount that we did, so I would recommend not putting the money back simply so that we can take it back out if that's what we decide, the taking back out if that's what we decide to do.
So it's hard for me to call myself, so I'm going to call myself real quick, sorry. Okay, so I'm going to apply the same logic that I did with formula team here. ODI has requested in total $80,637. That they have essentially 4 months left in the year until January 30th. So if you have like a proportional spending, which I know that that's not always right, but it can be an indicator, they would spend $53,758 in the next couple of months, and that's from their 2021 request, not from their 2020 adopted budget. So that's actually really, really lenient. Okay, so that's like from this year's request, what they would probably spend in 4 months. And currently, they have in their budget, or currently they have left $83,673. So not even including, like, with a $30,000 or with a $25,000 increase, essentially, basing it off of that number, they still have, they still have like $30,000 in addition. So I don't think 20 is ridiculous. And also Terry Hall oversees the budgets, so I don't think 20, like, I think she knows relatively. If anything, she, it's within her interest to make sure that her departments have more than enough to operate. So I don't think she would give us a number that would put them in jeopardy of not being able to operate. Representative James.
Yeah, just to clarify a few things. One, they do have an intern in the position right now, and to my knowledge, I do believe that they are going to keep that intern. And once they get the money for the coordinator position, they're going to move that intern into the coordinator position. Second, I received a message from Alicia Sanchez, who is over ODI, saying that not only was she unaware, but she was not comfortable giving that $20,000 up. So, not saying that Terry Hall is not important in this, but I will just say that I don't think that Terry Hall had the right mindset going in when she made that $20,000 available, which is why I think we should take it out and then reallocate from there.
Again, oftentimes reserves build up quickly because positions go unfilled. And so, I don't know. I think just given the reasoning behind our decision on formula team, the same reasoning should stand. Representative Berth.
So when dealing with reserves, there's always a caution, right? And as a previous representative has stated, that the individual who oversees that particular account was concerned about it. I say no other area was consulted about theirs, or whether or not they were concerned. It was from our assessment and our assessment alone of what it looks like, where they currently are, what that sits at, and what we are comfortable taking out. I understand the sentiment, and I am still unwilling to give it back, but essentially if we give it back, I'm going to motion to bring it back. So I see no point in giving it back.
Representative Webb.
Yeah, point of information, is there a motion on the floor currently?
Motion is to pull the 20,000 to, pull the 20,000 that we already took and give it back. Representative Day.
I think that the issues are fairly settled at the moment. Like, both sides know what they think, so I would motion to close debate.
Motion has been seconded. We'll take a vote to close debate, given that there's been an objection. All in favor of closing debate? All right, actually, okay, 7. Opposed? Abstentions? All right, so that was, 8 in favor, 3 opposed, and 0 abstentions. Motion carries. All right, so we'll move into the voting period on this issue. All in favor of, the voting, all in, close debate, move into the vote, All in favor?
Point of information.
Walter Wright.
Can you just really quickly explain what we're voting on, like what a yes vote means? Just because I know this is kind of
this one's kind of confusing. So, if you vote yes, you're voting yes to bring the $20,000, put the $20,000 back in ODI. Does that make sense? Is that a clear explanation? If you vote no, then you're leaving it within the swept reserve. It's staying as a swept reserves. Okay? Everybody got it? All right. So, all in favor of pulling $20,000 back and giving it into ODI? Please raise your hands. Opposed? Abstentions? So motion fails with, motion carries. 4 in favor, 5 noes, 2 abstentions.
A no vote was to,
Yeah, because 4 in favor was just, yeah, again, it was a confusing one. So motion fails. So the 20,000 stays swept in reserves. All right. Yes.
I also spoke too fast about EOF money. Probably some of
Yeah,
those people
I
still
was
need to
gonna
disperse
tell-
those.
I was about to say that.
However, we did see in the International Student Scholarship, so the one that belongs to the student government, there is $11,000 left in there. Last year, we gave up $10,000 to really was to balance the budget. So this year, if you want to take the $11,000, it's not money we're actually going to allocate out because we already this year's fiscal year money hasn't been allocated yet. So there is $11,000 of money just sitting in the account that if you wanted to take it, you could take it as well. But I would not take any of the other EOF accounts because they probably still need that to disperse scholarships. That was my bad.
Representative Hall.
Based on Advisor Fonseca's recommendation, I motion that we take the $11,000 from the International Student Scholarship. Right? Cool.
Second. Motion has been seconded. Any objections? No? Oh, yeah, we're moving into debate. Moving into debate on this issue, on this. Yeah. Okay, is there anyone wishing to debate at this time?
With a
Seeing
motion?
Representative Wright.
I motion to adopt this by unanimous consent.
Any objections? Seeing none, motion carries with the unanimous consent of the student fees body. Okay.
Point of information, we have only 30 minutes left in tonight's meeting.
Let's do it. Representative Day.
I have some questions about the student affairs assessment and retention funding request with regards to those reserves. Me and Representative Stephanopoulos were kind of confused about the amount of reserves allocated.
What page is it?
152. 152.
What? Sorry. I'm gonna defer to Lauren because she might have an explanation for you if that's
Okay.
if that's okay with. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is the one that there was a fund in this one that moved into student affairs, just straight up student affairs. So this is going to show too high. The money isn't there. It's been moved.
Okay, is there any money left at all?
I can check.
Okay.
According to what we've been going off of for the other ones. Oh, here, I'll just have Lauren check. Because then I don't have to look through this. Representative Stephanopoulos.
I'd like to recommend, even if they have money left in this particular account, because it deals with particular salaries that were moved between departments and different accounts. Even if we think it's updated correctly, I'd rather just err on the side of caution for this particular account, just because we don't have those people here to say exclusively what's going on in the account, if the budget office doesn't have the most recent numbers.
Representative Hull.
Can you tell me on what side of caution you're talking about?
Stephanopoulos.
I'm suggesting that we don't do any sweeps, any taxes or anything on this particular account, because it's a very complex account that was explained to us in somewhat detail, and it also goes across two different departments, and it's just a very complex particular issue.
They have 65,000 right now, but that would include everything for the rest of the year. So I wouldn't say they have a whole lot in reserves.
Okay.
Just a point of clarification, maybe from Lauren, on the cash balances less encumbrances by organizations that you gave us, the Co-op Pando initiative still has $19,274 left, and the co-op partnership with the nonprofit organizations has $7,565 left in the account. Are they still paying out?
Yes, I think their intention on those are to spend down what they need to this year into those programs, and then next year try to give those money back like they did.
Yeah,
this year.
that's what I was wondering. Okay. Representative Hull.
I don't really see many motions on the floor, so I motion to approve the 1.5 increase.
I second.
Are there any, well, it's been seconded, so we'll move into debate. Representative Stephanopoulos.
Can you specify the 1.5% is exclusively for salaries, the index that we all were asked to also discuss? Can you just specify exactly that?
Representative Hull.
I'm talking about the one that we
overall.
agreed to. Yeah.
Yep. Representative Day.
Okay, point of information, so with the 1.5 increase, does that mean that the remaining money under that, like that was taken out of reserves, would that like not be given back to students? Would that just stay in reserve base, not reserve, but like contingency?
Yep. Anyone else? Representative Wright.
So one of the first things I said in this committee when we went into deliberations was, we were all asked how much would you be willing to go up, and I think I said I'd like to stay flat, but it could go up to 0.5, and I don't think there's been anything substantive to change my opinion on that, so I will be voting against this motion.
Representative Day.
I will also have to vote against this motion, although I think that this overall budget is a step in the right direction. I feel that there were a few cuts I would have preferred earlier, but more importantly, I just want the more money to be handed back to students. So that's my logic.
Representative Hull.
There will be no money handed back to students.
Why?
That's not how it works. Can somebody
Sorry,
clarify that?
I'm going to clarify a little bit of both. I think Representative Day is saying less of an increase, so less money taken away. But yes, there's not money that is handed back. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, I was aware of that, but okay, thank you.
All right. Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? I also would like to see, even though 1.5 was sort of the high where I was going, I would be okay with it if we had built up a little bit closer to that 1% contingency, or trying to get to that goal of a 1% contingency. So if that is still, that's what we're at, yeah. Is that 1%? Yeah. So,
The variance versus what we have in our allotted expenses.
Yeah.
That's what you're going off of, right?
yeah.
So
So-
we're currently sitting at a 1.27
On contingency?
for contingency.
Okay, never mind, sorry. Never mind, I was wrong. Okay, I'm good with it then. Sorry, I haven't paying attention because my back is to the thing. All right, Representative Stephanopoulos.
No comment.
All right. Anyone else? Representative Hall.
Point of clarification, so we are at like a 1% for contingency, correct?
Okay,
All right, so doing the math off of what we have allotted for essentially the variance that's up there for the contingency versus what we have allotted in total, I've got it at a 0.278. The rest of the rounding doesn't matter.
Yep. So we're really not
Percent.
very
Yeah,
close
sorry.
at all. But again, yeah, Representative Kirk.
Motion to close debate.
Is there a second? All right. Are there any objections?
I object, but I don't think that's a procedure, but.
Okay. It is, so. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I was saying if there was no objections, that we'd move on to the vote, but there has been an objection, so we will vote on whether or not to close debate. All in favor of closing debate, please raise your hand. Opposed? Abstentions? All right, motion carries with 9 in favor, no opposed, and 2 abstentions. So we will move into the voting period. Sorry, point of clarification from Gabe. So as soon as we vote on this, are we done?
Then you have one last vote, which is to send it to the Senate, and then you're done.
Okay, so
So this motion right now is to approve the 1.5% fee increase.
Okay, but
which you will have to do by roll call.
just to clarify for everyone, after we confirm the 1.5 fee increase, we cannot do anything else except for send it to the Senate.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
And
So
send to the Senate the
if you want
formality.
to do anything else, then
You have to do it.
you can vote again, then you'll vote against. If you don't want to do anything else, if you want to keep it as it is, then you'll vote for it. That makes sense? Okay. And it's a roll call vote. And everyone's name is typed in. All right. Are we ready? Representative Hall.
I approve.
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 I have to call a name. Representative James.
Do not approve.
Representative Stephanopoulos.
Approve.
Oh, should I forgot to go. Okay, Representative Naramore.
Approve.
Representative Wright.
No.
Representative Day.
No.
Representative Zacharias.
No.
No.
So the motion is 6 yes, 5 no, 0 abstention. The motion passes.
Motion carries. All right, so now all we have to do is motion to send it to the Senate. Representative Berth motions. All in favor of sending it to the Senate?
I second.
Oh, sorry, you have a second. We're not going to debate on unless someone wants to debate on this item. All right. If there are no objections, we will go into the vote. All in favor, do we have to have a roll call vote again? All in favor of sending it to the Senate, please raise your hands. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed? 4, 5. Guys. Guys, we can't do anything. Wait, 1 second. Can we do something if we override the vote? I didn't think so.
If we can't do anything, what's the purpose of voting to send it to the Senate?
Guys. If
It's
you
a
didn't want to
formality
send it, you
procedure.
shouldn't have voted the first time, sorry.
Oh, he attended to
Oh,
abstain.
you were trying to abstain. All right. Oh, so Michael gets to vote.
I will vote in favor of sending this to the Senate.
Good job, everyone. Meeting adjourned. Oh, well, Walter Ray.
Can I just make a remark? I'd like a shout out to the budget office and student involvement and our live stream folks and our gallery. All this time.
And the sunflower.
And the sunflower.
I think before we all head out,
Yes.
first of all, let me, on behalf of Nancy and myself, let me express our deepest appreciation for all of the hard work you have put in for the past week. We recognize that this is not an easy process. We recognize that you all made some tough decisions, some tough cuts, but we are proud of the work that all of you do. This is, sometimes I tell you, say this a lot, this is the price of leadership. So thank you all for taking on the duty of applying to be on this committee, working to be on this committee, and representing your peers well. I'm not going to lie, your job is still not done, because if the Senate doesn't approve it, we're coming back. So don't get too excited. Your service is not over yet, but thank you. Enjoy your break that you get until the Senate does their part.
Thanks, everyone. I won't say anything more. Just thank you so much. Meeting adjourned. Woo! At 12:40.